distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Hadafi Hamidun and I'm absolutely excited to be your host for today. On behalf of Halal International Selangor and Invest Selangor Berhad, we would like to extend our gratitude to all of you for joining us today and welcome to the virtual Selangor International Halal Conference 2020 in conjunction with the virtual Selangor International Business Summit 2020. This year, SIHC is morphed into a virtual conference with series of webinars. Aim is to promote and facilitate discussions, sharing knowledge and business opportunities to further enhance the halal community in the new way of the norm of online experience. Without further ado, may I invite Mr. Zulkarnain Shah Zainal Abidin, the Chief Operating Officer of Halal International Selangor, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Mr. Zulkarnain.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning everyone. It is indeed my pleasure and an honor to welcome all distinguished guests and participants to the virtual Selangor International Halal Conference 2020 in conjunction with the virtual Selangor International Business Summit 2020. This year, the Selangor International Halal Conference is morphed into a virtual expo with series of webinars featuring prominent industry players from across the region. The COVID-19 pandemic has prompted a global shift in organizing meetings and events, moving from in-person gatherings to more virtual implementation. This conference is extremely relevant and significant to the halal agenda in promoting and facilitating discussions, networking activities and opportunities to further enhance the halal community in the new way of the norm through online experience or webinar. We have with us today experts from various backgrounds who will be sharing their thoughts and valuable knowledge, covering the areas of capacity development in halal, the Malaysia Halal Hub, as well as principles and applications of digital technology in halal industry. Their willingness to share their knowledge and experience with all of us is highly commendable. Ladies and gentlemen, the potential in the global market is huge, estimated at $2.2 trillion for halal products and services, and the halal industry has been identified as a source of economic growth. The future of the halal industry is dependent upon overcoming the challenges of the global economy in the next 5 years. As such, the government of Selangor has put into place the essential action plan, mechanisms, and strategies to develop the halal industry. Indeed, the focus of the Selangor government has always been towards strengthening the growth of SMEs by providing the necessary support to assist local entrepreneurs and investors in the halal sector through Halal International Selangor or HIS. HIS, as the halal industry developmental agency, complements the collaboration through various capacity building initiatives. As part of this initiative, with a mandate from the state, HIS has developed a program called International Muslim Friendly Affiliated Network, or IMFAN. The idea for the creation of IMFAN program is to assist SMEs, particularly in building halal principles and practices at the early stage of their businesses, with the objective of preparing them to subsequently obtain halal certification through a structured facilitation approach. This will correspondingly help and enhance our SMEs to achieve the standards required by the global market in order to meet the growing market demand for halal products. However, given the intensity of global competition, it is extremely important that there is need for a more concerted effort and collaboration among the halal industry stakeholders. We should share our knowledge, technical resources, and expertise and leverage onto each other's strength in elevating the halal ecosystem to ensure we can be the best and the leader in the halal industry. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, It is hoped that all of us here today will benefit from this collective endeavor. I'm assured that this conference will meet its objectives towards steering every one of us towards greater mutual collaboration and to meet national and international expectations. I wish all delegates and participants a rewarding experience. Lastly, but not least, please be safe, stay safe. Let's continue to stand united against COVID-19 for ourselves and our loved ones. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to the Chief Operating Officer of Halal International Selangor, Mr. Zulkarnain, for the insightful and promising opening address. Is it true that we have insufficient amount of halal professional talent in the industry? Or we have produced more than enough number of talent? Well, to find out the answers and discuss on this topic, we have two panelists with us today. Allow me to introduce to you our first panelist, one from the demand of the industry itself, Mr. Akmal Abu Hassan, the President of Muslim Professional Japan Association, or MPJA, and another one from representing the supply or the producer, Mr. Muhammad Zaidi bin Sarif, Deputy Director of Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, or Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan College Community, Kementerian Pendidikan. They will deeply discuss, identify and explore the missing link or the gap between the supply and the demand of halal professional talent. And so to moderate this forum, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Khairil Ismahafiz Muhazir, who is the President of Malaysia International Halal Academy Partnership Association, or MPA. As they were discussing on this topic, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of you to share your thoughts and to get an insight on the ground itself of the topic by completing a polling that is made available on our Halal International Selangor's Facebook page. So don't forget to visit our FB page because your thought matter to us. Please enjoy the session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah, pada pagi yang mulia ini kita dapat berkumpul bersama-sama di bawah satu platform yang dianjurkan oleh Selangor International Halal, sempena Selangor International Halal Conference 2020. Jadi hari ini satu topik yang pada saya sangat menarik untuk dibincangkan, dan saya mengalu-alukanlah semua partisipan dan viewers di luar sana untuk bersama-sama kita pada pagi ini untuk membincangkan ataupun mengupas tentang isu satu topik berkenaan dengan halal professional talent, iaitu sama ada professional talent ini dari sudut permintaan dan penawarannya mencukupi untuk permintaan di industri di Malaysia, ataupun mungkin kita dah bersedia untuk menuju ke arah mengeksport kita punya halal professional talent ni ke peringkat luar negara. Jadi bersama-sama itu saya ingin memperkenalkan diri saya dulu. Saya Dr. Khairil Ismahafiz selaku moderator untuk forum pada pagi ini. Dan sedikit background tentang diri saya adalah presiden kepada Malaysia Partners Association ataupun MPA. MIHA Partners Association ni mungkin orang akan tertanya-tanya pula apa itu MIHA kan. Jadi MIHA tu sebenarnya adalah Malaysia International Halal Academy, di mana pihak JAKIM telah mengiktiraf beberapa syarikat di Malaysia ini untuk menjadi sebagai rakan strategik kepada JAKIM untuk program-program bimbingan dan kepada industri halal di Malaysia ini. Jadi kita di situ kita diletakkan di bawah MIHA ataupun Malaysia International Halal Academy, di bawah unit di bawah JAKIM. Dan selain daripada itu kita juga berperanan untuk membantu industri dalam menyediakan latihan-latihan ataupun bimbingan yang berkaitan dengan update terkini ataupun perkembangan terkini tentang persijilan halal di Malaysia ini. Dan selain daripada itu, saya juga ingin memperkenalkan panel-panel kita yang kita bawa khusus pada pagi ini. Bersama saya di studio ini adalah Encik Muhammad Zaidi bin Sarip, Timbalan Pengarah bahagian pembangunan kurikulum daripada Department of Polytechnic ataupun Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti. Terima kasih. Selamat datang Encik Muhammad Zaidi. Saya panggil Encik Zaidi saja boleh Okey. Encik Zaidi ni sedikit background untuk berkenaan Encik Zaidi ni. Dia dah daripada tahun 2002 lagi dah telah bersama-sama dengan Jabatan Politeknik ni. Pernah posting ke banyak branches lah. Seperti kita tahu JPP ataupun Politeknik ni dia ada banyak cawangan di seluruh Malaysia. Dan the current one dia punya position ni memang dia di HQ di Galleria Putrajaya dan in charge of curriculum division ataupun bahagian kurikulum di bawah unit hospitality dan tourism ataupun hospitality dan pelancongan dan hospitality Okey, itu satu benda yang menarik yang nanti saya akan tanya kepada Encik Muhammad Zaidi. Dan seorang lagi panel kita bawa all the way from Japan, Cik Akmal Abdul Hasan, President of Muslim Professional Japan Association ataupun MPGA. Selamat datang, welcome Cik Akmal.
Terima kasih.
Atau the forum.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So Cik Akmal ni saya kenal dia dah lama, dia dah involve ataupun dah memang dekat di Japan tu dah lama sangat. One of the orang kata dah excel researchman dekat di Jepun tu. Banyak bisnes yang dia dah buat sekarang. One of it yang saya boleh katakan he's the biggest wholesaler of rice, Japan rice di Malaysia sekarang, Cik Akmal.
Yeah.
And you are the biggest distributor of beef wagyu juga from Japan to Malaysia sekarang betul?
Yeah.
Tanya Cik Akmal. But I'm sure benda tu bukan benda yang orang kata ambil masa yang singkat. I think it took a long effort lah sebelum berjaya ke arah tu, betul Cik Akmal?
Betul.
Okey, tak apa. Dewan we reserve sikit. So kita pun tak nak terkeluar daripada topik perbincangan kita pada pagi ini. So to start with, saya akan mula dengan Cik Zaidi lah sebagai panel yang pertama di studio ni. Jadi sebab kita tengok background Cik Zaidi daripada Jabatan Politeknik kan, dan kita tahu under Jabatan Politeknik ada mengeluarkan diploma pengurusan halal. Diploma pengurusan halal. Dan ada juga IPTA mengeluarkan ijazah tentang pengurusan halal apa semua kan. Dan yang saya agak mungkin ataupun terkeliru ataupun mungkin pendengar ataupun viewers dekat luar pun agak terkeliru. Kenapa pengurusan halal ni diletakkan di bawah bahagian pelancongan dan hospitality instead of the other bahagian kan? Mungkin Encik Zaidi boleh bagi penjelasan sikit?
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Di pihak kami di Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, sebetulnya ada dua unit yang terlibat secara langsung dengan halal eksekutif. Yang pertama adalah unit pelancongan dan hospitality, dan yang kedua adalah unit teknologi makanan ataupun dia unit teknologi pertanian tetapi di bawah program unit food technology. Okey, saya kebetulan mengetuai unit pelancongan dan hospitality. Dan bidang yang saya ketuai iaitu food service adalah bidang yang lebih dominan untuk melaksanakan halal. So halal eksekutif ini diletakkan di bawah saya untuk mengetuai. Kalau kita lihat program yang saya jaga iaitu diploma food service halal practice, kita ada 4 politeknik yang menawarkan program tersebut dan bilangan pelajarnya juga lebih ramai berbanding dengan unit yang food technology yang hanya ditawarkan di satu politeknik. Sebab itu program halal eksekutif ni diletakkan di bawah unit pelancongan dan hospitality. Asal ceritanya macam mana food service halal practice ni boleh ditawarkan adalah kami ingin menawarkan program food service dan kami melihat halal adalah satu keperluan kepada pelajar kami. Dan satu dia added value, maknanya dia ada food service dan dia ada halal. Dengan added value tersebut dia akan meningkatkan lagi graduate employability pelajar tersebut apabila dia masuk ke industri. Asalnya kami hanya memasukkan elemen halal sebagai salah satu subjek dalam food service ataupun perkhidmatan makanan. Tapi kemudian kami terus atas perbincangan dengan HDC masa itu, kami masukkan terus elemen halal tersebut. So nama program terus dinamakan sebagai Diploma Food Service Halal Practice. Dan di mana peratus, kalau kita lihat peratus modul yang ditawarkan, dalam 25% modulnya adalah modul halal eksekutif dan lagi 75% adalah food service. Maknanya dalam bidang skill food service tersebut.
Okey. Tadi Cik Zaidi maklumkan bahawa program berkenaan diploma halal ni bermula pada tahun 2010 dengan kerjasama daripada HDC kan. Tapi sekarang ni kita tengok you have embedded the course tu sekali dengan HPB punya ni, halal executive punya courses pula kan. Bila yang start mula ataupun course tu di-embeddedkan, di-combinekan sekali tu?
Kalau ikut sejarah, kita dah mula tawarkan khusus subjek halal food untuk program diploma hotel catering pada tahun 2010 lagi. Tapi start 2011 kami telah embed terus program halal eksekutif dalam program diploma food service halal practice. Masa itu dengan HDC, first time kita buat 2011, kemudian 3 tahun kemudian 2014 kita review semula untuk pastikan dia still relevant dengan keperluan industri, dan pada tahun 2019 kami buat keputusan untuk menukar kepada HBB JAKIM. Maknanya kita selaraskan semula keperluan halal eksekutif yang melalui JAKIM ke dalam program Diploma Food Service Halal Practice.
Okay.
So since 2019 sebetulnya kita punya program memang embed apa yang diajar, apa modul yang diperlukan di dalam halal eksekutif program sebetulnya telah ada di dalam Diploma Food Service Halal Practice. Dan juga Diploma Teknologi Makanan Pengurusan Halal.
Okay, the next question saya akan pergi kepada Cik Akmal. Basically Cik Akmal, you are graduated in Japan kan, dalam computer engineering from Gunma University, Tokyo, right?
Yes.
And then Cik Akmal sendiri as a president of MPGA. MPGA ni adalah salah satu badan persijilan halal yang diiktiraf oleh kerajaan Malaysia lah. Dan pada masa yang sama juga Cik Akmal sendiri adalah industry player dekat sana kan. So you nampak benda ni actually is akan melibatkan banyak practitioner halal yang akan involve kan, not only for CBs, also for the industry kan. So macam mana Cik Akmal nampak dari perspektif benda ni di luar negara, bukan kata kita, we're not talking about Malaysia sekarang, about di luar negara dulu. Okay, Cik Akmal silakan.
First and foremost, terima kasih banyak-banyak ketua organizer jemput saya untuk bagi talk pasal halal talent ni. Actually saya pun berminat nak give back to society, especially yang about halal eksekutif ni. Lepas tu siapa yang nak pergi overseas jadi halal auditor semua ni. Kalau kita tengok di Jepun Muslim population dekat Jepun cuma 150,000 out of 132 juta penduduk. So memang terlalu sikit sangat.
Minority.
Minority.
Yeah.
And then kalau kita tengok halal industri di Jepun sekarang, of course dalam trending yang okay before COVID lah. Dia dah go for inbound Japanese sekarang ni dia dah achieve nearly 40 million turis yang datang ke Jepun, dan juga banyak juga yang Muslim. Daripada Malaysia alone, last year before COVID dia dah ada lebih kurang 400,000 orang Malaysia yang datang ke Jepun. Daripada Indonesia kita ada lebih kurang 450,000 orang. Daripada Singapura ada 350,000 orang. Out of that daripada Malaysia lebih kurang 60% of 400,000 tu. Daripada Indonesia 90%. Daripada Singapura adalah 30%. So and then kita dah bukan macam dulu lah, bolehlah nampak dalam train tu ada orang pakai tudung sebelum COVID lah. Sebab dalam COVID condition ni, sekarang ni siapa pun tak boleh pergi Jepun. Lepas tu dia dah banyak restoran-restoran yang move towards halal. Ada yakiniku, BBQ dulu, satu zaman saya mula-mula start study sebab saya pergi Jepun 1990. Mungkin ada yang belum lahir lagi kot. Dalam student-student ni ramai yang belum lahir ikut 1990. Tahu berapa lama dah? 30 tahun lebih dah. So kalau compare dengan tu memang banyak lah. Even dulu daging 1 kilo pun tak ada yang halal di Jepun. Sekarang ni kita dah ada 3 dedicated halal slaughterhouse di Jepun, yang mana MPJA sendiri yang bagi certification. Kalau kita tengok industri pun dah banyak dah. Kalau tengok industri, kalau tengok world economy sekarang ni, Amerika pun tak apa bagus. China of course, but China still have Muslim 30 million. And then Europe pun tak bagus ekonomi tu. So dia shifting to Southeast Asia. Whereas Southeast Asia kita ada lebih kurang 60 juta penduduk, banyak Muslim. Bukan Indonesia, Malaysia, even kat Thailand pun kita ada 8 million Muslim dah. So sekarang ni dia dah shift kepada Muslim. Cuma sekarang ni kalau look at the halal executive perspective yang kita ada sekarang, even MPJA sendiri, kita ada halal auditor yang of course graduate from Malaysia University we have, and graduate from Indonesia University pun we have. Kita ada 3 halal dedicated slaughterhouse, whereas dia punya halal executive kat situ, sorry to say, all Indonesia.
Kenapa tu Cik Kamal? Why they are Indonesia ni is more marketable ke, ataupun macam mana in terms of from your view on these matters?
Okay, kalau tengok daripada industri sana, kita of course kita tak boleh look at Muslim perspective so much. Of course, the Japanese especially. Halal ni is a business. Dia nak tengok dia employ orang tu, dia boleh pay back balik tak? Dia get the costing, dia boleh cover ke tak? So kalau kita tengok orang Malaysia, sorry to say, saya pun employ orang Malaysia juga di Jepun. Cuma masalah sekarang ni, orang Malaysia ni kadang-kadang, sorry to say lah, kita tak tahu skill dia lagi, dia cuma tahu pasal halal, tapi dia dah demand so high. Kita for us, sorry to say lah, halal ni part of the certification yang kita kena dapat. The main thing is to move into sell product, make sure that kita punya barang jual. So kita nak orang yang understood about the industry yang kita nak masuk. Sebab apa saya ambil Indonesian for our slaughterhouse, because they know about the not only halal, they know about how to talk about selling product as well. Macam mana satu cattle tu dia punya sirloin dia macam mana, dia punya rib eye dia macam mana, dia punya chuck roll dia macam mana. Whereas orang Malaysia ni, sorry to say lah, yang saya jumpa, saya tak tahu yang lain. Yang saya interview ramai-ramai, semua tak tahu pasal benda tu. Cuma tahu pasal halal, nak buat halal audit, nak buat halal report, which is benda tu, benda tu bagi kita terhad. And then job scope dia tu, time consume dia tu very little. Kita nak orang yang multitask. Okay,
Cik Akmal, saya stopkan itu. Yang tu saya reservekan untuk next question untuk Cik Akmal. Okay, so kita tengok tadi Cik Zaidi, Cik Akmal sendiri dah cakap the demand tu banyak di overseas, especially di minority countries macam Japan kan. Dia punya Malaysian workers kat sana 400,000, more than dia orang punya Muslim punya population. Muslim population dia about 150,000 saja. So kan
400,000 tu Muslim yang turis datang.
Oh, turis datang. Okay. Not the workers lah.
No.
Okay, but still, okay, kita nampak apa yang Cik Akmal share tadi, basically is very high demand for overseas market kan. Tapi kita pun bila ada demand tu, kita nak kena pastikan bahawa bekalan kita pun mencukupi kan. So so far from JPP punya view ataupun perspektif kan, selama diperkenalkan ni, ada tak berapa banyak dah yang JPP dah produce ataupun keluarkan graduates from halal executive ni, dan ada tak JPP pernah buat some sort like macam follow up, tengok macam mana dia orang ni dah attach ke ataupun tak attach ke dengan industri, ataupun still looking, ataupun dia enhance dia punya skill lagi ke arah lain pula ke apa ke, ada tak benda-benda macam tu?
Okay, halal eksekutif di Politeknik. Sebetulnya memang saya kata tadi kita dah lama, tapi basically kita betul-betul serius is since 2018 and 2019.
Okay, last 2 years lah.
Last 2 years ni memang kita aktif betul, especially lepas kita collaborate dengan JAKIM. Setakat ni kalau ikut statistik, kita ada daripada 37 politeknik, kita baru ada 5 saja politeknik yang certified as halal trainer, halal provider, halal training provider. Daripada 5 politeknik kita ada 30 trainer yang certified, dan dalam 2 tahun ni alhamdulillah kami telah menghasilkan lebih 500 orang halal eksekutif. Cumanya macam saya cakap tadi, halal eksekutif kami dia attach dengan program, maknanya daripada 500 halal eksekutif, mereka juga adalah lepasan diploma food service halal practice dan diploma food technology halal management. So kalau kita nak kata 500 tu bilangannya ramai, tapi dari segi pekerjaan selepas dia keluar daripada institusi, mereka ada banyak pilihan. Tak semestinya mereka kerja sebagai halal exec. Betul. Dan kita buatlah kita pernah buat survey ringkas lah, ke mana pelajar ni pergi sebetulnya. 80% daripada 500 tu dia pergi kepada food service dan food technology. Maknanya dia bekerja dalam dia punya bidang dia, bidang skill work dia. Dalam 10% dia yang sebetulnya bekerja directly sebagai halal exec. Cumanya kenapa program ni
so maksud Cik Zaidi 80% tu kalau kata dia from hospitality dengan pelancongan, mostly 80% tu kerja di bahagian pelancongan lah.
Di bahagian pelancongan. Tapi bila dia ada halal eksekutifnya certificate, dia sebenarnya memudahkan dia untuk dapat kerja, di mana company biasanya dia tak nak invest lagi, nak train staff dia untuk pergi halal eksekutif, ataupun nak bagi masa untuk staff dia pergi belajar lagi. Dia nak graduate yang masuk ke industri, orang kata job ready. Budak tu, student tu dah ada halal exec, budak tu dah ada halal slaughtering certificate, dia dah ada segalanya, termasuk juga skill work.
So betul lah apa yang Cik Akmal tadi cakap tadi. So maknanya dia untuk jadi halal exec ni should have multi skill. Sebab tu you kata tadi apa 80% dia kerja dalam bahagian pelancongan, tapi dia ada added advantage product from politeknik ni sebab dia ada skill lain.
Cuma saya nak terbalikkan lah, dia bukan halal exec yang ada multi skill, kami menghasilkan multi skill yang ada halal exec. Sebab kami punya ratio tadi memang 70% adalah skill work, 20% something halal exec. Sebab tu kami punya graduan walaupun ada halal exec, tapi dia balik ke industri dalam bidang tourism hospitality.
Tapi feedback yang saya dapat lah, maybe saya turn back to Cik Akmal lah, from the industry punya perspektif kan, basically of course sekarang ni everybody is, orang kata even especially industry, dia berbelanja berhemah lah kan. Dia berbelanja berhemah sebab during pandemic COVID lah, ataupun not only masa COVID pun memang kita amat berhati-hati lah kan. So dia ada pro and cons lah. Maksud saya sekarang ni kalau kata di Malaysia, if the industry hiring fresh graduates, of course fresh graduate tak payah nak bayar tinggi-tinggi kan. Sebab dia baru fresh, kita ada minimum cut payment kat sini lah, salary wages punya ni kan. Tapi adakah benda tu sepatutnya memang yang diperlukan oleh pihak industri? Memang dia nak akan willing to take the fresh graduate, ataupun dia akan willing to take more experienced workers untuk kerja dengan dia in terms of kalau dia involved in industri halal? What's your opinion on this one, Cik Akmal?
Kalau kita tengok, saya ada company di Malaysia. Saya ada 2 company di Malaysia. Nombor 1 kita buat rice wholesaler. And then of course JAKIM certified. And then kita ada halal exec dekat situ juga. And then satu lagi saya ada company yang wagyu importer, dan of course kita ada halal certified by JAKIM, dan kita ada halal exec. Tapi bila kita nak dapatkan fresh graduate untuk kerja dengan kita mula-mula untuk halal exec tu, kita punya request from the industry, kita nak halal exec yang willing to do sales. So bila kita tengok dalam tu, yang mana yang apply job dekat company saya di Malaysia, kebanyakannya memang purposely nak jadi halal exact saja.
Okey.
So dia tak nak terfikir pasal sale apa semua tu. Lepas tu kita minta kalau dia nak jadi halal exact, supposedly dia mesti ada ISO punya certificate ataupun dia ada
LMS lah, Quality Management System.
Management system. So kebanyakan yang kita tengok sekarang ni dia banyak, kalau dia nak jadi halal exact, saya tu to me too limited dia punya kerja. So kita ambil, of course kita ambil juga fresh graduate. Kita bukan meeting, kita interview dia and then kita tanya dia willing to become our sales ke tak. So yang mana yang akan jadi sales kita, alhamdulillah kita ambil lah. Yang mana tak jadi sales, tapi sorry to say lah, daripada 100 orang yang willing jadi sales tu cuma less than 10%. Semua.
Okey, Cik Akmal, kalau kita tengok halal professional board requirement kan, untuk seseorang melayakkan diri untuk mengambil halal executive course, dia mesti ada diploma pengurusan halal ataupun from background of halal lah. Tapi apa yang industri nak actually is a requirement on other skills kan, macam Encik Akmal cakap, ada sales skill, marketing skills, decision making skill, semua benda tu amat diperlukan dalam industri kan. So apa pendapat Encik Akmal, should HPB revise balik on the requirement tu ke, ataupun this is the demand from industry kepada HPB untuk tengok balik benda-benda macam ni?
Kalau kita tengok when we talk about going abroad, kita tak tengok dalam Malaysia, kita tengok pergi Jepun ke, pergi Korea ke, pergi US ke, pergi Europe ke. Of course dalam banyak industri yang company-company besar macam Itoen ke, company yang buat ocak besar-besar tu, semua dia memang going for halal, tapi dia tak nak orang yang just purposely halal. Dia nak orang yang multi skill, supaya if anything happen, senang dia boleh, you understand the product and easy for you to do halal. And then kalau boleh macam saya cakap tu, universiti di Malaysia, dia bukan takat halal exact aja, tapi dia skill macam ISO skill to get some sort of, kita sekarang go for macam Europe standard skill ataupun American standard skill. Sebab kita kena fikir yang kita ni akan pergi abroad. Kita pergi abroad, the world is more bigger, and then kita punya rival tu bukan takat dalam orang Malaysia yang graduate daripada UiTM, graduate daripada USM, graduate daripada Politeknik. Bukan itu saja. Kita akan fighting with the halal so-called exact ni from Indonesia. And then sekarang ni Brunei is doing the same thing. Singapore is also doing the same thing. Lepas tu kita tengok dekat US punya CB, Certified Body pun creating halal exact juga untuk fulfill the demand. Tapi sebab dia base dekat sana and they understand the culture sana, understand the industry sana. So kita ni kalau dekat Jepun kita prefer cari orang yang understand the industry. Kalau tak understand industry, kita pernah juga dapatkan orang macam tu. Woi, pening.
So jadi based on the industry demand yang di highlightkan ni Cik Akmal kan, sebab you pun involved directly on the module development kan, so adakah benda-benda yang diminta di industri ni akan diambil kira ataupun improvekan dalam modul pembangunan untuk halal eksekutif ataupun diploma tu sendiri dalam masa hadapan ni?
Buat masa ni untuk diploma food service halal practice contohnya lah, kami memang mengajar tentang food service. Maksudnya kalau dari segi kitchen operation, kitchen design, dari segi restoran operation, restoran design, mana skill work on food service, kita memang ajar. Pada masa yang sama, kami juga mengajar management. Contohnya dari segi human resource management, marketing management, accounting. Benda tu juga diajar kepada pelajar tersebut.
Okay.
Selain daripada halal eksekutif punya modul lah. So basically kita nak cuba mengeluarkan pelajar yang balance lah. Kalau dia nak kerja di food service, dia ada base, dia ada knowledge dia lengkap untuk food service. Kalau dia nak bekerja sebagai halal exec, dia ada ilmu tentang halal exec dari segi practical, dari segi knowledge dia ada. Cuma mungkin sedikit kekurangan dari sudut practical lah, sebab kita punya praktikal ataupun latihan industri 5 bulan di semester akhir.
Okay.
So memang kita dah equipkan student dengan knowledge dan skill, tapi bila dia pergi ke company untuk industrial practical, sepatutnya masa itulah dia tunjukkan bahawa dia ada ilmu, sekarang ni dia perlu experience. Dalam 5 bulan tu dia kena show lah semua yang dia ada. Dia nak impress dia punya boss supaya lepas ni bos dia boleh mungkin ambil dia sebagai pekerja ataupun kalau tak permanent job pun dia jadi trainee dulu. So sebab experience tu sangat penting dan experience tak dapat di institusi. Experience kena dapat di luar, di industri.
Tapi saya tertarik dengan apa yang Cik Zadi nyatakan tadi kan. 5 month experience ataupun attachment dekat industri kan, industry placement. From the industry punya perspektif, dia rasa wajar ke ataupun mencukupi ke 5 bulan tu kan untuk student attest? Sanggupkah kita bagi satu tugas yang orang kata yang very critical punya tugas ataupun yang berat kan? Contohnya nak jadi apa on the purchasing punya ni side ke ataupun on the management side ke kan, dalam tempoh 5 bulan tu. So macam mana JPP nak pastikan bahawa all your student yang buat placement kat industri tu takkan duduk untuk buat kerja-kerja yang tak kritikal sangat tu?
Sebetulnya di JPPKK ataupun di Department of Polytechnic and College Community, kita ada 2 bentuk industrial attachment. Tapi untuk yang Diploma Food Service Halal Practice dan Diploma Food Technology Halal Management, kami mengambil satu pendekatan yang pertama di mana 5 bulan 5 bulan industrial training. Cuma bila tempohnya hanya 5 bulan dan pelajar perlu belajar segala-galanya dalam tempoh 5 bulan, daripada awal planning perlu dibuat dengan betul. Saya bagi contoh apa yang kami buat di salah satu politeknik, contohnya di Politeknik Merlimau Melaka lah. Kita memang attach terus dengan QSR brand di KFC, sebab pelajar ni dia nak dapatkan diploma food service halal practice. So dia perlu latihan industrinya di company yang ada halal. Supaya dia boleh belajar macam mana proses, macam mana nak dapatkan halal, macam mana nak mengekalkan halal, nak buat internal auditor dan sebagainya. So syaratnya company tu kena halal, kena dah ada sertifikat halal, sertifikat halal ataupun sekurang-kurangnya sedang dalam proses untuk mendapatkan halal.
So inisiatif tu dibuat oleh Politeknik?
Dari segi pelaksanaannya memang macam tu. So kalau tempoh 5 bulan, kalau dia pelajar boleh mendapat company yang betul, maknanya dia nak belajar halal. So dia pergi company yang sedang dalam proses mendapatkan halal, so dia akan dapat experience tu. Tapi kalau ada juga pelajar kita yang sebab dia memang nak halal, dia memang nak bekerja sebagai halal exec. So dia purposely memang latihan industri di institusi kerajaan, sama ada di JAKIM ataupun Jabatan Agama Islam Negeri, ataupun ramai juga yang pergi ke hospital. Sebab hospital dia memang sangat menitik beratkan pasal halal, pasal kualiti makanan dan sebagainya. So dengan experience tu, dia boleh membentuk dia punya experience untuk menjadi seorang halal exec.
So in terms of supply, kita tengok Politeknik Cik Akmal dah buat usulkan pelbagai inisiatif lah untuk make sure that student yang grad tu akan dapat ada sedikit experience before they go into reality of a working environment. Cuma yang saya nampak kat CD, kalau kita tengok dari sudut halal eksekutif ni kan, kita tahu industri halal ni is expanding. Dia bukan fokus on the food and beverages saja. Ada demand from halal pharmaceutical, from consumer good, apa semua kan. So apa pendapat Encik Akmal? Sebab apa yang kita tahu sekarang ni memang is currently producing based on the food and services punya background saja. Kan?
First kali saya nak add pasal tadi berbincang pasal student punya kita buat
placement.
Kita buat praktikal dekat industri-industri. Kita pun di Malaysia kita ada tie up dengan UiTM. Kita pun ambil 6 bulan ada 4-5 orang memang buat praktikal dekat company saya di Serdang tu. Cuma sekarang ni masalah dia bila kita tengok dia punya CV tu memang tulis panjang berjela lah. Cuma apa yang kita tengok student Malaysia ni compact macam kita dekat overseas, compact dengan student daripada Indonesia, student daripada Singapura, halal exec dari sana. Bukan itu pun Singapura bukan halal exec pun sangat pun. Cuma dia tahu pasal halal lah, Muslim. Dia punya dia punya public speaking dia punya confident level Malaysia ni, especially student. Saya bercakap bukan student yang bukan daripada politeknik lah, yang mana dah interview dengan kita, saya tengok confident level untuk public speaking ni worse, susah. memang tak ada langsung.
Okay.
Itu nombor satu yang saya minta universiti-universiti kalau boleh try to train kita punya Malaysian student yang nak graduate tu to do more public speaking, and then to raise up their voice pasal dia punya opinion dia punya what dia punya thinking. Semua ni banyak pandai menulis ya, bila bercakap tak pandai.
Yeah.
Itu masalah yang student kita sekarang. Kalau kita tengok dari segi industri di Jepun, of course bukan dekat food service, kita ada even company yang buat COVID punya ubat di Jepun pun ada yang minta halal daripada kita juga.
Yeah. Betul.
Pharmaceutical. Lepas tu cuma masalah ada sekarang ni, of course lah dia punya ingredient apa semua tu, and then kalau kita nak ambil student kita graduated kita ke sana, masalah dia sekarang pasal language pula. Dia cuma tahu pasal halal apa semua tu, pasal COVID punya ini tak tahu pula. So so industri yang kita nak cakap pasal halal ni memang dekat Jepun pun dah, saya nak cakap tuan-tuan kat sini, company yang datang apply halal pada MPJA 90% is a public listed company dekat Jepun. 90% company yang involved dalam medical, pharmaceutical, food very less. Sebab food ni kebanyakannya dia tak invest di Jepun. Dia start moving to country, Muslim country like Malaysia, Indonesia, dia invest kat sana. Jadi dia tak ambil halal di tempat sana. Tapi company yang other than food industry, especially kalau kat Jepun, pharmaceutical lah. Memang banyak yang minta halal daripada kita. So student dan pharmaceutical tu memang ada chances untuk kerja sana. Tapi macam saya cakap tadi, dia kena good in public speaking, and then industri dia tahu. And then sorry to say lah, kadang-kadang Malaysia punya student ni general knowledge dia tak berapa tinggi sangat.
Okay.
Kita about GDP dekat Jepun, itu pun tak tahu. What is GDP pun tak tahu.
Okay.
And then talk about population dekat Jepun pun tak tahu. So susah lah. So sorry to say lah, korang baca paper. Ini benda-benda yang kita dapat lah selama ni, yang kita duk try tie up with the halal talented Malaysia, untuk kita pun training juga nak bawa orang Malaysia pergi sana. Tapi at the end susah.
Okay. So apa yang kita dengar tadi, basically Cik Akmal dah cakap kan, kita nak halal practitioner ataupun halal yang ada multi skill kan, apa semua. Dan Cik Zaidi pun dah maklumkan juga tadi, mana dia dalam kos-kos yang kita bangun, kita dah embedkan dengan additional skill kan. Tapi saya nampak benda ni actually bergantung pada human tu sendiri juga, human factor, inisiatif dia sendiri juga. Mana dia tak boleh berpuas-hati dengan apa yang dia dapat. Bukan just sekeping ijazah atau diploma, basically dia sendiri kena improve diri dia dengan additional skill. Dia kena pergi kursus pendek ke, short course ke. Kalau kata dia memang berhasrat nak pergi ke overseas untuk jadi auditor ataupun halal eksekutif, dia kena pergilah language punya classes kat sana, Jerman ke, Japan ke, Mandarin ke kan. Kita tahu banyak demand from overseas kan. Cuma sekarang kalau saya nak share sedikit, saya ambil satu data from DOSM ataupun Department of Statistics Malaysia. Okay. Malaysian punya labor employed, dia punya statistik in 2020 as per June itu, the total employed is 14.99%, 99 million. Okay, 14.99 million. Tapi actually is macam sedikit drop compared to 2019 dalam 1.096% kan. Mana dia of course kita nampak number of orang yang akan diambil kerja tu dah jatuh daripada 2019 ke 2020 sebanyak 1.096%. Ini juga saya assume ataupun saya yakin benda ni pun termasuk juga dengan halal industri. So macam mana pihak politeknik tengok dari sudut ni? Sebab kita tahu you keep producing the halal executive, supply tu sentiasa ada kan, tapi number of total employed tu makin kurang. So apa persediaan dari pihak politeknik untuk meyakinkan kepada pihak industri, pihak pelajar ni yang nak ambil kos?
Basically secara umumnya kami di Jabatan Politeknik dan College Community kami review curriculum every 3 to 5 years. Maknanya setiap kali 3-4 tahun kita akan review dan kita akan tengok balik trend semasa, kita akan tengok balik trend pekerjaan dan sebagainya. So in 2019 kita baru keluarkan kurikulum yang sebenarnya yang terkini lah untuk 2019 hingga 2022. Masa kami develop design balik kurikulum tu, banyak perkara yang kami tengok. So isu-isu terkini contoh macam IR 4.0 dan digital world semua ni, so semua tu termasuk dalam kami punya pertimbangan lah untuk design kurikulum. Tetapi untuk program diploma food service halal practice ni, kami juga cuba menerapkan perkara-perkara macam tu. Maknanya kita bukan hanya belajar halal, kita bukan hanya belajar tentang food service, kita kena juga melibatkan pelajar dengan benda-benda baru, especially yang IR 4.0 punya technologies. Cumanya kalau di Malaysia mungkin dia tidak nampak sangat perkembangan IR 4.0 ni buat masa sekarang. Tapi dari masa ke semasa kita kena tengok benda tu. Dari segi design kurikulum, kita akan biasanya kita letak secara umum lah. Dalam silibus tu kita letak perkembangan semasa. Maknanya peka dengan perkembangan semasa dari segi teknologi dan sebagainya. So mungkin dari segi macam sembelihan bukan lagi macam dulu kalau kita korban, korek tanah sembelih. Kan sembelihan sekarang ni dah gantung lembu tu kita sembelih kan, nak pastikan dia bersih dan selamat dan sebagainya. Teknologi-teknologi macam tu mungkin dia belum lagi banyak di Malaysia, tapi dia ada di luar negara. So kalau kita tak boleh nak tengok secara live pun, kita boleh tengok secara video dan sebagainya. So kita nak equip pelajar bukan hanya kepada keperluan halal, keperluan food service, juga keperluan untuk ambil kira perkembangan teknologi dan sebagainya.
Jadi Cik Zaidi setuju tak kalau saya kata bila kita graduate dalam halal eksekutif ataupun kita ada HE punya course kan, sebab kita tahu sekarang ni keadaan pekerjaan pun tak tentu kan, makin turun. Kita perlu ada juga keyakinan dengan knowledge yang kita ada tu, mungkin kita boleh venture sebagai ke arah sektor lain. Mungkin kita boleh jadi usahawan sendiri ataupun kita boleh jadi digital usahawan, entrepreneur digital apa semua. Macam mana? Setuju tak dengan pendapat saya tu?
Setuju. Sebab sebetulnya di Politeknik pun kami menerapkan elemen-elemen entrepreneurship. Maknanya pelajar tak semestinya keluar dan perlu cari kerja. Dia boleh develop kerja dia sendiri. Sebetulnya dia boleh start from zero pun sebab dia ada basic, dia ada ilmu tentang food service, dia ada, maknanya dia ada basic tentang masakan. Dia boleh buat makanan dia sendiri dan dia boleh, sebab kita ajar juga marketing, kita ajar juga accounting. So untuk dia buka bisnes dia sendiri pun sebetulnya tak ada masalah. Cuma mungkin support daripada family untuk modal dan sebagainya. Lagipun sekarang ni banyak bantuan-bantuan kerajaan berkaitan dengan untuk pembangunan usahawan dan sebagainya.
Ya, betul. So Cik Akmal, kita ambil kesempatan jugalah sedikit saya nak tanya pasal because of the pandemic, global pandemic dengan COVID-19 ni kan. Sebab COVID-19 ni is affect all the industry, not only halal lah, semua kan. So from your side, you nampak benda ni actually is a opportunity ke ataupun is a threat to the halal industry to grow? Kan? Sebab kalau kata kita ada banyak supply, banyak permintaan pun, tapi sebab of the COVID-19, bukan kata businesses ambil precaution buat cost cutting, buang pekerja apa semua kan, tapi kita should tengok benda tu from the other side ataupun the other angle ke macam mana, ataupun what happened in Japan macam mana? Mungkin you boleh share your experience sikit dari segi benda ni, Cik Akmal.
Saya look at benda ni as opportunity, especially halal exec ni, untuk dia mengekangkan dia punya kelebihan, dia punya kebolehan dalam diri dia. Contoh dia sekarang ni, kalau kita tengok di Malaysia, saya tak tengok di Jepun lagi, kita tengok di Malaysia sekarang ni, kita tengok kita ada company yang ada halal, tapi kita tak ada company yang really looking at sama ada orang tu betul-betul follow halal atau tidak. I mean the company itself memang tak ada benda yang tak ada authority. Of course ada authority, tapi tak so strict macam dekat Jepun. Dia ada authority macam kita sendiri pun 3 bulan sekali kita go for check up. So benda-benda yang sepatutnya government boleh memainkan peranan untuk set satu yang dipanggil orang yang control sama ada betul-betul orang tu buat halal ke tak. And then benda ni kita boleh pakai halal exec yang sekarang ni surplus dekat Malaysia ni untuk jadi authority ataupun untuk pergi check dekat premis ataupun factory yang dia kata halal tapi dia tak buat halal betul-betul. Maksud dia kat Malaysia ni very good facility but very poor mentality. Maintenance tu korang.
Okay.
Kita memang facility kita very good. Even Putrajaya is one of the best building dekat Malaysia. Tapi when we look at one by one, kadang-kadang dah retak kat sini, retak kat sana. Sama jugalah dengan Halal ni. Jakim of course one of the best halal authority owned by government. And then, tapi bila tengok dia punya quality of nak make sure orang tu betul-betul implement halal ke tak. Itu saja. Kita pun tak tahu cara nak alih company ni ni betul-betul dia buat halal ke tak. So tak ada orang yang buat spot check yang of course
pemantauan, monitoring lah Encik Akmal.
Monitoring itu nombor satu. Kalau kita tengok dekat overseas sekarang ni, of course macam dekat Jepun pun because of inbound ni sekarang banyak restoran-restoran halal close. Even ramen halal yang memang jadi booming dulu pun banyak yang close. Tempat-tempat yang kita bagi halal dekat restoran di Jepun pun hampir 99% close. Sorry to say lah. Tapi sekarang ni is a time untuk kita start cari kebolehan lain daripada halal. Macam apa yang saya buat dekat office saya ambil 5 orang student daripada UiTM, saya letak kat dia dekat SNS division kita. Positioning dia untuk tahu pakai Facebook, Instagram, macam mana nak viral, macam mana nak upload social media. So benda-benda yang bagi saya ni sekarang ni of course memang tak ada tempat, tapi but they still have time to go for learning something. Yang mana maybe university self kena buat extra course. Lepas halal, okay, kita bagi for the pandemic season ni, kita bagi you belajar pasal IT, belajar pasal basic ekonomi, belajar pasal untuk you senang pergi outside the world lah. Especially kalau nak fight outside Malaysia nanti. Senang nak cari kerja. Kalau tidak, susah.
Okey, cuma saya nak tanya satu ni lah pendapat Cik Akmal kan. Di bawah halal profesional, halal eksekutif ni sekarang ni diparkingkan ataupun diletakkan di bawah halal professional board. Okey, dimonitorkan oleh halal professional board. Tapi profesional, nama profesional adalah satu nama yang sangat berat pada saya lah, pendapat saya. Kan, macam kalau kita tengok profession lain lah kan, engineering, nak jadi profesional ni you must obtain IR. Kan, accounting, you kena ada ACCA contohnya kan. Tapi memadaikah daripada halal eksekutif yang kita lahirkan ni boleh diklasifikasikan sebagai halal profesional? Itu pendapat, apa pendapat Cik Akmal on that part?
Saya rasa perkataan profesional ni kita tak sampai to level profesional yet. Sorry to say. Sebab kalau kita tengok outside the world, Indonesia pun cakap dia halal champion, Malaysia pun cakap halal champion sekarang ni, Brunei pun dah nak jadi halal champion, Turki pun nak jadi halal champion. Tapi dia punya mutual recognition among themselves ada, tapi dia tak recognize kita punya halal exact kita. Okay. So perkataan profesional tu, suppose government kena ada satu sistem, satu exam macam ACCA. ACCA kita ada dekat Malaysia, kita ada ACCA, dekat Australia kita ada ACCA, dekat UK kita ada ACCA. Kalau dia lepas ACCA tu, dia pergi kat mana pun been recognized. Tapi
mana dia ada satu professional punya exam lah untuk dia orang ni.
So bila lepas exam tu, and then baru kita boleh call them professional. Yang mana dia boleh go for different industry, dia boleh become knowing, and then any industry, any country of the world ni dia ni valuable. Sekarang ni bila kita cakap pasal halal professional board dalam Malaysia, sorry to say, dalam Malaysia boleh cakap macam tu, tapi bila nak pergi overseas tak boleh, susah. Sebab ada setengah tu dia tak recognize pun.
Betul. So from academic perspective lah Cik Zadi, should HPB ni govern halal eksekutif ni, ataupun dia should go higher lagi ke level 1, level 2, peringkat yang lebih tinggi macam Cik Akmal cakap tadi, at least 15 years or 20 years experience, ataupun dia go through the professional punya exam ke, baru layak dipanggil halal professional. Halal exec ni kita leave it to the other parties ataupun other agencies to govern this one. Apa pendapat Cik Zadi yang disebut?
Okay, saya setuju dengan apa Cik Akmal cakap lah. Sebab sebenarnya kami mengeluarkan halal exec. Tapi once dia dah masuk ke industri, mungkin dia dah sepatutnya menjadi halal profesional. Nak menjadi halal profesional tu mungkin itu bukan tugas institusi pendidikan lagi dah. Dia dah jadi tugas industri nak mendefine level mana profesional tu baru dah tercapai level tu baru kita boleh anggap dia sebagai profesional. Sebab kami selama ni kami mengeluarkan halal exec, halal eksekutif untuk keluarkan redaksi dan bekerja. Dan saya setuju juga dengan doktor punya cadangan tadi, dia kena ada orang ataupun badan yang menjaga profesional tu macam mana. Dan yang nak menjaga tu dia mungkin dia bukan kerajaan lah, dia mesti daripada NGO ataupun dari persatuan macam doktor punya persatuan tadi apa ya, MPA ataupun Cik Akmal punya persatuan yang boleh bergabung. Semua persatuan-persatuan yang yang terlibat dengan halal exec, halal profesional ni bergabung untuk mewujudkan satu yang macam ACCA, macam IR kan. Supaya ending dia halal eksekutif atau halal profesional ni nilainya tinggi. So nak menjadikan itu, kita memang perlukan industri lah. Di peringkat kami di institusi, sebetulnya kami support dengan para pekerja tu supaya kita boleh nampak perbezaan start daripada dia halal exec, selepas beberapa tahun kerja dia boleh jadi halal profesional. So kita nampak perkembangan kejaya dan itu memudahkan kami di peringkat institusi untuk mendidik pelajar macam mana dia nak menuju ke arah itu.
Career enhancement dia orang tu kan. Okey, saya nak ambil peluang juga sebab kita pun ada beberapa soalan daripada audience ataupun from the viewers kita ni. Saya share question ni dulu, lepas tu nanti saya akan appoint siapa-siapalah daripada panel untuk menjawab. Ada soalan yang pertama, dia menyatakan bahawa bekalan halal eksekutif daripada IPT dan HPB itu sendiri kebanyakannya fokus kepada food and beverage industries. Saya rasa saya dah ulang cerita ni tadi kan. What about the other industry macam dia kata pharmaceutical ke, kosmetik ke, apa yang IPT ataupun JPP sendiri dari perspektif HZD buat untuk menyiapkan halal exec kita ni dengan ilmu-ilmu daripada orang kata skim yang lain ataupun macam kosmetik dan tu apa semua.
Okey, di peringkat kami di JPP KK, sebetulnya polisi kami bukan ke arah itu, ke arah kosmetik ke sains perubatan tu semua kami bukan ke arah itu. So apa yang kami buat setakat ni hanya dari sudut food service dan food technology. Itu je yang memang dalam forte kami lah. So sekiranya nak venture ke arah itu, kita kena minta
IPT sebab saya nampak kosmetik ataupun pharmaceutical ni is a technical juga kan, is a technical sesuai dengan nama politeknik yang menyediakan technical punya bekalan ataupun student ni kan. Adakah itu ada dalam pipeline politeknik di masa hadapan?
Tak ada. Kami paling hampir pun sebenarnya kami ada diploma kecantikan, tapi itu adalah lebih kepada penggunaan. Dia bukan lebih kepada nak mengeluarkan produk. So sekiranya diploma kecantikan sebenarnya tak sesuai untuk diberi status halal, nak memberi pelajar kita halal eksekutif sebab dia hanya pengguna. So sebetulnya pada pihak kami, kita serahlah perkara ini kepada institusi yang menawarkan program yang ke arah itu, yang mengeluarkan kosmetik, yang mengeluarkan perkara-perkara macam itulah.
Okay.
So dia bukan untuk politeknik dan college community.
So maybe dia ada PTA boleh tengok lah benda-benda ni kan. Bukan buat masa sekarang, bukan bawah JPP dan college community. Okay, the next question saya rasa saya panjangkan kepada Cik Akmal lah. Dia kata the perception on halal certification is hard to get, susah nak dapat. Ada lagi perception yang kita selalu duk dengar daripada market, daripada industri, susah nak dapat sijil halal ni. And some companies they need to convince and why they should apply for halal. Kenapa dia orang perlu memohon sijil halal kan? So apa pendapat Cik Akmal, sama ada halal eksekutif yang kita ada ni boleh atas yang kita keluarkan ni boleh ke manage benda ni, boleh menguruskan ke tak benda ni? Satu, pasal sijil halal susah nak dapat. Yang keduanya, kenapa dia orang memerlukan sijil halal? Jadi halal eksekutif tu boleh ke convincekan majikan tu they should apply for halal untuk boostkan dia orang punya ni?
Okay, kalau dekat Jepun, actually company nak dapat halal tu, macam saya nak suruh nak minta slaughterhouse yang saya buat halal dedicated dekat Jepun tu mengambil masa 10 tahun.
10 tahun
10 tahun. Saya start tahun 2007 and then they go for dedicated tahun 2017. Sebelum tu kita bawa satu ekor sembelih by Indonesian, lepas tu kita jual online macam tu lah. Bawa satu. So nak convince dia untuk buat halal tu memang tu sangat susah unless kita dah ada market. So what I did last time, kita bawa owner of the slaughterhouse tu melawat Malaysia, melawat Indonesia, melawat Dubai, melawat Thailand. Kita tunjuk kat dia market-market. Saya rasa sebab tu saya kata sekarang, kalau halal exact tu cuma tahu pasal halal, dia tak tahu pasal general knowledge pun tak tahu. Lepas tu demand pun tak tahu. Lepas tu industri pun tak tahu. Memang susah untuk dia nak convince employer dia tu untuk dapatkan halal. Tapi actually bila untuk dapatkan halal ni bagi saya tak susah, cuma ambil masa lah. Kadang-kadang ni kalau dekat Malaysia, of course lah authority tu, malah nak sebut nama lah. Kadang-kadang dia punya schedule pun kita nak kena follow.
Ya.
Tu susah sikit nak dapat halal. Tapi dari segi halal ni to me dekat overseas ni just like ISO kan. So kita kalau label jual barang dekat Jepun pun kita tak letak halal is a big logo. Halal tu kita letak partly bawah tu saja. So halal is actually not a must, is actually a plus point for them to go bigger market, itu saja.
Yalah. So what you saying actually, kalau kata memang ada permintaan tu on halal tu, definitely majikan ke employer ke bisnes memang dia pun akan tengok lah ke arah tu kan.
Itulah sebab dia kalau halal exact ni dia perlukan multi skill yang boleh convince dia punya employer. Okay, there is a demand untuk you punya produk, and then macam wasabi kalau fikir kenapa dapat halal padahal wasabi tu daun aja, tapi ni halal sebab ada demand di overseas, di luar apa semua tu, yang mana halal exact tu sendiri kalau dia ada knowledge pasal makanan Jepun, betul kenapa pakai wasabi, and then wasabi boleh go for supplement industri juga. So benda-benda macam tu yang dia sepatutnya ada bagi saya lah. Okay, saya teruskan dengan soalan yang ketiga. Saya tuju dengan Cik Zaidi. Ada pertanyaan daripada audiens yang mengatakan bahawa sebelum ni halal eksekutif kita adalah dibuat dalam tempoh 6 bulan punya duration di bawah HDC dulu kan, includes technical dengan practical knowledge on halal kan. So kebanyakannya they are doing well lah. Apa yang ada di market sekarang ni, yang orang kata all the experience halal executive is coming from that program. Sekarang ni the current HPB training 70 jam kan, IHA 100 hours kan. So adakah itu memadai perbandingan? Sebab you datang from two generation Cik Zadi, USDC pun pernah ni kan. So yang current HPB pun you tengok macam mana?
Okay, kalau pada kami lah, masa kami design dengan HDC dulu, dia memang embed modul yang 6 bulan tu, embed ke dalam silibus kami yang 3 tahun. So basically dia tak ada isu, daripada 6 bulan pergi 3 tahun, dia lagi lama dia belajar. Dan semua tu telah diajar dalam masa 3 tahun. Once dia graduate, dia dapat dual certificate. Maknanya dia dapat diploma food service, dia dapat halal punya certificate. Itu masa dengan HDC. Once kita tukar kepada HPB JAKIM, sebetulnya kita embed juga silibus halal exact itu dalam silibus. Cuma JAKIM meminta kita supaya mengajar semula 70 hours tu. So basically kita
macam refresher lah.
So 70 hour pada pelajar kami sepatutnya hanya refresher lah. Sebab dia memang telah diajar untuk tempoh 3 tahun. Mana kita pecahkan sikit-sikit, embed dalam kurikulum. So sekiranya pelajar fokus belajar, sebetulnya dia tak ada isu, sepatutnya boleh. Sebab 6 bulan versus 3 tahun. So tempohnya panjang. Dan pelajar ada masa untuk belajar sedikit demi sedikit. Cuma macam saya cakapkan tadi, kekurangan kita adalah dari sudut experience lah. Sebab experience dia cuma hanya 5 bulan praktikal. Itu pun bergantung kepada company apa yang dia pergi. Dan kalau company tu memang seriously go on halal, sepatutnya student boleh dapat banyak experience di situ. Kalau mungkin company tu memang dah halal lama, memang selama ni dia implement halal, so sebetulnya pelajar dia takkan dapat belajar banyak, melainkan dia explore sendiri masa dia bekerja.
So Cik Akmal,
Yeah.
from your experience pula kan, you tengok dulu ADC come out with a 6-month program kan. Sekarang ni under HPP 70 hours kan. You tengok dari industri punya view, what's the quality yang dikeluarkan banding dulu dengan sekarang ni? Ada beza ke ataupun macam mana?
Saya tak ada experience lagi lah apa tu employ orang yang dah go through HDC punya program ni.
Okay, alright.
Tapi bagi saya masa tu terlalu singkat. Of course to become halal exec mungkin cukup lah, tapi to become an employee by employee by employer macam saya lah. Saya rasa tak sesuai kot. Benda tu terlalu singkat. Yang kita nak orang yang, sebab sekarang ni makin apa tu, world makin open, and then yang kita nak orang yang makin multitask. Kita bukan nak orang yang to certain industry. So kalau boleh HDC tie up dengan industri and then come up with syllabus. Contoh dia macam sekarang ni halal exec mungkin dalam food ataupun food and beverage ya. Kita boleh come up dengan logistik pun boleh juga halal exec. Yang mana yang Jakim bagi halal, dia ada kan kosmetik, pharmaceutical, lepas tu logistik. So benda-benda ni pun masuk dalam syllabus dia, and then get feedback from industry player. Dia nak curriculum yang macam mana, whether kita boleh tie up dengan dia untuk go for practical sekali, and then kita boleh tie up dengan dia untuk create new job pun boleh. Benda-benda yang more important than just to create, because kalau you nak create halal exec, bagi saya terlalu limit sangat. Whereas dalam industri kita tak nak orang yang macam tu, kita nak orang yang tahu macam-macam. Okay.
So ni quite related dengan the next question. Saya still maintain dengan Cik Akmal lah. Ada soalan tanya, apa patut yang dimainkan, peranan yang dimainkan oleh pihak kerajaan sekarang ni untuk balancekan between the supply and demand on the halal exec ni? Apa rules ataupun your suggestion from your suggestion?
Okay, bagi saya nombor satu tadi monitoring tu. Monitoring tu kita ada satu, kena create, government have to play a role, create satu independent ministry tak payahlah. Yang whatever kita dah bagi halal by authority, you need to go for checking. That will create job opportunity juga to the halal industry. And then kalau you nak hantar, nak buat program, nak export halal exec, so you have to tie up with, let's say kalau dekat Jepun dengan halal body kat sana ke, ataupun kalau dekat UK halal body sana ke, kalau dekat US halal body tu. And then create network to all those CBs in the world. Daripada situ dan kita tahu demand kita macam mana. Like Japan, kita nak orang yang tahu ada industri, tahu pasal cosmetic and pharmaceutical. Of course, logistik sekali. Kita tak nak just food and beverage saja. Kita nak orang tahu pasal the industry. Kalau mungkin dekat UK, you go for a different kind of industry, you go for different kind of demand. Sekarang ni, sorry to say lah, apa yang kita buat, government buat sekarang ni dalam konteks negara kita saja.
Confined within Malaysia saja.
So kalau nak go abroad, so government have to play the role lah. Kita get feedback from CB, demand, lepas tu kita ada link dengan CB, supaya macam tadi profesor cakap tadi, dia ada career development. Dia satu ada skim macam halal professional. This is halal professional. Dia ni boleh kerja kat mana-mana pun. Memang professional. And then dia boleh create pula, of course, to become halal consultant. Then to become business consultant ke, benda-benda macam tu. Yang sekarang ni saya tengok dalam Malaysia cuma kita baru at level very low level. Sampai to that level lagi.
So apa pendapat Cik Akmal? Contohnya kalau macam Halal International Selangor sendiri, dia come out with their own halal talent portal. Contohnya, all the portal talent semua letak situ. So they can market, they can promote the halal executive not only for Malaysian punya industry, for overseas juga. Contohnya macam Cik Akmal sebut tadi kan.
Itu is a good move lah, tapi tapi dia punya apa tu link with other CB tu macam mana? Macam
Itulah. Maybe they can work together ataupun calibrate lah kan. Mungkin Halal International Selangor they calibrate dengan JAKIM, kata okay, we will approach all the CB recognized by JAKIM kan untuk supply kan from this one, ataupun they can do scouting sendiri from the portal yang diorang developkan, Halal Talent, whoever registered. Dia ada boleh buat rating ke apa ke kan? What do you think about that, Cik Akmal?
Boleh. Macam saya ada experience ex-staff saya dulu kerja dengan saya dekat Jepun, dekat MPJA. Lepas tu of course dia tu graduate from UiTM Malaysia kot. Lepas tu saya hantar dia untuk jadi halal auditor untuk kita dapat sertifikat daripada MUI sekali. Lepas tu dia halal auditor untuk dapat sertifikat dekat UAE sekali. Lepas tu kita hantar dia untuk dapat sertifikat dekat JAKIM of course. At the end sekarang ni dia kerja kat mana tu? Kerja kat Holland.
Oh, okay. Dengan CB ke dengan industri?
Dengan CB.
Okay.
So benda-benda macam itulah yang sebab kita tak boleh cakap yang Malaysia JAKIM ni of course kita boleh cakap the best in the world lah, tapi Indonesia pun kata dia best juga. So for CB macam kita yang dekat overseas ni, kita tak nak seorang tu halal auditor kita tu cuma recognized by JAKIM. Kita nak halal auditor kita tu recognized by UAE, Sigma. Lepas tu kita nak halal auditor kita tu recognized by MUI juga. So kita terpaksa hantar dia pergi training dekat situ, yang mana government Malaysia patut play role. Kalau dia nak create halal professional betul-betul, siapa yang sampai certain level, dia boleh hantar dengan MUI punya training tu. Dia boleh hantar Sigma punya training dekat UAE. Then we can call him halal professional sebab dia recognized by world
countries. Sebab saya pun setuju dengan pendapat Cik Akmal tu, sebab kita tengok mostly CB lah. Cik Akmal cakap based on the CB experience. We are try to meet the industry punya demand. Industri ni dia takkan go for one market saja, dia akan go to multi markets kan, dia akan to Middle East, dia go to Europe. So semua halal auditor tu mesti must equip dengan ni kan, dengan knowledge yang mencukupi untuk dia orang apa semua ni. Dari sudut macam akademik pula Cik Zaidi kan, tadi soalan yang sama saya nak tanya kan, apa yang government patut buat? Kita tak nak IPTA, IPT, JPP sendiri pun keep produce halal Z kan, nanti akan jadi surplus in the market kan. So apa yang you should cadangkan ataupun you nak cadangkan kepada kerajaan untuk balancekan permintaan dan penawaran ni?
Saya setuju dengan Cik Akmal cakap tadi lah. Sebenarnya kena ada badan yang govern perkara ni. Dari segi perkembangan dia macam mana, next nak buat apa. Sebab setakat ni apa yang kami di IPT buat adalah produce HEP. Kita keep on produce. Maknanya dalam 2 tahun kami boleh produce 500 orang. Tak mustahil dalam 10 tahun akan datang beribu. HEP datang daripada politeknik saja. Kan, even planning kami untuk tahun depan pun kita akan tambah lagi beberapa poli yang akan jadi training provider dalam halal. So kalau
sekarang berapa tu?
Sekarang ni kita ada 5. So
daripada
5 daripada 37 politeknik.
37 politeknik.
Target kami tahun depan tambah lagi 3 politeknik sebab kami tak ada di Sabah dan Sarawak. Maknanya di zon Borneo kita akan buka di Politeknik Kota Kinabalu dan Politeknik Tawau. Di belah Johor pun belum ada. Kami akan cuba buka di Muar di Pagoh, Politeknik Pagoh, dan kami juga nak buat di college community. Sebab di college community kami dah ada program diploma. So bila ada pelajar diploma, kalau kita offer HEP dia memang sesuai lah. So maknanya kita keep on producing. Tapi budak ni jadi apa? Pada kami dia tak jadi isu sebab student dia ada skill lain. Dia food service, dia ada food tech, dia ada kalau dia tak kerja di halal pun dia still
hotel
kerja di hotel, restoran dan sebagainya. Tapi yang lain-lain ni lah, yang umum, yang hanya ambil HEP saja tanpa bidang yang betul-betul ngam dengan HEP. So kalau tak ada badan yang menjaga dia punya career advancement pelajar-pelajar yang macam ni, nanti satu masa dia akan over surplus lah dia punya tu. So balik macam tadi, kena ada govern, badan yang govern supaya perjalanan career tu nampak, perkembangannya tersusun. Kita nak di Malaysia macam ni, bawa keluar negara macam ni, so kena ada orang yang jaga apa kelayakan-kelayakan yang kena ada. So saya sangat setujulah dengan apa Cik Kamal cakap.
Saya share soalan yang terakhir daripada audience ya. Dia kata tajuk kita pada forum hari ni is about halal professional talent ataupun bakat kan. bakat tu pada pendapat Cik Zaidi, adakah dia adalah bakat yang kita boleh kutip daripada pembelajaran kita, ataupun bakat tu daripada inisiatif kita, ataupun semangat kita, ataupun macam mana?
Kalau bakat secara umum, sebetulnya student yang masuk ke IPT, dia sebetulnya at least dia dah tahu dia nak jadi apa.
Okay.
Cuma pada kami, kami memang train student untuk food service dan food technology. Kebetulan dia bersesuaian dengan halal eksekutif, dan dia adalah extra value, extra knowledge kepada pelajar, dan dia akan menambahkan kadar graduate employability dia akan meningkat dengan adanya CJ tambahan. Sebab itu kami offer. So talent kalau dari sudut halal, dia sebetulnya dia perlu minat. Kan kalau setakat masuk nak jadi halal exec tanpa minat, tanpa pengetahuan yang cukup, tanpa ada rasa untuk lebih berjaya, tak boleh. Sebab kami daripada sebetulnya kalau student kami yang diploma food service halal dan food service food technology setiap tahun beribu. Tapi daripada beribu tu hanya sebahagian, mana dalam 300-400 je setahun yang akan pergi ke halal exec. Daripada 300-400 tu pun hanya 10% je macam saya cakap tadi yang betul-betul menjadi halal exec. Yang lain hanya mengambil kelebihan, mempunyai halal exec dan menggunakan sijil itu sebagai, orang kata nak secure a job tu, dia ada skill job, dia ada extra knowledge.
So macam mana Cik Akmal, you setuju dengan Cik Zaidi punya pendapat? Adakah nak jadi halal professional ni perlukan bakat ataupun skill tertentu to be a professional on halal?
Kita tak payah tengok halal so much. Kalau saya talk about my background, saya ni computer engineering background.
Betul.
Okay, lepas tu waktu saya dalam student computer engineering, saya dah set dalam mind saya nak jadi businessman. So what I did, I start kerja dengan Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi Japan. Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi UFJ tu. Sekarang ni the biggest bank in the world. So saya dah start belajar finance. That is my first background. Bila kita nak become businessman. So apa yang perlu sekarang ni, and then saya sekarang ni of course dalam halal industry, dalam meat industry, dalam rice industry, dan saya juga jadi consultant for investment dekat Malaysia, dekat Indonesia. So kita bawa company Jepun untuk invest. So what I'm trying to tell you sekarang ni, depends on the orang tu sendiri, the halal tu, apa dia nak jadi, what is dia punya planning untuk dia punya own future. Dia nak become businessman ke, dia nak jadi halal exec saja, lepas tu terus sampai macam tu saja, ataupun dia nak just buat ala kadar study saja ke. So benda tu is more important daripada talent. What he wants to be is more important, and then daripada situ dia boleh belajar. Macam saya dalam beras industri, saya buat satu konsep baru, purity is our priority. Bermaksud dekat Malaysia sekarang ni banyak orang campur beras wangi campur dengan beras white rice apa semua. Kita punya konsep tak campur langsung, only one. Lepas tu macam kita punya wagyu, kita buat nanti kata tiru apa tu Tony Fernandez pula, kita buat everyone can eat wagyu. Go for concept, bukan everyone can fly, everyone can eat wagyu. So kita go for lower label, then kita go for farm to table, yang mana beli pada online, bawa balik ke rumah, masak. So kita nak wagyu tu jadi macam one of the masakan dalam rumah. So these are the knowledge yang saya rasa halal exec for the time being ni, macam waktu pandemik ni, dia patut enhance diri dia sendiri, try accumulate berapa experience yang ada, baca macam-macam ke, and then to see what's wrong with the industry right now ni, macam apa dia yang dia patut buat. These are the more important thing. Dia punya mindset nak jadi macam mana. Okay.
Kita dah come almost to the end of the session dah. Cuma sebelum kita nak tutupkan sesi kita ni, mungkin saya bagi 1 minute each to the panels lah untuk wrap up kan, to conclude your sharing session untuk forum kita pada pagi ni. Saya start dengan Cik Zaidi dulu.
Okay, first saya nak ucap terima kasih lah pada pihak Halal Selangor, Halal International Selangor kerana menjemput. Semalam saya call ex-student saya yang telah bekerja sebagai halal exec. Dia sebetulnya bekerja di hotel dan dia freelance halal consultant. So saya tanya, apakah ilmu yang sepatutnya poli bagi tambahan kepada pelajar-pelajar baru. So dia kata sepatutnya kena belajar marketing lebih lagi. Sebab apa? Dia kena marketkan diri dia untuk tonjolkan diri dia. Sebab halal eksekutif ni sebetulnya dia punya dia ada potential untuk pergi lebih jauh.
So sekejap, saya nak chip in sikit dekat situ. Tadi Cik Zaidi kata dia kena belajar marketing lebih sikit. Marketing ni is a marketing punya course ke ataupun marketkan diri dia?
Market diri dia.
Market diri dia.
Kita
Okey.
memang ajar marketing untuk kerja marketing. Tapi dia perlu belajar market diri dia. Dan macam Cik Akmal cakap tadi, communication skill kena
Public
tambah
speaking.
lah. Public speaking. So itulah dia halal eksekutif ni satu bidang yang masih berkembang. So kita ada potensi lagi untuk pergi lebih maju kalau dengan guidance yang betul daripada kerajaan dan daripada NGO dan sebagainya. So dia boleh dieksplor lagi.
Okey, terima kasih Cik Zaidi. Cik Akmal, 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay, basically kita punya halal executive program is very good. Tapi boleh tak tambah satu macam syllabus general knowledge ke industri, fenomena ke, what your apa tu ambitious nak jadi apa, planning nak jadi apa. So benda-benda yang nothing to do with halal but extra to the student untuk dia belajar macam mana nak lepas graduate masuk more apa tu difficult world ni, apa dia yang patut buat, benda-benda extra macam tu yang saya rasa perlu. Kalau saya tengok saya punya background sendiri pun tak ada orang yang ajar saya jadi pasal halal ni, tapi saya become apa tu halal body dekat Jepun. So kita punya inisiatif benda-benda macam tu. Saya pun tak tahu kata dulu semelih lembu tu kena sekali saja berapa second nak kena stunning macam mana, tapi sekarang I know everything. So benda-benda inisiatif, benda-benda macam tu yang extra apa tu time, effort, patut universiti ataupun politeknik ke macam marketing pun boleh tambah juga general knowledge yang student should apa tu put effort untuk bila graduate tu, sebab bila graduate tu banyak lagi masalah-masalah yang akan dihadapi. Itu saja.
Yalah, betul. Saya setuju dengan Cik Akmal dengan Cik Zaidi. Dari pandangan peribadi saya nampak kalau kita tengok trend sekarang ni, the career path on the halal executive ni, mula-mula dia jadi halal exec, lepas tu dia akan jadi experience halal exec, lepas tu people will invite him as a trainer, sama ada local ataupun overseas. From the trainer dia akan jadi consultant. That's the career path lah yang kita nampak kat sini kan. Tapi macam Cik Akmal cakap tadi, actually you shouldn't limit yourself to untuk career path ni saja. Banyak benda lagi yang boleh explore kan. You with the additional knowledge yang you ada, you can go on the business development side, you can go on the entrepreneurship side kan. You can be champion on the digital punya platform juga pun sekarang ni. Banyak kita tengok kan. Macam apa orang buat e-hailing punya tu apa semua kan sekarang ni dia buat tu. Dia guna knowledge dia orang halal, dia buat come up with the halal punya e-hailing kan, delivery, food delivery contohnya. So benda-benda ni actually we have to, I think government dah put some effort, even the IPT institution pun dah put some effort, industri pun dah banyak bagi feedback. So actually in the end actually is a human punya capacity jugalah. You need to have your own effort, kena ada inisiatif sendiri, sama ada through assistant daripada mana-mana ke ataupun you buat your own untuk dapatkan additional skill untuk to market yourself, untuk marketkan diri kita tu untuk ke arah professionalism, ke arah peringkat yang lebih tinggi. Jadi saya mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih kepada bos panel kita, especially Cik Akmal all the way from Japan kan. Cik Zaidi pun daripada dekarun komitmen dekat HQ mestilah sibuk kan, compare tu dekat dengan masa duduk di poli sendiri kan. So kita spend the time datang ke studio today to share our experience on the halal professional talent, sama ada on the demand and supply, dan kita nak bagi juga dengan hoping dan kesedaran kepada student-student kita, halal exec kita yang kat luar sana tu, actually the end of the tunnel tu sangat cerah, peluang di hujung terowong tu cerah. Banyak benda yang kita boleh explore dan kita should embedded dalam diri kita dan tanamkan semangat untuk kita teruskan ke memajukan bidang industri dan untuk kita punya sendiri jugalah, untuk pribadi kita sendiri, penambah perbaikan skills tu. Pada pihak SIAC, kita mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih kerana menjemput kami, saya sebagai moderator dan Cik Zaidi dan Cik Akmal sebagai panel for this platform, dan we hope that this conference will continue dan akan terus sukses bersama dengan program seterusnya. So sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it, a very interesting topic on halal professional talent. Thus, the supply meets the demand of the industry. We hope you have enjoyed the first session just now, and thank you so much to Mr. Akmal, the President of Muslim Professional Japan Association, Mr. Muhammad Zaidi, Deputy Director of Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, as well as the moderator, Dr. Khairil Ismail Hafiz Muhazir, the President of MIHA Partnership Association. So don't forget again to visit our FB page to complete the polling on this topic. Thank you.
Halal International Selangor has taken another step ahead by introducing another initiative to address the current situation among our halal professional talents by providing a solution that can bridge the gap between the supply of halal professional talent with the demand from the industry. The objective of this initiative is building big data and managing information on all halal workforce in Malaysia by identifying and addressing their training needs, as well as facilitating job placement. This is one of the initiatives under the Selangor Halal Action Plan. From this morning's forum, one of the key findings was there should be an agency or a platform that allows the halal professional talents to be listed and be available for the local and international industry demand. Ladies and gentlemen, with this being said, we are proud to present.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic is forcing businesses from retail, manufacturing, or services providers to re-evaluate their business models where the traditional and social setting is the norm. Given the current situation, digitalization and digital tools have proven that they can benefit the SMEs and be a key advantage pre- and post-COVID-19 crisis. Well, to further explain on this, we would like to invite Mr. Yong Kai Ping, the Chief Executive of Selangor Information Technology and E-Commerce Council, or CTEC, to deliver a pocket talk on digitalizing your business is the new norm. So please welcome Mr. Kai Peng.
Hello, to all of you who are halal merchant out there, today I'm going to talk about how halal merchant can digitalize your businesses, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have been talking about digital transformation for a long time, but however, there's a lot of hindrance, and also a lot of merchants have felt that they were in a comfort zone. There's no need for them to transform or digitalize their business. However, due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, we can see that actually COVID-19 has become one of the biggest push factors that push us to live under the new norm, which is what we've seen now. Everyone is meeting online, Zoom, and also start to sell online. So hence the rise of the non-contact economy. We can see that Lazada, Shopee, Grab, Foodpanda has become one of the new norms, one of the business in Malaysia. So everyone has to sell online. Delivery has become so essential. So traditional business definitely need to go online, and digitalization is essential. And also work from home. And there's the demise of the new huge manufacturing. We can also see that the e-commerce has increased from maybe 20% or whatsoever to around 50% of the retail. And you look at our population, we have around 25 million social media users. So out of them, you look at it, actually they are potential users of the new economy, especially on the non-contact economy. So if you look at the current e-commerce spending by categories for Malaysians, we are quite unique in the sense that actually fashion and beauty is one of the biggest, category of spendings. Unlike in the Northern Asia, where the electronics and others products are one of the highest compared to the rest. Yes, we are higher, but you look at that. Also, we are other industries such as travel industry, which is unfortunately under the lockdown now. But the fashion industry, the food and personal industry, and even the furniture appliance actually are very popular selling online. So basically what we've seen that you can sell practically everything online. And also from the recent campaign, which I will talk about further, with the Selangor State Government, with the Shopee, we have seen that the response is tremendous, where the Selangor government dispersed a million of voucher, which we have achieved more than 347% of results, result in the 340 millions of sales, and also 11 millions of direct income immediately from the voucher. And also before pre-COVID-19, it is predicted that the digital wallet in Malaysia will only take, it's only 7%, and it will only take a few years before it will overtake cash with the same percentage of 7%. But however, post-COVID-19, we have seen such an acceleration of the usage of e-wallet and also digital wallet in Malaysia. So most probably we were going to see that actually the digital wallet, it had already been overtake the cash usage in Malaysia. And also, of course, if you look at the usage of digital economy or the digitalization in Malaysia, you have a kind of asymmetric kind of figure, which is Malaysian SMEs are very good, have a very high touch in terms of the social media and also e-commerce. However, if you look carefully, the usage of ICTs among the SMEs, among the e-commerce merchants, they are still very low in terms of the ERP, order of fulfillment, supply chain, CRM, inventory, and post system or HR system. The highest is only finance and accounting, which is only 50%. So we have kind of asymmetric kind of figure where we are very high in terms of the social media usage, selling online, But however, when we come to do business, there are lots of process that we need to use digital tools. So when we talk about digitalization, it doesn't mean that if you have a presence online, you have social media, you are selling online, then you already achieved the digitalization process. No, it's still a long way, because the digitalization process means that basically a company or businesses will do business based on the data. So we need to collect our data. So in order to collect all the data, we need to use all sorts of digital tools, such as you look at the, yes, you can have a digital presence online, you can do e-commerce, you have digital operations, and also digital process, such as back-end in terms of the accounting, cloud HR, cloud ERP, accounting system, and as well as on the back end, you can do advanced AI, business intelligence, and also blockchain and other IoT tools. So this is a whole very long journey. But by embarking on this journey, you will find that actually your business has become very smooth, your costs will eventually lower, and also you will be able to predict based on the data that you collected from all your customers. Right? When we talk about SME tools and data, why they are so important. But however, we know that it's important, but then there's a lot of challenges. First of all, is of course the lack of knowledge. There's no overall strategy. There's the issues of lack of human resource, and also uncertain of whether the ROI. Yes, if I spend so much, I put in so much resource, whether the return will be beneficial. And of course, the lack of will from the top management. So these are the challenge of the things that why a lot of businesses actually fail in the process of digitalization. However, in order to understand the visualization process, we need to understand what's the user behavior, the funnel, and also O2O, the concept of O2O. So I think all these important concepts such as user behavior, funnel, O2O are important for you to be able, especially the halal merchants, halal SMEs, to be able to start really selling online and embark on the process of digitalization. Yes, let us go to the user behavior. Yes, we must understand the user behavior. For example, Malaysians are night owls, so they wake up from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. So if you only start selling only at 9 to 5, 9 to 6, then you won't get a lot of inquiries. But understand that Malaysian, when they go to the office in the morning, they will check their email, and then only they will serve the site for, let's say, e-commerce after they came back from lunch. And they make some, research about it, and maybe they will make some decision again before they go back home around 6 o'clock. And afterwards, when they went back after dinner, they sit down, refreshing their minds. Then they'll switch on the computers or TVs. Then that's the time for them to make a decision whether I want to buy, I want to use this product or services. So it's crucial to understand the user behavior. And of course, when we're looking at the traditional marketing for funnels, we know that awareness, creating awareness, interest, and then so that people will make a decision to buy, to make a decision and click on it, an action to buy. But all this funnel, if you merge it with the social media tools, that you can find that actually what we need is quite a lot of social media tools to understand their particular usage. For example, you need Instagram, Twitter, and everything to create awareness. So in social media, so that they will be able to click through, and some of them, become you have more information. You can send in more content marketing, and then become your business leads. They were interested, but they haven't made the decision yet, and they're looking at it, prospect. And then you continue, you follow up with the email marketing, and eventually they buy. So the sales is successful, the conversion happened. And of course, what we want them to do is becoming a loyal customer. So you keep on contact with them through various social medias, talk to them, and eventually they become your brand advocates or brand ambassador, a return customer. When we were talking about all these social media tools, what we want to achieve is that actually the successful business is 80% of your customer is your return customer, is the one who are going to bring in the new buyers through their friends or introductions, rather than acquiring a new customer, because the cost of acquiring a new customer is rather huge, right? And of course, for a lot of you who are halal manufacturers, halal merchants out there, or halal SMEs, you may have a physical shop, and now you want to have an online store. Yes, both can be done, both can be merged. What we call that under the concept of O2O, offline to online, where you will have a physical store, whether it's retail, mall, in a supermarket, but then you also have your online flagship store through webs, apps, and interactive reviews. So both can be done. It's basically moving your loyalty card members from the physical card, actually to online, and also talking to your potential target audience from time to time, through various information, review, and also some discount campaign. So eventually, you are moving it, your marketing campaign actually online. But then some of the products, such as furniture, the people still need to feel and touch. So if they are interested, you entice them so they will come to your shops to feel and touch, and also talk to you more about the products they're looking at. It maybe they want something tailor-made, so it can be done. So from offline to online, you actually created the customer data ship. You create the brand awareness, possibly e-member cards, voucher, and also electronic catalogs. And all this can actually pull other members to eventually came to your physical shop. So both is workable, right? So that is quite important. For those halal merchants or halal SMEs who are very interested how to embark on the process of digitalization, you can join us at CITEC for our CITEC e-commerce class. We have a CITEC Academy where we have lots of classes conducting whole year. We have 3 types of module: introduction, intermediate, and also expert level. So you can look at our CITEC's Facebook for the date and also the schedule of our CITEC e-commerce class. It's a free class. So since 2016, we have trained more than 1,080 people. Until recently, this year, around 2,600 people have been attending our class. So it's extremely popular. And also, if you are somebody who have some basic of digital e-commerce, now what you want to enhance is improve is your digital marketing skill. You can join us. We have a masterclass on digital marketing, how to grow your business, and also we even have training for those of you who are marketing expert, but you want to learn about digital marketing and want to learn the job. To land a job in the hot marketing industry, you can just join our masterclass in terms of in the digital marketing. And our purpose is to help our client to increase the reach of their business. These are some of the content of the masterclass that we organized recently, including social media marketing, Google marketing, and content marketing. All these are working together with the partners of Google, Facebook, and those experts who are working directly with all the social media giants. And of course, for those of you who wanted to start your business to get the taste of it, you can actually join us, but you are staying not in Shah Alam areas, where our office is. You can join us at the Jelajah Usahawan Digital Selangor, which we have organized in at least 3 cities in Selangor, including Ampang, Klang, Bangi. So incoming is Gombak coming soon, as well as Kuala Selangor. So we'll be organizing it monthly, all this Jelajah, from morning to afternoon, where you listen to all the experts from various industry, including e-commerce platform, digital wallet, e-wallet, and also delivery, and also content marketing. So all these guys, so one shot, you can listen to what they have been talking to you. And after you listen to all these talks, you can actually work with them outside, because they are booth, exhibition booth, so that you can immediately talk to them about what kind of services you want to use, even talk about your questions and issues where they will be able to assist you. And yes, this is the series 1. We have done it in Bangi, series 2 in Klang, and also Ampang. So it's all very well attended and very popular. So all the information, you can get it from our CITEC Facebook page. And while for the Online 100s and Brands 100 program, besides, it's also the other program that launched by CITEC. Besides attending our class, if you really want to get assisted, a mentorship to start to do business online, you can talk to us. So to enroll in our Online 100 and Brands 100 program, where we assist you to onboard to the marketing major e-commerce platform, such as Lazada and Shopee. And also we will help you to build your own website, full-fledged website, including shopping chart as well as the payment gateway. So you are able to have both. So we want you to have both, because when you are newbies, you will learn a lot by working together, joining the campaigns of the bigger e-commerce platforms such as Lazada and Shopee through various campaigns. You can learn so much from their campaign, understanding the user behavior and the latest data, market prediction providing by this e-commerce platform. But on the other hand, you will be able to grow your own website as well. So you have you will be independent as well, and getting exposure in a major marketing in major e-commerce platform. But then you can also talk to your customer directly, your loyal customer directly through your own website, your own social media as well. So we want you to have the both of the world, right? So we have actually worked with, every year we work with more than 125 merchants. To assist them, we become their mentor. We talk to them from time to time. We monitor them. We urge them to join various campaigns, because we believe that the best way for you to really learn in the digital marketing is to do it, just do it. And from the work that you've done, just keep improving. It's actually a hard work, right? A lot of people think that by becoming online, selling online, it's quite simple. No. In fact, actually, you need to put in a lot of dedication. You need to understand the trend. You need to change from time to time. You need to learn the new knowledge, new marketing trend, and then joining new campaign. But you have a lot of satisfaction by working through it, because you will reach more customers. So for us, we have worked with more than 675 merchants from Selangor that onboard our online program. We provide them with previously apps, but now it's also integrated website with a shopping chart and payment gateway. And our total GMV, gross market value, we have worked with for the last 5 years is around 50 million. And the number of retailers, there are more than 130,000 merchants orders been accounted for through our program for the last 5 years. These are the example that we are creating the sample website, full-fledged website for them. You can see on it, and they have uploaded with various SKU. I think what we want them to work with, the merchants to work with us on the Online 100 programs, is that we want to create as many merchants as possible, and also having more products. Because through this kind of campaign, by having this size and numbers, we will be able to create a community of e-commerce sellers where we will work together. So we believe that the Malaysian market, actually, even we're looking at the Southeast Asian market, is big enough for our Malaysian seller, even our halal merchants. So, but we can work together through our ecosystem, sharing information, data, that will actually improve everybody. And of course, finally, through our campaign, we also have CITEC's Malaysia Top E-Commerce Merchant Awards, where we're open to all the new and upcoming merchants who wanted to join us to this campaign. From this awards competition, we wanted to find out those who are merchants who have done some special, campaign effort to improve themselves. Those up and coming guys, we want to honor them, also tell the success story. So we have been doing that for last 5 years. So all the merchants felt very happy because through this kind of recognition, they will be able to to talk to their community, being able to showcase what they have done for the last 1 year. And of course, we have minimum qualification that if you are merchants who sells more than 50,000 per month or having 200 orders, then you are qualified to join us. So for last year, our top sales, total sales doing for last year are around 13 millions. And also total order is around 117,000 orders. So I think the winners, just like the winners of last year, Hermo, Ticket to You, and Kenjo Baby House, and including some other famous brand like Siti Khadijah Apparel, Taylor Jewel. For them, it is not the amount of award that prize money that is important, but basically it's the recognition of the industry. Right. So also at the end, we are going to launch soon with the Selangor E-Bazaar Raya campaign again with Shopee and also Lazada for the November 11 sales. So we urge all of you, especially the halal merchants, halal SMEs, to join us in this campaign because we have created a tremendous success, and we believe that the e-commerce and also digitalization process is here to stay. And for those of you who join us, the faster, the sooner, the better. Thank you for my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kai Peng, Chief Executive of Selangor Information Technology and E-Commerce Council, on the very informative pocket talk or presentation just now. It is hoped with that presentation, more SMEs or businesses would embrace digital technologies and promote digitalization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we go for a Friday prayer break, we would like to invite Al-Fadil Ustaz Indra Shahril bin Muhammad Shahid, Director of Baitul Mal, Majlis Agama Islam Selangor or MAIS, to share with us a tazkirah on merancang keberkatan hasil dari pendapatan halal. Please welcome Ustaz Indra Shahril.
A'udzubillahi samil alim dan syaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi yassir wa la tu'assir. Rabbana zidna ilman warzuqna fahman. Allahumma faqihna fid din wa 'allimna ta'wil wahdina siratal mustaqim. Amma ba'du. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tuan-tuan, sidang hadirin yang dirahmati Allah sekalian. Perancangan harta yang kita boleh laksanakan dalam kehidupan kita, ya, mestilah melalui daripada sumber-sumber yang halal ataupun melalui pendapatan-pendapatan yang halal. Ya. Jadi insya-Allah pada hari ini saya akan ulas berkaitan dengan bagaimana kita merancang keberkatan hasil dari pendapatan yang halal, ya, bagaimana sesuatu harta yang kita miliki, sesuatu pendapatan yang kita miliki itu ianya boleh mendatangkan keberkatan ke atas diri kita, ya. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, harta adalah merupakan ujian kepada manusia, ya. Dalam erti kata yang lain, harta ini akan memberikan satu dugaan, cabaran, ya, hikmah dan pelbagai lagi perkara yang sebenarnya Allah telah nyatakan ataupun Allah telah bagi tahu kita kepada seluruh umat manusia, ya. Dalam Quran disebut innama amwalukum wa auladukum fitnah. Ini dalam surah At-Taghabun ayat 15, ya. innama amwalukum, sesungguhnya harta-harta kamu, wa auladukum, dan anak-anak kamu, fitnah, maksudnya memberikan cabaran, dugaan kepada kamu, dan di sisi Allah lah pahala yang besar. Begitu juga Rasulullah SAW telah bersabda daripada Ka'ab bin Iyad radhiyallahu anhu, apa yang Rasulullah nyatakan, inna likulli ummatin fitnah wa fitnatu ummati al-mal. Sesungguhnya bagi setiap umatku terdapat ujian. Ujian bagi umatku adalah harta. Ini hadis yang diriwayatkan oleh At-Tirmizi. Maksudnya di sini Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala dan Rasulullah SAW sendiri juga telah menekankan bahawasanya harta ini merupakan satu ujian kepada kita. Ujian ini bermaksud ianya boleh memberikan satu dugaan, satu ancaman dan mungkin satu kebahagiaan kepada kita. Kalau harta itu dicari dengan cara yang betul, harta itu dilaksanakan dengan kaedah yang betul ataupun diperolehi dengan jalan yang betul, insya-Allah akan memberikan kebaikan kepada diri kita dan juga ahli keluarga. Tetapi kalau harta itu dicari dalam keadaan yang tak betul, kemungkinan akan memberikan implikasi-implikasi. Inilah yang dikatakan sebagai ujian oleh Allah SWT dan juga Rasulullah sendiri yang telah mengingatkan kita kepada umat Nabi Muhammad ataupun umat Islam itu sendiri untuk mengetahui, untuk memahami bahawasanya harta adalah merupakan ujian yang perlu kita fikirkan, perlu kita lalui dan kita perlu selesaikan berdasarkan apa yang telah dinyatakan oleh syarak. Bagaimana untuk mengetahui sesuatu rezeki itu adalah rezeki yang berkat? Kita tahu bahawasanya dalam hubung kait kita berkaitan dengan harta, kita mencari pendapatan yang berkat. Ada beberapa perkara-perkara yang perlu kita ketahui untuk harta itu menjadi sesuatu harta yang berkat. Yang pertama adalah melalui pendapatan yang halal. Pendapatan yang halal. Pendapatan di sini ialah apa yang kita usahakan, apa yang kita perolehi dari sudut imbuhan, dari sudut rezeki, dari sudut terimaan, mestilah daripada sumber yang halal. Jadi kita sebagai umat Islam perlulah berkewajipan untuk istiqamah, untuk memperolehi pendapatan ataupun rezeki yang halal sahaja. Dan halal ni tuan-tuan dan puan-puan bukanlah dalam erti kata makanan sahaja yang halal ataupun bentuk-bentuk yang halal yang lain, sembelihan umpamanya, tetapi pendapatan yang kita perolehi juga ataupun cara kita untuk mendapatkan pendapatan itu mestilah daripada perkara yang halal. Dan kita perlu tahulah apakah sumber-sumber pendapatan yang halal. Yang pertama ialah hasil usaha melalui wasilah yang halal. Wasilah yang halal ni maksudnya daripada jalan yang betul, jalan yang halal. Maknanya untuk kita mendapatkan sesuatu rezeki, jalan yang kita pilih itu adalah jalan yang halal. Jalan yang kita perolehi ataupun kita lalui itu mestilah daripada jalan yang halal. Dan kita tidak bertransaksi dengan perkara-perkara yang haram. Maksudnya kita tidaklah mencampur adukkan antara halal dan haram. Ini yang dikatakan sebagai syubhah. Dan Rasulullah SAW telah mengingatkan kita daripada Nu'man bin Bashir. Dalam hadis disebut, innal halal bayyinun wal haram bayyinun wa inna bainal halal wal haram musyabbahat. La yadri kasirun minan nas am minal halal am minal haram. Faman tarakaha istibra li dinihi wa irdihi. Apa yang Rasulullah jelaskan kepada kita, sesungguhnya yang halal itu jelas hukumnya. Yang halal itu jelas. Dan yang haram itu juga jelas hukumnya. Tetapi di antara halal dan haram itu adanya perkara-perkara syubhah yang kita tidak jelas antara yang halal ataupun yang haram. Dan yang tidak diketahui oleh ramai manusia. Disebut dalam hadis, la yadri kasirun minan nas. Yang tidak diketahui oleh ramai manusia. Dan maka barang siapa yang berjaga-jaga daripada perkara yang syubhah, maksudnya sesiapa yang memelihara dirinya daripada perkara yang syubhah, maka dia telah menjaga agama dan kehormatannya. Maksudnya Rasulullah mengingatkan kepada kita untuk kita berhati-hati supaya kita tidak terjerumus ataupun menjerumuskan diri kita dalam perkara-perkara yang syubhah ataupun kita tak jelas antara halal dengan haram. Sebab itulah pentingnya kepada kita untuk memastikan yang pendapatan kita ini mestilah daripada sumber yang halal. Kita tak boleh memandang sebelah mata sahaja ataupun melihat perkara ini dalam bentuk yang sepi. Maksudnya kita memandang sepi perkara ini. Kita menganggap benda ni perkara yang remeh. Tak boleh. Jadi kita mestilah memastikan apa sahaja terimaan, sama ada ianya masuk ke dalam perut kita, masuk ke dalam diri kita, ataupun kita beri nafkah kepada ahli keluarga kita, ataupun menjadi ataupun dijadikan sebagai harta kita, mestilah harta yang jelas halalnya, bukan antara halal dengan haram, bukan benda yang menimbulkan keraguan atau disebut sebagai tiada unsur gharar. Kalau perkara-perkara yang ada unsur gharar juga, dia boleh jadi jatuh haram. Begitu jugalah dengan syubhah. Jadi sebab itulah kita berkewajipan untuk memperolehi pendapatan ataupun rezeki yang halal. Dan seterusnya ialah kita tidak boleh mengambil hak orang lain. Dalam memastikan pendapatan kita ataupun rezeki kita itu rezeki yang halal, rezeki yang berkat, rezeki yang insya-Allah diterima oleh Allah SWT, hendaklah kita jangan ambil hak orang lain. Jadi sebahagian daripada masyarakat kita ni pula, dia tidak melihat perkara ini satu perkara yang perlu dititik beratkan. Padahal sebenarnya kita ini tak sepatutnya mengambil hak orang lain. Sama ada secara sedar ataupun tidak, kita hendaklah mengambil hak kita sahaja. Bukan kita menipu semata-mata untuk mendapatkan hak, mencuri semata-mata untuk menjadikan harta itu harta kita, atau dengan bahasa kasarnya kita merompak harta orang lain semata-mata untuk menjadikan harta itu kita punya. Jadi tak bolehlah dalam keadaan tersebut ianya menjadikan harta itu kita punya, ataupun menjadikan sesuatu rezeki itu menjadi milik kita. Dan seterusnya juga kita tidak boleh menyalahgunakan kuasa dalam urusan pemerolehan harta kita, dalam urusan untuk kita mendapatkan rezeki kita. Kita tidak boleh menyalahgunakan kuasa kita semata-mata untuk kita memperolehi harta tersebut, ataupun mencapai matlamat kita untuk menjadikan harta itu milik kita dengan cara kita menyalahgunakan kuasa. Tak boleh. Sebab itu Rasulullah pesan banyak-banyak kepada kita, antara halal dengan haram ada di tengah-tengahnya pula. Maksudnya di sini Rasulullah nak kita jaga semua. Yang halal kita jaga, yang haram kita jauhi, yang syubhah juga kita perlu jauhi supaya kita menjaga agama kita dan juga kehormatan kita. Dan kita janganlah memakan harta yang haram. Perkara ini telah banyak pun dijelaskan oleh banyak pihak dan telah pun ramai orang mengingatkan kita, tetapi sebahagian besar daripada masyarakat kita masih lagi ada yang bertransaksi dengan perkara-perkara yang haram semata-mata untuk menjadikan harta itu milik mereka. Dalam pada masa yang sama juga terdapat sebahagian daripada kita juga yang benda dah tahu haram tapi nak dijadikan sebagai harta dirinya ataupun milik dia. Sebab itu Allah SWT mengingatkan kita dalam Quran, dalam surah Al-Baqarah. Allah telah ingatkan apa dia? Wala ta'kulu amwalakum bainakum bil batil wa tudlu biha ilal hukam litakulu fariqan min amwalin nasi bil ismi wa antum ta'lamun. Apa yang Allah kata? Dan janganlah kamu makan harta sesama kamu dengan jalan yang batil. Dan jangan kamu bawa urusan harta itu, perkara yang batil itu, kamu bawa urusan tersebut, kamu jumpa depan hakim dan kamu beritahu kepada hakim dengan tujuan supaya kamu dapat memakan sebahagian daripada harta orang lain dengan cara yang berdosa, sedangkan kamu tahu benda itu berdosa, sedangkan kamu tahu benda itu haram. Ini yang Allah peringatkan kepada kita. Jadi kita nak supaya masyarakat jelas dalam soal pendapatan, dalam soal rezeki, dalam soal makanan atau apa sahaja, janganlah kita memakan harta-harta yang haram. Janganlah menjadikan sesuatu harta itu milik kita. Kita dah tahu dah harta itu haram, tapi kita ambil juga. Kita dah tahu dah harta itu hak orang lain, kita ambil juga. Sama ada kita ambil secara terhormat atau ambil secara mencuri ataupun dengan jalan merompak. Kalau dah perkara itu perkara yang jelas haram ataupun perkara itu pun berada di tengah-tengah antara halal dan haram, iaitu syubhah, janganlah diambil, maka perlulah dielakkan. Dan banyak contoh-contoh di luar sana yang berkaitan dengan perkara-perkara ini. Jadi kita tak naklah sebahagian daripada masyarakat kita terjebak ataupun terjerumus dalam perkara-perkara seumpama ini. Begitu juga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, dalam soal kita menjadikan rezeki kita ini rezeki yang berkat, rezeki yang halal, ya, dan saya pun telah jelaskan apakah dia rezeki-rezeki yang dikatakan sebagai halal ataupun berkat, ya, ialah dengan cara kita boleh mengembangkan harta-harta kita. Kita boleh mengembangkan pendapatan kita. Ya, pengembangan harta ataupun kita boleh membuatkan harta itu menjadi banyak, ini memang telah pun Rasulullah jelaskan ataupun Rasulullah telah sarankan kepada kita untuk kita melaksanakannya. Sebab itu perkara ini bukan perkara yang baru sebenarnya, yang mana Rasulullah sangat menggalakkan kita, ya, untuk kita mengembangkan sesuatu harta yang kita ada. Contohnya kita bela kambing, kita bela lembu, ya, secara tak langsung apabila kita membela binatang-binatang tersebut, ia boleh membiak dan menghasilkan pulangan kepada kita dan kita boleh perniagakan dan sebagainya, ya. Begitu juga kalau kita mempunyai harta-harta lain, ya, umpamanya dalam bentuk simpanan, kita mempunyai rezeki yang lebih, ada mempunyai wang dan sebagainya, kita boleh buat simpanan ataupun kita boleh melaburkan harta kita, ya, supaya ianya boleh memberikan pulangan kepada kita. Rasulullah SAW ingatkan juga kepada kita, dalam hadis daripada Amru bin Shu'aib radhiyallahu anhu, dari bapanya, dari datuknya, ya, apa yang Rasulullah kata, ma waliya yatiman lahu malun falyattajir fihi wala yatrukhu hatta ta'kulahu as-sadaqah. Apa yang Rasulullah jelaskan, sesungguhnya Rasulullah SAW berkhutbah kepada manusia dengan bersabda, ketahuilah, ya, sesiapa yang menjadi penjaga kepada anak-anak yatim yang ada harta, hendaklah dia perniagakan harta itu agar tidak terhakis dimakan zakat. Apa maksudnya yang Rasulullah jelaskan tu? Ya, agar tidak terhakis dimakan zakat. Maksudnya Rasulullah tak nak harta yang kita ada itu kita simpan begitu saja, ataupun kita tidak gunakan, ataupun kita tidak manfaatkan. Ya, Rasulullah tak nak sampai macam tu. Maknanya Rasulullah nak supaya kita mengembangkan, ya, agar tidak terhakis dimakan zakat itu, supaya kita harta kita itu tidak berkurang dengan cara kita membayar zakat. Ya, maksudnya sepatutnya kita mengembangkan harta dan dengan cara kemampuan yang kita ada tu kita gunakan untuk membayar zakat. Bukannya dengan harta yang sedia ada kita biar macam tu sahaja, kemudian kita setiap tahun kita membayar zakat dalam keadaan harta kita yang tidak berkembang. Itu tidak boleh. Sebab itu Rasulullah nakkan supaya kepada kita ini kita mengembangkan harta. Contohnya kita membeli aset-aset yang bernilai. Ya, kita mempunyai harta, lebihan harta, dikurniakan rezeki yang lebih oleh Allah SWT, kita pun beli aset-aset, beli tanah, beli rumah, beli bangunan, ya, ataupun ada rezeki lebih beli lot-lot kedai dan sebagainya. Ya, ataupun kita juga boleh menjalankan aktiviti-aktiviti perniagaan supaya kita boleh mengembangkan harta kita. Dan insya-Allah, contohnya 10 tahun dulu mungkin kita berada dalam keadaan miskin, ya, kita menerima bantuan zakat, ya, insya-Allah 10 tahun akan datang kita pula boleh menjadi pembayar zakat. Kita boleh pula berkemampuan untuk membiayai sesiapa, membuat perkara-perkara kebajikan, ya, dengan cara kita mengembangkan harta kita itu. Jadi itulah sebab itu Rasulullah sangat menggalakkan kepada kita, ya, untuk mengembangkan pendapatan-pendapatan yang kita ada. Dan perlulah diingat, sebagaimana yang saya jelaskan tadi, ya, pengembangan pendapatan itu mestilah melalui wasilah, ya, ataupun jalan ataupun cara yang halal, bukan dengan cara yang tadi yang haram dan sebagainya, merompak, mencuri ataupun menyalahgunakan kuasa secara rasuah, secara penipuan, ya. Itu yang kita tak mahulah perkara-perkara itu berlaku dalam masyarakat kita. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, ya, kita juga sebenarnya akan ditanya, daripada mana harta yang diperolehi dan ke mana harta kita belanjakan. Ini satu perkara yang sebenarnya semua daripada kita ini perlu fikir secara mendalam, ya, bahawasanya ini satu peringatan yang Rasulullah telah bagi tahu kepada kita, yang mana kita ini nanti, ya, akan ditanya daripada mana harta-harta yang kita dapat ini. Kita ada sebuah kereta, kita ada sebuah rumah, kita ada sebidang tanah, ya, ditakdirkan Allah kita beli lagi sebidang tanah lain, ditakdirkan Allah kita berusaha, kita memperoleh rezeki yang berkat, rezeki murah dan sebagainya, kita pun menambah harta-harta kita, beli aset yang bernilai di sana sini, membuat perniagaan-perniagaan, dan semua itu Allah akan tanya kepada kita. Ini satu perkara yang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan perlu memahami, perlu mengambil iktibar, dan perlu juga menitik beratkan benda yang sangat penting untuk difahami, yang mana Allah akan tanya kepada kita nanti. Ini diperingatkan oleh Allah SWT, oleh Rasulullah SAW. Apa yang Rasulullah kata? La tazulu qadama abdin hatta yus'ala an umrihi fima afnah, wa an ilmihi fima fa'alah, wa an malihi min aina iktasabah, wa fima anfaqah, wa an jismihi fima ablah. Apa dia yang Rasulullah kata? Daripada Abi Bazrah Al-Aslami radhiyallahu anhu, Rasulullah SAW bersabda, tidak akan melangkah kaki anak Adam pada hari kiamat nanti, sehingga ditanya mengenai ada 4 perkara yang Allah akan tanya kepada kita nanti pada hari kiamat. Apa dia? Tentang umurnya, pada apa ia habiskan. Hatta yus'ala an umrihi fima afnah. Tentang umurnya, pada apa ia habiskan. Kita umur kita, contohnya kita ditakdirkan Allah, ataupun kita ini sekarang masih hidup ini, kita telah melalui fasa-fasa kehidupan daripada umur kita 1 tahun, bayi, sehinggalah kita meningkat dewasa, sehinggalah kita boleh berniaga, sehinggalah kita boleh mencapai kejayaan dalam hidup, dan sehinggalah kita dimatikan. Dan Allah akan tanya semua itu, pada apa ia habiskan. Bagaimana kita menghabiskan umur-umur kita? Adakah umur-umur kita yang Allah telah beri kepada kita ini, yang kita lalui ini, yang kita habisi ini, kita buat dengan jalan yang bermanfaat ataupun tidak? Ini perkara pertama yang Allah akan tanya. Yang kedua, mengenai ilmunya, pada apa ia lakukan. Wa an ilmihi fima fa'al. Mengenai ilmunya, apa ia lakukan. Ada ilmu yang kita dapat. Kita belajar, kita bersekolah, kita melanjutkan pelajaran, kita ada ilmu kepakaran dan sebagainya. Kita buat perkara yang elok ke kita buat perkara yang tak elok? Kita buat perkara yang bermanfaat, ataupun kita membuang masa. Ataupun ilmu-ilmu yang kita dapat ini, kita ajar orang untuk buat benda baik, atau kita ajar orang untuk buat benda yang tak baik. Ataupun dengan ilmu yang kita ada ini, kita guna dengan cara yang betul, ataupun kita salah guna. Ini yang kita perlu fikirkan daripada sekarang, yang mana Allah akan tanya satu persatu nanti. Yang ketiga, Rasulullah mengingatkan kita, apa dia yang Rasulullah kata? Wa amalihi min aina iktasabah wa fima anfaqah. Ini yang tadi saya telah jelaskan mengenai hartanya, daripada mana dia perolehi, dan ke mana dia belanjakan. Dapat harta itu dengan cara apa? Cara jual beli ke? Cara mencuri ke? Cara sembunyi-sembunyi ke? Ataupun dengan cara yang macam mana? Ini semua juga Allah akan tanya kepada kita. Dan bagaimana kita belanjakan harta kita? Kita belanjakan dengan jalan yang betul ataupun tidak? Kita membelanjakan untuk diri kita atau untuk orang lain? Kita membelanjakan ke tidak harta kita ini untuk tujuan-tujuan kebajikan? Ini yang Allah akan tanya nanti kepada kita. Dan begitu juga yang terakhir sekali, Allah akan tanya mengenai apa? Wa an jismihi fima ablah. Mengenai tubuhnya, pada apa ia habiskan. Mengenai dirinya ni, dia habiskan diri dia ni untuk perkara apa? Untuk perkara yang macam mana diri kita ini buat? Kita buat perkara yang bermanfaat ataupun tidak? Kita gunakan tubuh kita ini untuk melakukan kerja ataupun tidak? Kita mempunyai tubuh badan kita yang baik ini, kita menyeksa orang lain ataupun tidak? Kita ambil kesempatan ke atas orang lain ataupun tidak? Ini yang Allah akan tanya dan diperingatkan oleh Rasulullah SAW kepada kita. Jadi daripada rezeki-rezeki yang kita dapat ini, kita diperingatkan dengan banyak perkara yang kita tidak boleh lari daripadanya, yang kita tidak boleh ketepikan, yang kita tidak boleh nafikan, yang kita tidak boleh memandang sebelah mata sahaja. Ini perkara-perkara yang sangat penting untuk difahami oleh tuan-tuan dan puan-puan semua. Dan sebenarnya kalau kita lihat sekarang, Rasulullah SAW juga mengingatkan kepada kita yang akan sampai satu zaman ataupun satu masa nanti, yang manusia ini tidak akan mempedulikan pendapatan-pendapatan yang diperolehi itu sama ada halal ataupun haram. Ini bukan saya kata, tuan-tuan. Ini telah pun diperingatkan oleh Rasulullah SAW kepada kita. Ini Rasulullah yang telah ingatkan kepada kita, supaya kita berhati-hati dengan keadaan ini. Kita boleh lihat ini diperingatkan oleh Rasulullah dalam hadis daripada Abu Hurairah radhiyallahu anhu. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam bersabda, apa yang Rasulullah kata? La ya'tiyanna 'alan nasi zamanun. Akan datang kepada manusia satu zaman. Apa dia zamannya? La yubali al-mar'u bima akhazal mal am minal halal am min haram. Apa dia? Akan datang kepada manusia satu zaman di mana mereka tidak lagi mempedulikan bima akhazal mal, bagaimana harta diperolehi, bagaimana harta yang didapat, am min halal am min haram, sama ada daripada sumber yang halal ataupun daripada sumber yang haram. Ini hadis riwayat Al-Bukhari. Rasulullah dah mengingatkan kita 1400 tahun yang dulu, tuan-tuan. Bukan sekarang, bukan saya yang ingatkan, tuan-tuan. Rasulullah dah ingatkan lama dah. Sejak 1400 tahun yang lampau. Yang dulu. Yang mana akan sampai satu masa, satu zaman yang manusia itu tidak akan mempedulikan sumber-sumber pendapatan ataupun rezeki-rezeki yang dia dapat sama ada daripada halal ataupun haram. Zaman sekarang pun kita nampak banyak orang ataupun ramai masyarakat kita, ramai orang kita yang tidak mempedulikan sama ada halal ataupun haram. Saya pun dah jelaskan tadi, yang mana kita ini perlu berhati-hati, halal ke, haram ke, syubhah ke dan sebagainya. Sama ada boleh didekati ataupun perlu dijauhi. Dan ia sebenarnya bukan bersifat pilihan. Ia adalah obligasi, kewajipan kita untuk memastikan yang kita ini hanya bertransaksi ataupun bermuamalat dengan perkara yang halal sahaja. Bukan dengan perkara yang haram. Ada orang yang tak kisah. Sumber daripada haram pun mereka boleh ambil untuk dijadikan modal perniagaan. Sumber daripada yang haram pun boleh dijadikan sebagai mata pencarian. Dan mencampur adukkan pula pendapatan tersebut untuk tujuan-tujuan yang haram. Ke sana sini dan sebagainya dengan sumber yang haram. Membeli pakaian berjenama dan sebagainya, menayangkan kereta-kereta yang mewah, menunjukkan kekayaan-kekayaan yang diragui daripada mana dia perolehi. Ini satu perkara yang perlu dilihat dengan sangat teliti oleh kita semua, tuan-tuan. Kita tidaklah boleh menjadikan sesuatu harta kita itu yang kita dapat daripada sumber yang haram, kemudian kita anggap benda tu boleh sahaja dihalalkan begitu sahaja. Tak boleh, tuan-tuan. Dan kita pula menjadikan rezeki-rezeki kita yang haram itu, kita sedekah pula dengan orang lain dengan tujuan untuk kita menyucikan dan sebagainya. Yang ni kita kena tahu jalan dia sama ada betul ke tak betul dengan cara yang kita buat. Dan adakah perlu kita bertransaksi dengan perkara-perkara yang haram secara berterusan. Dan kemudian kita hanya menyucikan dengan cara kita bagi sedekah sahaja dekat orang miskin, anak yatim dan sebagainya. Dengan cara itu supaya perjalanan perniagaan kita dapat diterima oleh Allah. Tak boleh, tuan-tuan. Bukan dengan cara yang begitu. Sebab itulah Rasulullah mengingatkan kepada kita. Akan sampai satu masa orang dah tak peduli dah. Satu-satu harta itu diambil daripada sumber yang halal ataupun haram. Orang dah tak kisah dah. Dapat faedah riba daripada bank, ambil. Buat insurans konvensional, dapat cara pampasan dan sebagainya, ambil. mencuri duit kawan, mencuri, memperdaya orang, ya, menipu dan sebagainya, ambil, ya, menyalahgunakan kedudukan yang ada sebagai ketua dan sebagainya, menyalahgunakan kuasa dengan tujuan untuk memperdaya, untuk supaya dibayar dan sebagainya, mendapat bayaran, mendapat duit dan sebagainya, kemudian diambil, dijadikan sebagai rezeki. Tak boleh, tuan-tuan. Kita tidaklah boleh menjadikan sedemikian rupa untuk kita mencampur adukkan pendapatan kita, halal haram, semua belasah, semua ambil. Tak boleh, tuan-tuan. Jadi kita kenalah memastikan supaya kita tak tergolong sebagai golongan yang Rasulullah kata ni. Yang Rasulullah dah ingatkan kita 1400 tahun yang dulu ni, yang akan sampai satu masa yang orang tak peduli dah. Minum arak boleh, semua boleh. Ya, mencuri boleh. Masuk saham sana, saham sini, beli saham sana, saham sini, yang kita pun tak pasti saham-saham tersebut patuh syariah ataupun tidak. Asalkan, ni profit dia meningkat dan sebagainya, asalkan memberikan dividen yang besar dan sebagainya, kita rasa benda ini halal, padahal sebenarnya diragui dan kita pun tak tahu perjalanan perniagaan mereka itu untuk perkara-perkara yang halal ataupun tidak. Jadi jangan sampai kita tergolong dalam golongan-golongan yang, yang macam mana, yang tak melihat halal dengan haram ni, ataupun memandang sebelah mata, ataupun tak ambil kisah. Itu bahasa yang paling mudah. Tak ambil kisah pun, lantaklah halal ke haram ke, janji untung sudah, aku pun tak tahu halal ke tak, aku pun tak tahu, aku rasa benda ni halal, aku rasalah. Mana boleh rasa-rasa, tak boleh. Jadi kita perlu memastikan yang kita ini tidak tergolong dalam golongan yang Rasulullah telah ingatkan kepada kita, iaitu golongan yang tak peduli dah halal ke haram. Semua ambil untuk dijadikan sebagai pendapatan. Seterusnya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, bagaimana untuk kita menjadikan harta-harta kita ini terus mendapat keberkatan daripada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, ya, dengan rezeki-rezeki yang halal yang kita ada, dengan cara wasilah-wasilah halal yang telah pun kita lakukan, ya, dengan cara rezeki murah yang Allah telah beri kepada kita. Kita perlulah sucikan harta-harta kita. Ini satu obligasi, satu kewajipan sebagai kita umat Islam untuk, ya, memastikan harta-harta kita ini terus diberkati oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Apa yang Allah ingatkan kepada kita? Yang paling mudah, yang pertama ialah kita wajib untuk membayar zakat daripada rezeki yang kita ada. Daripada harta-harta yang kita miliki ini, kita wajib untuk membayar zakat. Dan kita layak untuk membayar zakat. Dan bukan sahaja layak, mestilah membayar zakat tersebut. Jadi kita berkewajipan untuk membayar zakat. Dan di Malaysia ini khususnya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sebenarnya masih lagi ramai orang Islam yang layak membayar zakat tapi mereka tak membayar zakat. Mereka itu layak membayar zakat, berharta, ya, mempunyai rezeki, mempunyai pendapatan, tetapi mereka tidak membayar zakat. Jadi sebab itulah untuk memastikan ataupun untuk memelihara harta-harta kita ini supaya terus mendapat keberkatan daripada Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, hendaklah kita menyucikan harta kita. Aqimus solah wa atuz zakah. Ya. Maksudnya kita kena dirikan solat, tunaikan zakat. Zakat ini perlu ditunaikan. Ya. Kita tidak boleh mengelak. Kita tidak boleh kata kita ini tak berkemampuan untuk bayar zakat. Mesti kita kena bayar zakat. Dan Allah SWT telah menyediakan ruang ini kepada kita, yang mana dalam rezeki kita ini sebenarnya ada hak orang lain yang kita tidak boleh lupakan. Kita tidak boleh melihat yang kaya terus kaya, yang miskin terus miskin. Tak boleh. Mestilah yang kaya itu membantu orang yang miskin, dan yang miskin itu diberikan ruang untuk dia keluar daripada kepompong kemiskinan, supaya mereka itu pula nanti akan mampu untuk membayar zakat. Jadi putaran ini perlu diwujudkan ataupun dilaksanakan dengan cara yang betul. Bukan dengan cara kita dapat harta, dimurahkan rezeki, diberikan kekayaan, kita lupa untuk bayar zakat. Ataupun kita menangguh-nangguhkan pembayaran zakat kita. Tak boleh. Jadi kita mestilah berkewajipan untuk membayar zakat. Jangan kita mengelak. Jangan kita memberikan 1001 alasan ya untuk kita tidak ingin membayar zakat. Tak boleh. Dan dalam zakat itu juga ada macam-macam zakat. Zakat harta, zakat fitrah, dan zakat harta itu sudah konsepnya luas. Macam-macam harta kita yang boleh dizakatkan ataupun yang perlu dizakatkan. Sama ada dari segi pendapatan, simpanan, pelaburan, emasnya. Yang perlu kita jelaskan. Dan tidak banyak pun tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, hanya 2.5% sahaja. Tak banyak mana pun tuan-tuan. Dan jangan menganggap dengan membayar zakat ini ada satu bebanan. Ini masalah orang kita. Tak perlulah bayar zakat. Dan pula menganggap tak perlulah bayar zakat tu, nanti kalau bayar zakat pun orang miskin tetap ada. Tak boleh kita anggap macam tu. Ataupun tak naklah bayar zakat nanti, sebab nanti wang zakat aku bukan sampai pun kepada penerima. Ada juga orang yang berprasangka buruk. Jadi kita janganlah menjadi orang yang sebegitu. Yang dengan semata-mata dengan rezeki yang kita dapat, nikmat yang Allah telah beri dari sudut kesihatan, dari sudut rezeki ini, kita culas ataupun tak nak bayar zakat. Jadi kita kenalah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan membayar zakat. Dan bayar zakat di Selangor, boleh bayar zakat di lembaga zakat Selangor. Bayarlah di lembaga zakat. Dan ada kemudahan nak bayar macam mana. Dan kalau bulan Ramadan, perlulah bayar zakat fitrah. Jangan pula kita tidak mahu membayar. Culas membayar dan beri 1001 alasan. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, bagaimana kita menyucikan harta kita. Yang kedua ialah kita mestilah melupuskan harta-harta kita yang haram tadi. Mana-mana orang-orang Islam yang ada sumber haram ataupun ada pendapatan sebahagiannya adalah daripada haram, atau memang 100% pendapatannya memang haram, maka terimaan tersebut tak boleh kita gunakan untuk kepentingan diri kita. Sebaliknya, hendaklah harta haram itu perlulah dilupuskan ataupun diserahkan kepada Baitul Mal. Serahkan kepada Baitul Mal, tuan-tuan. Jangan kita guna harta haram itu untuk tujuan diri kita. Kita pergi sedekah pula. Harta haram tak boleh sedekah, tuan-tuan. Dan hukumnya bukan sedekah. Sebab sedekah ini mestilah daripada sumber yang halal. Mana boleh sedekah daripada sumber yang haram? Sedekah mestilah daripada sumber yang halal. Begitu juga pembayaran zakat. Pembayaran zakat juga mestilah daripada rezeki kita yang halal, bukan daripada rezeki kita yang haram. Bukan daripada pendapatan kita yang haram, pendapatan kita mencuri, kemudian kita sucikan dengan bayar zakat. Mana boleh macam tu, tuan-tuan. Jadi mestilah kita melupuskan, kita nyahkan terimaan-terimaan yang haram tadi yang masuk menjadi pendapatan kita, sama ada sebahagian, sama ada sebahagian besar ataupun keseluruhan, maka perlulah dilupuskan kepada Baitul Mal. Jangan kita gunakan, tuan-tuan. Dan Baitul Mal memegang amanah harta tersebut untuk digunakan bagi maksud masalah umum. Sama juga dalam kaedah bayar zakat. Jangan kerana kita tak nak bayar zakat sebab kita tidak percaya kepada institusi tersebut. Begitu juga dalam konteks Baitul Mal, dalam konteks melupuskan harta haram. Buat apa nak bagi harta haram kepada Baitul Mal? Baitul Mal kan dah kaya, fikir macam tu pula. Tak boleh. Jangan kita berfikir sebegitu rupa, yang mana kita ini tak mahu melupuskan harta-harta yang haram. Tak kiralah macam-macam sebenarnya sumber-sumber yang haram ni, tuan-tuan. Saya pun dah jelaskan tadi sebahagiannya. Mencuri, merompak, makan harta haram, insurans konvensional, dividen faedah bank, riba secara bahasa mudahnya, kemudian rasuah, menyalahgunakan kuasa, ihtikar, monopoli barang, dan ada macam-macam lagi huraian yang telah pun dijelaskan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh rujuk kepada Baitul Mal bagaimana nak melupuskan satu-satu harta. Saham-saham yang kita pernah join sebelum ni daripada syarikat-syarikat yang haram, arak, judi, yang ada pendapatannya itu daripada sumber yang arak, daripada sumber judi, loteri, nombor ekor dan sebagainya. Dan saya percaya sebahagian daripada masyarakat kita memang ada bertransaksi ataupun menerima daripada sumber-sumber yang sebegitu. Sebab itulah kita ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang lain pun boleh cuba juga untuk memastikan ahli keluarga yang lain supaya tidak langsung bertransaksi daripada sumber-sumber yang haram. Yang seterusnya juga ialah kita boleh menyucikan harta kita dengan kita perlu bayar hutang kita. Yang ini juga satu kemestian kepada kita. Maksudnya kalau ada hutang, perlulah hutang tersebut dilangsaikan supaya tidak membebankan di kemudian hari. Membebankan siapa? Membebankan diri kita sebagai orang yang berhutang. Supaya hutang-hutang piutang kita yang kita memang berjanji untuk membayar perlu dibayar. Jadi hutang itu adalah satu kaedah penyucian harta juga. Yang mana rezeki-rezeki kita ini dapat diwarisi, dapat diperolehi oleh anak-anak, oleh mereka yang kita tinggalkan. Jadi kalau ditakdirkan Allah SWT kita meninggal dunia dan sebagainya, dalam keadaan hutang kita masih wujud, maka hutang tersebut perlu dibayar. Sebab itu dalam Quran disebut min ba'di wasiyatin yusi biha audain. Ini dalam surah An-Nisa ayat 11. Pembahagian harta pusaka hendaklah dibuat setelah dilangsaikan hutang si mati. Dilaksanakan wasiat si mati dan dilangsaikan hutang si mati. Hutang si mati perlu dijelaskan. Dan Allah SWT memperingatkan kita juga, ya ayyuhallazina amanu iza tadayantum ila ajalin musamma faktubuh. Apabila kamu berhutang sama kamu, hendaklah kamu tulis. Jadi hutang piutang ni tuan-tuan dan puan-puan memang menjadi sebahagian aktiviti dalam kehidupan, sebahagian besar tuan-tuan. Boleh dikatakanlah 80%, 90% masyarakat kita memang melakukan transaksi secara hutang, hutang kenderaan, apa lagi, hutang pendidikan, hutang beli barang, hutang dengan kawan, hutang perniagaan dan segala macam jenis hutang lagi. Jadi mestilah dibayar dan dilaksanakan pembayarannya. Sebab itu dalam hadis sebut matlul ghani zulmun, melengah-lengahkan hutang adalah satu kezaliman. Kita ada kemampuan untuk membayar tapi kita tidak mahu membayar hutang tersebut. Jadi perlulah jelas kepada diri kita semua yang mana harta-harta kita ini sebenarnya perlulah sentiasa disucikan. Sentiasa tuan-tuan. Bayar zakat, yang haram diketepikan, yang hutang dibayar. Ini semua adalah muamalat-muamalat yang telah pun digariskan oleh syarak supaya kita melaksanakan. Kita bertanggungjawab, berobligasi untuk melaksanakan perkara-perkara tersebut. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, kita juga boleh merancang pendapatan-pendapatan kita sebenarnya. Dalam erti kata lain, apabila kita ini dikurniakan rezeki-rezeki sama ada secara biasa ataupun secara luar biasa ataupun diberikan kemewahan dan sebagainya, kita boleh merancang pendapatan-pendapatan kita. Merancang itu contohnya ialah untuk perkara-perkara yang tertentu sahaja. Sebab itu dalam syarak dinyatakan segala urusan-urusan kita ini kita boleh bagi kepada 3 keadaan. Yang pertama ialah untuk perkara-perkara yang daruriyat. Pendapatan-pendapatan kita ini kita gunakan untuk perkara-perkara yang bersifat daruriyat. Daruriyat ni apa tuan-tuan? Daruriyat ni benda yang bersifat asasi. Wajib ada. Itu daruriyat. Apa dia wajib ada? Contohnya seperti tempat tinggal, makanan, pakaian. Jadi pendapatan-pendapatan kita itu digunakan untuk 3 perkara asasi ni. Wajib ada. Tak ada tempat tinggal, orang akan kata kita ni orang homeless, tak ada rumah. Tak ada pakaian, orang akan kata kita gila. Tak ada makanan, orang akan kata kita miskin. Mungkin kita sendiri pun akan merana. Jadi sebab itu perkara yang daruriyat ni kita boleh utamakan. Kita perlu utamakan. Nafkah umpamanya, itu adalah bersifat daruriyat, wajib ada kepada setiap individu. Yang kedua ialah bersifat hajiat. Hajiat ni apa tuan-tuan? Hajiat ni untuk perkara-perkara yang bukan asasi. Ia perkara yang penting juga tapi bukan bersifat asasi. Bukan sifat kewajipan. Apa dia tuan-tuan? Contoh, kenderaan mungkin. Kenderaan kita boleh masukkan, kelaskan sebagai hajiat. Maksudnya untuk memudahkan pergerakan, maka perlu adanya kenderaan untuk kita bekerja, untuk kita mencari nafkah, untuk kita menambah pendapatan, untuk kita mencari rezeki, untuk kita mencari pendapatan yang halal. Jadi perkara-perkara ini kita boleh letakkan dalam kategori hajiat. Tak ada tak apa lagi, tapi memang perlu. Tetapi kita perlulah berusaha ke arah tersebut, hajiat. Yang ketiga apa dia? Tahsiniat. Tahsiniat. Bersifat tahsiniat apa dia? Untuk menambah keselesaan. Ini untuk orang-orang yang berkemampuan. Maksudnya berkemampuan di sini ialah dia dah ada rumah, dia dah ada kereta, dia dah ada pakaian, tetapi dia nak ada rumah yang lebih besar. Dia nak ada harta-harta yang lain, nak beli tanah umpamanya. Dia dah ada rumah lain, dia nak buat rumah sewa pula. Dia dah ada kereta kecil, nak beli kereta besar. Dia ada simpanan RM500, dia nak masukkan simpanan yang lebih besar. Ataupun dia nak laburkan duit dia di tempat yang lebih besar prospeknya untuk memberikan pulangan yang lebih besar. Ini semua adalah perkara-perkara yang bersifat tahsiniat. Dia ada rantai emas seketul ataupun seutas rantai emas. Kemudian dia nak tambah lagi dengan beberapa buah rantai emas, gelang emas dan sebagainya. Itu juga perkara-perkara yang bersifat tahsiniat. Jadi kalau ada kemampuan, bolehlah kita menambah keselesaan. Kita bolehlah merancang pendapatan kita untuk perkara-perkara tersebut ataupun mencapai kita punya hasrat, impian melalui perkara-perkara yang bersifat tahsiniat. Tetapi janganlah kita melupakan perkara-perkara yang daruriyat dan hajiat yang kita perlu utamakan terlebih dahulu. Ada pakaian memadai cukuplah. Bukan pakaian yang mungkin kalau ada kemampuan tak salah sebenarnya untuk kita membeli pakaian-pakaian yang berjenama, yang mahal dan sebagainya, asalkan ada kemampuan. Tetapi perlulah didahulukan. Mana yang boleh didahulukan, perlu didahulukan. Mana yang perlu rasa dikemudiankanlah perbelanjaan tersebut. Sebab itu kita boleh merancang pendapatan kita. Dan seterusnya juga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita boleh bersedekah. Kita boleh bersedekah. Ini juga untuk mendapat harta yang berkat. Ataupun mendapat rezeki yang berkat dengan cara kita bersedekah ataupun kita berwakaflah. Kita buatlah sesuatu untuk kebajikan diri kita. Dan sebenarnya dengan bersedekah ni tuan-tuan ataupun kita berwakaf ni banyak manfaat dan kelebihannya. Antaranya apa tuan-tuan? Kita akan dimuliakan oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Dengan cara kita bersedekah, berwakaf ini, kita akan dimuliakan oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Apa Rasulullah kata? Al-yadul ulya khairum minal yadis sufla. Ini hadis daripada Abu Hurairah radhiyallahu anhu. Dia kata apa? Al-yadul ulya khairum minal yadis sufla. Tangan yang di atas adalah lebih baik daripada tangan yang di bawah. Maknanya Allah memuliakan orang yang memberi itu. Dengan cara beginilah, maksudnya Allah akan memberikan pahala kepada orang yang memberi. Kemudian sedekah juga tuan-tuan boleh menghapus dosa. Kita ni mungkin akan ada ataupun kita ni mungkin ada dosa-dosa yang kita mungkin sedar ataupun tidak. Sama ada dosa-dosa kecil ataupun kita memang terlibat dengan dosa-dosa besar. Tetapi dengan cara bersedekah ni tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekurang-kurangnya dapat juga boleh menghapus dosa. Tetapi kalau dosa besar itu tidak bolehlah semudah itu saja, tidak. Bermaksud di sini dosa-dosa besar ni perlulah bertaubat, bolehlah perlulah dengan cara menyesali perbuatan-perbuatan kita, dan juga kita perlulah ganti dan sebagainya kalau perkara-perkara itu melibatkan perkara yang perlu diganti atas keterlanjuran kita dan sebagainya. Tapi dalam konteks dosa-dosa kecil dan sebagainya, kita boleh menghapuskan dosa tersebut dengan cara kita membuat sedekah ataupun berwakaf. Dalam hadis disebut daripada Muaz bin Jabal radhiyallahu anhu, apa Rasulullah kata, was-sadaqatu tudfi'ul khati'ata kama tudfi'ul ma'un nar. Apa yang Rasulullah kata, sedekah itu dapat menghapus dosa. Sedekah ni dapat menghapus dosa sebagaimana air yang memadamkan api. Kama tudfi'ul ma'un nar. Seperti mana air yang memadamkan api. Itu bagusnya kalau kita dapat bersedekah. Kita ada lebihan harta tadi kan, kita buat perkara-perkara daruriyat, hajiat ataupun tahsiniat, kita bersedekah. Dan dengan bersedekah juga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dia tidak menjadikan harta kita berkurang. Ini kadang-kadang orang berfikir yang mana dengan bersedekah boleh pula berkurang harta. Saya tak naklah sedekah, saya tak cukup duit ni. Ataupun saya tak naklah bersedekah ni, nanti kan kurang duit saya. Kadang-kadang orang berfikir sedemikian. Tidak sebenarnya tuan-tuan. Allah dah janji kepada kita yang harta itu tidak akan berkurang kalau kita bersedekah. Apa yang Rasulullah kata, ma naqasat sadaqatun min mal wa ma zadallahu 'abdan bi'afwin illa izza. Tidak akan berkurang harta dengan bersedekah. Ya. Dan seorang hamba yang pemaaf, pasti Allah akan tambahkan kemuliaan baginya. Allah tambah lagi kemuliaan. Dah harta pun tak berkurang, kemudian Allah akan tambah lagi, ya, darjah kemuliaan dia. Begitu janji Allah kepada kita. Ya. Dan dengan bersedekah juga akan mendapat naungan daripada Allah SWT. Ya. Akan mendapat naungan daripada Allah SWT. Dan juga pintu syurga yang memang khusus untuk orang-orang yang bersedekah. Ini juga janji Allah kepada orang-orang yang rajin bersedekah dan berwakaf. Ya. Apa yang Rasulullah kata, wa man kana min ahli sadaqah da'a min babil sadaqah. Ya. Apa maksudnya? Jika dari golongan orang yang gemar bersedekah, akan dipanggil daripada pintu sedekah. Ya. Akan dipanggil untuk masuk syurga daripada pintu sedekah. Memang ada pintu khas untuk orang yang bersedekah. Sebab itu sedekah ini banyak manfaat. Dan manfaat lain, dijauhi daripada api neraka. Akan dijauhi juga daripada api neraka, tuan-tuan. Sebab itu ya, kita kena fahamlah yang sebenarnya dengan sedekah ni banyak kelebihan dan manfaatnya. Ya. Ittaqun nar walau bisyakkin tamrah. Ya. Jauhilah api neraka walau hanya dengan bersedekah sebiji kurma. Maknanya akan dijauh walaupun kita bersedekah dengan sebiji kurma. Tapi takkanlah tuan-tuan nak bersedekah setakat dengan sebiji kurma saja. Mestilah lebih daripada itu. Mestilah melebihi daripada tersebut. Kurma tersebut, dengan wang, dengan harta kita, kan, apa yang kita ada, kita boleh bersedekah ataupun berwakaf untuk kebaikan diri kita. Ini perkara yang penting juga kepada kita untuk kita fahami. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dirahmati Allah sekalian, kita juga ya boleh merancang harta kita di kemudian hari daripada pendapatan ataupun rezeki kita. Perkara yang perlu diingat kepada kita semua ialah apa dia, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, iaitu janji Allah kepada kita. Janji Allah kepada kita, apa dia? Kullun nafsin za'iqatul maut. Setiap yang bernyawa itu pasti akan menghadapi kematian, pasti akan mati. Kullun nafsin za'iqatul maut. Setiap daripada kita ini pasti akan mati. Saya dah ulang 2 kali dah ni, ya. Pasti akan mati. Jadi kita boleh merancang dengan harta yang kita ada ni. Kita dah melipat gandakan usaha, mendapat rezeki, bekerja dan sebagainya, ataupun dengan harta-harta yang sedia ada, umpamanya, kita boleh melaksanakan perancangan yang sesuai ke atas harta kita. Melalui apa, tuan-tuan? Melalui dengan cara berwasiat. Buatlah sesuatu untuk kebaikan diri kita. Yang mana kita boleh mewasiatkan sebahagian harta kita untuk maksud kebajikan. Kalau pada masa hidup kita tak sempat nak sedekah, ataupun pada masa hidup ini kita ada sekatan-sekatan tertentu yang menghalang kita daripada nak bersedekah, ya. Jadi kita boleh buat dalam bentuk wasiat. Kerana kebajikan yang dibuat selepas mati juga boleh diambil kira. Jadi kita boleh mewasiatkan sebahagian harta kita ini untuk kita melaksanakan wasiat. Untuk kita memberikan sebahagian daripada harta kita ini kepada pihak lain, kepada orang lain, untuk maksud kebajikan. Anak angkat umpamanya, adik ipar, mak mertua, bapa mertua, ahli keluarga yang lain yang memang mereka ini tak dapat harta pusaka daripada kita, kita boleh bagi sebahagian. Ataupun dalam konteks yang lebih besar, kita sedekahkan Sebahagian daripada harta kita untuk masjid, wakafkan sebahagian untuk ma'had tahfiz dan sebagainya. Jadi kita boleh gunakan sebahagian daripada harta kita ini untuk kita buat dalam bentuk wasiat. Buatlah wasiat. Yang kedua, buatlah hibah. Kalau ada harta-harta kita yang kita nak beri kepada orang yang kita sayang, kita boleh beri dalam bentuk hibah. Cuma hibah ini adalah pemberian semasa hidup. Bermaksud rezeki-rezeki kita, pendapatan-pendapatan halal kita yang kita dapat pada masa hidup, kita boleh hibahkan, bagi siap-siap. Bagi kepada penerima, bagi kepada anak-anak, bagi kepada sesiapa yang kita sayang. Kita nak beri harta yang lebih dan sebagainya. Jadi tak perlu tunggu selepas meninggal dunia. Bermaksud pada masa hidup sahaja kita dah boleh tentukan dan kita boleh beri dan mereka boleh terima harta daripada kita. Jadi buatlah secara wasiat, buatlah secara hibah. Dan instrumen, kedua-dua instrumen ini tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh diguna pakai dalam kita melakukan transaksi dalam kehidupan. Dalam kita melakukan transaksi pindah milik ke atas harta-harta kita. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh melakukan urusan ini melalui MAIS dan sebagainya. Jadi buatlah perancangan harta dalam ataupun daripada rezeki-rezeki kita dan juga pendapatan-pendapatan kita. Dan harta-harta yang lain ya, yang sekiranya ada, bolehlah dibahagikan secara faraid. Dan perkara yang tidak kurang pentingnya juga, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, jika ada seorang yang meninggal dunia dan berharta, dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan adalah merupakan waris-warisnya, hendaklah segera membuat penyelesaian untuk membahagikan harta-harta pusaka kepada waris-waris yang berhak secara faraid. Ini untuk meneruskan kesinambungan daripada rezeki dan juga pendapatan-pendapatan kita, tuan-tuan. Selama kita cari ini harta kita ini telah mendapat keberkatan dengan cara kita membuat segala amal jariah, dengan cara kita membayar zakat, dengan cara kita menyempurnakan segala liability yang ada. Tetapi perkara-perkara ini perlulah diteruskan juga sebaik sahaja selepas kita meninggal dunia, supaya agihan-agihan ini dapat diterima oleh waris-waris kita. Bukan dengan cara kita membiarkan harta-harta tersebut. Ini tak sebagai waris, kita ambil pula hak orang lain. Sebagai waris, kita tak buat pembahagian harta pusaka tersebut. Kerana apa? Kerana takut harta tersebut jatuh kepada pihak lain. Jatuh kepada saudara mara yang lain. Jatuh kepada adik-beradik. Kita tak nak harta kita dibagikan. Sampai begitu sekali, kita tak nak. Jangan buat macam tu, tuan-tuan. Jadi harta-harta pusaka yang kita uruskan daripada si mati umpamanya, ataupun kita ni sebagai waris kepada si mati, hendaklah kita buat penyelesaian secara segera. Jangan ditangguh-tangguhkan, tuan-tuan. Sekarang ini kita dah tahu, sekarang ini aset yang tidak bertuan ataupun yang beku ini dikatakan sehingga telah mencapai 70 bilion, tuan-tuan. 70 bilion. Dulu orang kata 66 bilion, ada yang kata dulu 38 bilion, lepas tu naik 40 bilion, kemudian naik 50 bilion dan sekarang dikatakan sampai 70 bilion. Harta-harta pusaka yang masih lagi tidak bertuan, tidak dibahagikan. Jadi harta-harta ini perlulah disegerakan pembahagiannya supaya waris-waris boleh menikmati harta-harta tersebut secara halal, bukan dengan mengambil hak orang lain, bukan dengan mengambil hak anak yatim dan sebagainya. Ini perkara-perkara yang penting juga untuk kita menjaga keberkatan daripada hasil ataupun daripada pendapatan-pendapatan kita yang telah halal. Jadi sebab itulah saya nak mengingatkan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dalam pada kita ini berlumba-lumba untuk mencari rezeki. Kita dikurniakan oleh Allah tubuh badan yang sihat untuk mencari rezeki. Kita dikurniakan pula kemurahan rezeki daripada Allah SWT ya. Contohnya kita ini mungkin orang yang jenis mudah berniaga, mudah dapat duit, mudah mengumpul kekayaan. Tapi kita kena ingat tuan-tuan yang mana kekayaan itu bukanlah sebenarnya diukur dari sudut harta. Kekayaan yang sebenar tuan-tuan bukanlah daripada harta. Laisal ghina an kasratil arad walakinnal ghina ghina nafs. Apa Rasulullah kata? Bukanlah kekayaan itu kerana banyaknya harta, akan tetapi kekayaan itu adalah kaya hati, kaya jiwa. Kekayaan jiwa. Kekayaan jiwa ni apa? Akhlak mulia, makan harta yang halal, menghormati orang lain, tidak memutuskan silaturahim, menghormati orang lain, ya, melaksanakan perkara-perkara yang telah pun disyariatkan oleh Allah, melaksanakan amar makruf, nahi mungkar, perkara yang haram diketepikan, ya, perkara yang halal sahaja diambil, unsur-unsur yang syubhah dijauhi. Itu semua adalah kekayaan yang sebenar. Maksudnya jiwa kita ini kaya dengan kita bertanggungjawab ataupun memastikan diri kita ini hanya melaksanakan kefarduan daripada Allah SWT. Pada yang sama kita mencari rezeki itu, kita mestilah mencari rezeki dalam ataupun secara melalui jalan yang diredai oleh Allah SWT. Bukan dengan cara kita menindas orang lain, mengambil hak orang lain, ya, menipu, memperdaya, berjudi, ya, ataupun kita membawa pula urusan-urusan yang memang dah jelas haram, tapi kita bagi tahu di depan orang lain yang harta-harta itu halal. Padahal kita dah tahu dah harta-harta itu tak betul. Padahal kita dah tahu dah harta-harta tersebut diragui sebagainya. Jadi itulah, ya, saya nak mengingatkan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan supaya kita terus memastikan segala pendapatan-pendapatan kita ini mestilah daripada sumber yang halal sahaja, ya. Jadi saya rasa mungkin cukup setakat ini sahaja pada hari ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Semoga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ya, mendapat manfaat daripada apa tazkirah yang saya sampaikan tadi, ya, yang mana kita nak supaya kita sentiasa memperingatkan diri kita ini supaya hanya bertransaksi ataupun bermuamalat dengan urusan-urusan yang halal sahaja untuk menghasilkan pendapatan yang berkat, ya, daripada sumber yang halal sahaja. Okay, cukup setakat ini saja pada hari ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Semoga tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mendapat manfaat, ya, daripadanya, ya, supaya kita terus dapat beristiqamah memastikan segala pendapatan-pendapatan kita ini daripada sumber-sumber yang halal, ya. Kita mencari keberkatan, dan keberkatan daripada Allah SWT itu adalah keberkatan yang hakiki, ya, yang mana kita mestilah terus-menerus istiqamah, ya. Kita tak boleh mencampur adukkan sumber-sumber yang haram ataupun yang halal kita jadikan sebagai pendapatan kita. Mestilah kita istiqamah hanya untuk perkara-perkara yang halal sahaja. Hanya rezeki-rezeki yang halal sahaja yang kita boleh jadikan sebagai sumber rezeki kita. Dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh merujuk kepada kami, ya, melalui Baitul Mal Majlis Agama Islam Selangor, ya, sebagai satu entiti yang boleh menasihati tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, yang boleh memberikan pandangan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ataupun tuan-tuan dan puan-puan nak melaksanakan perkhidmatan-perkhidmatan yang bersesuaian dalam memastikan segala terimaan-terimaan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan itu secara halal, ya, dan dapat dilaksanakan berdasarkan ataupun mengikut garis panduan syarak, ya. Ataupun yang lebih utama lagi ialah mendapat keredaan daripada Allah SWT. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh berjumpa kami di Baitul Mal Majlis Agama Islam Selangor, ya. Ada nombor yang dinyatakan 0355143773, ataupun 0355143772, ataupun tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh emailkan sebarang persoalan-persoalan berkaitan dengan pengurusan harta tuan-tuan, ya, yang selama ini kita perolehi, bagaimana kita nak lakukan dan sebagainya, dan apakah kaedah-kaedah terbaik yang sesuai ke atas harta-harta kita supaya harta-harta kita ini dapat dinikmati oleh semua pihak, termasuklah untuk kebajikan diri kita sendiri. Jadi setakat itu saja pada hari ini. Aqulu qauli hadza wa astaghfirullahal azim li wa lakum wa lisairil muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, thank you to Al-Fadhil Ustaz Indra Syahril bin Muhammad Syahid, the Director of Baitul Mal Majlis Agama Islam Selangor, for sharing with us the tazkirah on merancang keberkatan hasil dari pendapatan halal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached to the end of our first segment of conference today. We are going to stop here for a while to give way for Friday prayer. We will resume our virtual conference session at 2:50 p.m. later. Please stay tuned with us as we promise you with more interesting topics and presentation from our renowned speaker and panelists. Thank you and see you later.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating
will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today. Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today. Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today. Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today. Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
To apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more. How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. to grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal Certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal Certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, The HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, The HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge, and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. To grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate. The issued Empowered Blockchain Certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, Log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon to all of you. For those who have been with us since morning, thank you and I welcome you back. And those who just joined us this afternoon, I would like to welcome you to the virtual Selangor International Halal Conference 2020 in conjunction with the virtual Selangor International Business Summit 2020, brought to you by Halal International Selangor in collaboration with Invest Selangor Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue with our next forum for today. It is part of the nation's aspiration to be known as the best halal hub globally. With huge investment from the government, halal parks are expected to provide the seeding ground for halal-related industries locally, while serving the platform for foreign investment that is related to the halal industry. The question is, where are we now? Well, to answer the question, we invite two panelists to elaborate more on the topic with us today. Allow me to introduce our panelists. Yang berbahagia, Dato' Azman Shah Muhammad Yusof, the Chief Executive Officer of North Forth Malaysia Berhad, and Mr. Hani Sofyan bin Alias, the Vice President of Industry Development Division of Halal Development Corporation, or HDC. And also, to moderate this forum, allow me to invite our very own Chief Operating Officer of Halal International Selangor, Mr. Zulkarnain Shah Zainal Abidin. We hope you will enjoy the forum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the virtual Selangor Halal International Conference 2020. This is held in conjunction with Selangor International Business Summit 2020. This year we're going to have it, as you can see, virtually because of the obvious reason, because of the pandemic. It's unfortunate that we were not able to meet there. Initially, the plan was to be together with my panelists, but I think it's kind of a blessing in disguise juga. With this pandemic, we are into this virtual meeting. Or if before the pandemic, we can't make it physically, and that's it, you're out. So I always like to see the positive point of it. Well, today I'm very honored to be the moderator for Forum 2, entitled Malaysia Halal Hub. Are we there yet? We've always been talking about Halal Hub. So I think it's quite interesting to revisit what Halal Hub is all about. Revisit because I'm sure the industry has understood a hub being something initially, and then we see the implementation of the hub as we go along through more than a decade, I think close to 20 years, 15, 20 years. And as we go along, we go around and we see halal hubs around. And where are we now is a very relevant question. And how is it connected? We can see the hub as being the physical aspect of it. So is it the hub being physical only, and how is it related to the soft side of it, the hardware and the software, if I put it that way. So today, I'm honored to have Yang berbahagia Dato' Azman Shah Muhammad Yusof, Chief Executive Officer of Northport Malaysia Berhad. Dato', glad to have you here this morning. An old friend, we went back this morning on the way here. I was recalling how long have I known Dato'. So it's like since the late 90s. Wow. We are that young, yeah. Dato', a very experienced man, very colorful profile, Bank Negara, Bolton, Dana Harta, and many more. A very experienced man. Dato', yang berbahagia Dato' joined MMC Port Holding in 2015, correct, Dato'? And became the CEO of Northport Malaysia in 2016. So thank you, Dato', for joining us. Our second panelist, Mr. Hani Sofyan bin Alias, the Vice President of Industry Development Division, HDC, Halal Development Corporation. Since 2008, very experienced man. Some of his significant role is responsible for all HDC's development activities at both domestic and international platform. Key portfolios, industry governance, involved in pembangunan industri halal MPH, Halal Master Plan 2030. Is that correct, Mr. Anis Sofian? To improve effectiveness of halal ecosystem. That's, I think, a long list if I read it out. Again, gentlemen, Dato', thank you for being with us this morning. Let's talk about the physical number of halal park or halal hub. In fact, that term itself can be something to be discussed about. You know, someone asked me, what's the difference between a park and a hub? You know, perhaps along the way we can talk about that as well. We have about 21 parks, halal parks located in Malaysia. 14 of them are with Halmas, designated halal parks. I hope those numbers are correct, Encik Anis Sofian. If I'm wrong, please correct me, feel free. So we have been looking at Halal Hub, developing Halal Hub over more than a decade, and the government has put a lot of investment in developing it. So it is also as a platform for foreign investment, and we are so into it. There's still some interest in certain states, I understand, who wants to have a new hub, to create a new hub. So, but the question is, are they doing it to be part of it, or are doing it because they have new ideas on how to make it work? But I think it's very, very critical would be from HDC's point of view on how to make all these parks and hubs work together. So, shall we start? I would like to invite Encik Anis Sofian to share his perspective on the development of halal parks from day one until present. Okay. Over to you, Encik Anis Sofian.
Thank you very much, Cik Zulkarnain. I think first of all for inviting me to be the speaker for this important sessions. I understand there's a lot of questions asking about what is Halal Hub. And as Cik Zulkarnain was mentioning just now, the most easiest or most common perceptions about Halal Hub is the physical infrastructure itself, the Halal Park. So Halal Hub, Halal Park, what else? People talking about these terms over and over, but sometimes we do not really have what they call that, a common understanding or a common interpretation of what Halal Hub is all about. So as mentioned by Cik Zul, I joined HDC in 2008. So still young, still black hair. When I joined HDC, aspire to become the global halal hub by the year of 2020. So me too, I asked around, what does it mean? Halal hub, what is it? So I was given this very thick document at that time. And when I look at this document, is the Halal Industry Master Plan, HIMP, 2008 to 2020. So I think on the first page, when I flip this document, on the first page, it mentions that the Malaysia being the global halal hub is actually a means to elevate the income of our people and also to increase the economic growth. So the next questions come is that how do we do this? So I flip around this document. So I saw the one diagram that actually registered in my brain until today is about how do we do this in the next, from 2008 until 2020, in the next 15 years. Going to be the global halal hub by the year of 2020, which is this year. The first one is actually on how do we capitalize our knowledge, making Malaysia as the global reference center in halal integrity matters. We know that we have started this halal journey more than 40 years ago. So we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of skilled workers and information that can be utilized to capture the economics opportunity that has been mentioned all over the place. The second part is actually about the economic itself, making Malaysia as the center of productions, innovations, and trade. So the second part is very tricky because people would like to see the proof whether we have really successful in this year. So I guess today we probably go deep into this one, and maybe as Encik Zul was mentioning just now, speak more about the if I may continue a bit more on halal parks, yes, Encik Zulkarnain was right. We have about 22 halal parks all over in Malaysia. So halal parks refers to a specific area. It's an industrial area that has been complied to the halal requirements, both for productions and other services. And out of the 22, we HDC have accredited 14 halal parks to be designated as Halmas halal parks. Why do we need to do this? Because one of the key issues when we started the halal parks initiative is how do we get people to come in? What is the what do you call that? The carrot to get the people to actually come and invest in these halal parks. So at that time there were no incentives. There's no specific incentives for halal, and at the HDC, I think JAKIM, our what do you call that? IRB and the Ministry of Finance, we have actually come up with what we call as halal incentive. This halal incentive is entitled to those companies who come and invest in the specific halal parks, the 14 halal parks, or what we mentioned as the 14 Halmas designated halal parks. And the incentives, I would say, is one of the best, not just in the country, but in this region. For example, it offers up to 10 years zero tax for qualified companies producing halal promoted products. So 14 halal parks, if we look at where we are today in terms of investments, we have, I think, achieved accumulated numbers of about 16 billion worth of investment in the 14 halal parks. Because some people also ask HDC, your halal park, where's your halal park? In Bandar Utama? That is our office. So halal parks, the 14 halal parks, is actually, we have it in Selangor, we have it in Johor, Penang, and different parts of what do you call that? Malaysia, including Sabah and Sarawak. So I guess maybe that is the starting point from our discussion today. Maybe we focus more on the halal park itself.
Thank you, Encik Ani Sophian. Good insight. Initial, touching point on the issues of Halal Hub. Dato', can you share with us your view on the same topic of my opening remarks just now on Halal Hub, as well as perhaps you want to give your opinion or comments on what was elaborated and explained by Encik Ani Sophian. Over to you, Dato'.
Okay, thanks. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Again, very appreciative of the opportunity to speak at Selangor International Halal Conference. I think I've been doing this for the last 3 years, basically. So I do not want to sound like a broken record. Those who are the regular attendees.
Thank you for your support, Dato'.
But I will share with you later an update on what we've done at Northport. But to contribute to the discussion on Halal Hub, basically, I've always looked at it as labeling in the sense that it's a hub, but the definition, if it's just physical, then you run the risk of becoming a property play. You're not doing it for the right reasons. And the other thing is basically the strategic location of those hubs, because you may be able to produce well in a hub which is difficult to connect with the rest of the country or the world. So I would rather go on the basis of whether we have created a halal ecosystem that is functioning. And at the end of the day, you may be located at a Halma certified park or hub, but you run the risk of not being able to manage your logistics costs. And this will, even though you've got the incentives going for the manufacturers, but the logistics cost might be an impediment to them to grow further, especially if they have ambitions of becoming a halal exporter. So to me, basically, yes, it's good to have the infrastructure and the facilities to get it certified and attract all the players, maybe from abroad and so on and so forth. But you've got to connect the dots. You've got to have the integrated logistics and the whole value chain, not just on moving the products physically, but also moving the products through documentation. I think this is something that we always fail to realize, that there's so much paperwork that goes into exporting. And I'm just going to talk about exporting because I think as a halal hub for internal domestic consumption, I think we've grown by leaps and bounds. We have the first mover advantage and so on and so forth, but we've not really capitalized on this to become or to capture the export market. And we all know the export market is huge, it's tremendous. And if we and I think at the last World Halal Conference, if I'm not mistaken, I basically threw a notion that we should sell halal products. We should sell halal as a brand. And if you sell halal as a brand, basically, then you open yourself not just to 2.2 billion Muslim population, but you also open up to the rest of the world. And what is key there is basically to make sure that the value chain works. Not only are you halal and tayyiban, but you are also price competitive. So this is where I think, yes, it's good to have all this infrastructure, but how do we connect the dots? And how do we make it efficient such that the manufacturer just focuses on manufacturing, producing, and the logistics cost and all that is well managed. The value chain manages itself. So this is the thing. This is a project that we've been looking at for the last 4 years, basically, since I've been at Northport. And we've had some experiments, which I'll share with you later. But again, my take on Halal Hub is that we shouldn't be too focused on the physical aspect of it. We should be focused on what is around it. We should be focused on the ecosystem itself. If the hub is fantastic, first class, but if the manufacturer is losing money on logistics costs, especially when you talk about the exporting, and if there is issues with regards to the whole value chain, then I think we may have, it may be a bit of a case of a stunted growth now, basically. We could do a lot more, I think, if we all work together, get all these things integrated instead of being siloed, and make it happen. So later on, I'll share with you, not talk about hub in itself, but a value chain, meaning the hub as an ecosystem, that creates value.
Sure, Dato'. Thank you. I just want to go back, still with you, Dato', how would you guys operate differently or achieve differently, do things differently if you are not operating in a halal hub? Because you are within the bigger hub. Would things be different if there's no initiative in developing our halal hub, in your opinion?
No, don't get me wrong. I think the hub concept is fantastic.
Okay.
But I think we focus more on the hub rather than the ecosystem. So the hub can be anywhere, but if the logistics doesn't work, then you have a problem.
Agreed.
So we really need to look at it from a hub plus perspective.
Thank you, Dato'. You just hit the sweet spots there. Where what is it a hub all about? And hardware, software, and the perception. Hardware is a hub. We forgot about the rest. And I think together this morning we are looking at the same perspective that we've agreed. It is more than just physical. Okay, going back to Cik Hani Sofian, I want to touch a bit on Halmas. How successful has Halmas been in promoting, in attracting players and investment? Because a simple rule of thumb, incentive would attract, tax holiday and whatnot. Yes, you're able to attract, but attracting is not the end game. The attracting is the beginning. People come to a hub, to a park, and they are supposed to be the engine to the halal economy by doing what they do best, their business. Has that been successful, or is it just, I'm just saying here, it's just good enough to attract players to come and buy land and perhaps develop on it for future expansion 5 years down the road? I'm sure Halmas has got a certain guidelines, perhaps very, very briefly taking from that angle, Encik Anis Sofian.
Yeah, I think he's on mute. I think he's on mute.
Encik Anis Sofian?
Okay, sorry.
It's all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was saying that
Yeah.
probably today I need to speak more about the halal parks.
Yeah.
But I actually agree with Dato' Azman
Yeah.
statement just now that,
Yeah.
that Malaysia as halal hub how successful Halmas has been, what I'm seeing right now will depends on how much do you understand about the infrastructure itself.
Good point.
When we go to the parliament, for example, when we speak to some of the, when we try to answer some of the questions, they always speak about the problems that they are seeing in their halal parks.
Yeah.
And most of these halal parks are halal parks located in the areas that are actually not conducive for foreign direct investment. So what we are looking at right now, when we speak about Halmas, it has a certain criteria to actually attract foreign direct investment. But the initial spirit of developing halal park, it was way before HDC was even established. It was sometimes we have the Ministry of Entrepreneur Development, MECD.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. So they actually started the concept of halal park because they wanted to help more of our SMEs to get halal certification. And one of the issue was that you cannot get the halal cert if you do not have a proper premise.
Yep.
So you need to have a factory. So MEC started with halal park projects in 5 states. If I'm not mistaken, it was in Kelantan, Pahang, Kedah, Perlis, Terengganu, if I'm not mistaken. So that was the initial spirit of developing halal parks to actually help SMEs to go into halal certification and eventually capture the market. But that also faced some problems because SMEs, when they want to move into a halal and so on, exactly what Dato' Azman was mentioning just now, the ecosystems.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of things that they need to consider. So at that time, so we were thinking of developing the incentive to attract the SMEs to go into this halal park. But somehow the incentives, when it was developed, it is not so suitable for the SMEs. It is more suitable for the foreign direct investment.
Understood, yep.
So that's why if you look at the data right now, not a single SME has enjoyed these Halmas incentives.
Oh.
There are about, I think almost 100% of these incentives are actually enjoyed by the foreign direct investors. So in the RMK 11, 2016, 2015, 2016, when we started to speak about this issue to the government, So there no more new halal parks. You need to resolve all these issues first before you actually talk about creating more halal parks. At least not from the government. So that was the first instructions. The second one is to look at what are the key issues and what needs to be done for these halal parks. Over the past 5 years, we have been reviewing our guidelines. We have been communicating to the different stakeholders, and I think as maybe not many people know, but maybe I would share today is that halal parks, they are owned by different entities. There are halal parks owned by private sectors. There are the first 5 was actually funded by the government, so we can call it as the federal government halal parks, the 5 halal parks. But then, for example, we have also state halal parks. Take Selangor, for example. If you go to Pulau Indah, you have a state government halal park. Then, just a few kilometers away, we have the PKFZ halal parks, which is owned by the Lembaga Pelabuhan, and Lembaga Pelabuhan is actually an arm under the Ministry of Transport. So we have a Ministry of Transport, we have the state of Selangor. In Johor, we have Iskandar Halal Park. So that is a private owned by UEM, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure myself.
So it's totally private halal park. So because of different ownerships, it is not easy for the government to actually govern this halal park without a proper what do you call that, act, or in bahasa we call it as a punca kuasa. The enforcement on how do we drive these halal parks. So it became a lot of advisory on how we should move the halal park.
Understood.
Secondly, we look at the issues of incentive itself. Because incentive, if we talk about the FDI, I would say it is quite successful. We look at NSTAC because they are what do you call that? GLC owned halal parks owned by Tabung Haji. So it was driven more on what do you call that? Private driven kind of institutions. And they focus a lot more on FDIs, and they are expanding. I guess in Selangor Halal Hub also, I think almost all the lands are sold because it actually attracts a lot of investors into the hub. But maybe right now we need to look at how do we actually tackle the issues of our SMEs in going into the halal park. So what we need to do right now, we actually recategorize first the halal parks that we have, to attract FDI or even DDI, and also the halal parks which are actually built to help the SMEs in producing quality halal goods and services.
Agreed, Encik Anis. So I think from your brief sharing just now, we can see that there's a lot of issues, smaller issues that needs to be sorted out. I also can see that Halmas itself did work, but perhaps, you know, it's able to, I don't know, some other steps or incentives needs to be put in so that, you know, the smaller players would benefit from it. Back to Dato' Azman, quick run through your website. You have this initiative, it's called Halal Point. At your port, perhaps you want to share a bit or more, up to you. What is that all about? Because, you know, how is that connected to what we've been talking about this morning?
Okay, let me just share our presentation slides. Let me see whether we can get this to work. Okay, can you see the slides? Okay.
Yeah.
So I have taken a more liberal approach in defining what is hub. Because our other activities at the port, basically, or our initiatives at the port, is actually to try and move away cargo from other hubs into Malaysia, so that Malaysia can be a regional distribution hub for certain products. So in my mind, basically, the whole country can be a hub for something else, for some products. So what is more important actually is how the hub functions, and we need to understand the value chain from the manufacturer to the consumer. How do we make the products move? We can have the best halal certified product that you can ever find, but if you are not price competitive, or if there are issues with regards to logistics, we will have this, how should I say, inability to fulfill our promise. Because I think Malaysia is actually the rightful, carrier of the title Global Halal Hub, because we had the first mover advantage with the JAKIM certification. We have first-class incentives for FDI. We've got a very good entrepreneurial population, SMEs. Actually, the products is very, very good. It's just that we need to move from point A to point B. So the hubs, the physical infrastructure is there, the incentives is there, but like you pointed out, Zul, is basically the hardware and the software needs to 1 + 1 must equals to 5 kind of scenario. So I want to share with you what we've done the last time I spoke at the Selangor International Halal Conference. We created, or were in the process of creating, a Malaysia-Japan halal value chain. And we signed an MOU with a couple of companies, basically in February 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And it took us a couple of months to get the thing going. And our first maiden voyage was actually in November. We took part in Expo. I think we had about six SMEs being able to participate in the Expo, and the products moved through the value chain. So let me just share with you what I mean by that. Of course, I'm gonna skip all the headline figures, because this should come from HDC. I won't preempt him, basically. But I'll go to slide number 3, which is basically the exporters issues. I think I'm taking it more from the perspective of the exporters. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Malaysian halal exports is controlled predominantly by MNCs, and I think the chekias of the halal industry is a very small percentage. So I think this is something that we need to work on, so that we can generate more economic activity. So there'll be a slide on the solution and what the future holds, and then I'll talk about what we are doing right now with our partners. Okay, I'll skip this. I think everybody knows these figures: 2.2 billion Muslim population, and where the concentration is. The purchasing power of 1.1 trillion by 2030. I'm sure these figures are outdated. The market, Southeast Asia, is actually quite big, and the surprising thing is that our exports to these target markets is quite low. If you look at China, we only contribute about 6% of China's halal import requirements. Halal exports to Korea is only valued at 1.4 billion, even though K-pop and Winter Sonata has had effect on Malaysian tourism. Exports to Japan 2019, I remember my first visit to Japan. I talked about halal and Toiban and all that, and then they looked at me and said, "You're saying Japan products not clean?" It's a small market, 100,000 Muslims in Japan. But what we needed to do basically was to sell halal as a brand, so to speak. So we've done quite well there. So this is basically the lay of the land. And then we examine what do we have in our favor? I mean, number one, and you can't compete with this. JAKIM certification is worldwide accepted, and then the location. We are at the center of the global Muslim population, in the middle of Middle East and China, basically, and the location of at the Straits of Malacca, at least for Klan, where it is the busiest channel or straits in world trade. And then, of course, if talk about the One Belt, One Road, we are right smack in the middle of it. And then, again, Hanis talked about it just now, the incentives that the government has given. Nowhere in the world can you find all these wonderful incentives. Yeah. So the research and development, the grants, the marketing grants, and so on and so forth, the tax incentives, and so on and so forth. So our team went out to visit Mihas. Apart from buying all the wonderful products that they sell there, we also asked the question: how come we are, not seeing your product global forum in the global scenario? We asked the question, and they came back with a lot of horror stories. One of it, the most important one of it, is actually the red tape. The customs and other government agencies clearance at the destinations. We heard horror stories of products being held back in the warehouse without custom clearance for more than 9 months. So this is something that we thought is going to be a killer. Yeah. And to circumvent that, basically, most SMEs, they will go and join expos in other countries and so on and so forth. But what that meant is that your only chance to market the products is like, doing a pasar malam or night market kind of approach, where you go sell your wares at the expos and then wait for the next year. Yeah. What we want basically is to create a value chain or a path, an export path, whereby you can export and sell anytime. Yeah, as long as your products already have that clearance and is registered in the CIQ of all these recipient countries. So the first issue is actually the red tape. The second issue is lack of familiarity with the export markets. Obviously, we scored big on durians with China. Yeah. But you try selling durians to Japan, I think you will not have the same success unless they develop different taste buds. So what works? What works in which markets? Yeah? And maybe this product is suitable for Malaysian consumption, but you may need to reduce the salt or whatever for Japan. These kind of things we need to know, and this is where sometimes that's why if you have the value chain and partners across borders, basically, then you'll be able to further define and refine your products so that you can hit the export markets. Yep. Next, ineffective marketing approach. I've always shudder when people talk about okay, we've created we're selling things in Japan, we've created a halal section in the supermarket for this product. To me, basically, if people are not cognizant of halal, they don't know what it is, then only the Muslims will go to that particular counter or shelf. Yeah. For me, basically, if we can put the halal products in the same row as the global accepted products, I think we've scored big there. And with the right marketing approach, then they'll know, then the consumer will be able to discern that, you've got this product which is global standard, blah, blah, blah. But then you have one which is of equal standard, but with the halal logo on it. So the customer then says, okay, I'm going to grab the halal one. Yeah. I think when that day comes, I think we've done our halal export is a success. Yes. Lack of price competitiveness is actually partially on the production cost, but more likely, I think at least about 30% of it is actually on logistics costs. So if we can actually make the Malaysian halal exports more price competitive, I think, and we'll be able to get a better market share. And again, the form versus substance. I think if we just sell halal products on the basis of religion versus the actual substance of it, the traceability aspect, the purity and the cleanliness, I think we get more traction. This is where I think I'll repeat myself from last year. We should sell halal as a brand. Because the what do you call it, the traits, the characteristics of a halal product is actually far superior from any other product that is made. Yeah? And of course, difficult to get financial support. I know, and Hanis just verified it, that it is difficult for SMEs to get those kind of support that maybe FDIs can get easier. So this is something we really need to work on. So what we did, I can't see this the slide here, but what we did was to, let me see, the logistics issues. That's the last, because my screen, I can't see the slide there. So the logistics issues is not resolved, and this is the key component. So we came up with a solution. We said, let's focus on the value chain approach. So in the case of Japan, basically, we said we had to educate them, the partners that we had, the halal certification that is numero uno in the world. And then we talked about free zone facilities, certain, ports, basically, when you want to talk about distribution, if you have a free zone, just like in Pulau Indah, where you have PKFZ, and also the Selangor Industrial Park, the location is quite close to each other. It makes all the more sense. And then, of course, if we can actually portray ourselves to be the distribution hub to the world, and this hub basically is not just physical, it is actually software and hardware. So the systems are in place, the ecosystem is in place, and we can connect the dots from Malaysia, so we can reach out to the rest of the world. And in order to do that, you've got to have an end-to-end integrated logistics solution, meaning that the Malaysian, the poor Czechia SME exporter having to talk to different parties along the value chain, if you can actually integrate and create a value chain, I think it'll be so much easier. The SMEs just focus on manufacturing to the best of their ability. The logistics costs, all those things are optimized by participating in the value chain. And then the negative stigma, we also thought about, the stigma of halal trade. We've got a lot of Islamophobics out there in the world. So maybe it's time to, look at the substance of it as opposed to the form. Halal products are for the rest of the world. It's good for the rest of the world, because you can actually have traceability. And of course, on operating cost transparency, I think this ties in with the whole value chain. If the full value is actually built, basically, then it is transparent. There is no, rent seeking or advantage taking or abnormal profits, when it comes to quoting a price to the poor exporter. So again, I'm focusing more on exports, because I think this is where we have not really succeeded, even though we have had a head start. So in the end, what we thought was to create a halal Silk Road HSR. At that point in time, when we came up with the idea, the government back then already postponed the high-speed rail project, the HSR. So we decided to borrow HSR and use that as a brand. So what it meant is actually to provide a one-stop center. So meaning that there is end-to-end logistics services. There's also integrated halal value-added services, meaning that each partner of the value chain is actually halal certified. And then the killer to the exporter is actually the documentation process. I think once you have the value chain sorted out, once you have from A to Z, basically the partners are all there, we can know about the documentation process, and we can advise in advance to the exporter whether you are 50% ready or 80% ready, or you're not ready at all. And then they can start getting that documentation ready. And going back to my basic point, the logistics cost. So once we have an integrated value chain, we can have a competitive transportation cost. And throughout, we can offer halal and Thayyiban services. So the dream was is basically to create an integrated halal value chain. I have to be what they call it, location centric, because I operate in Port Klang, by the way. So we wanted to turn Port Klang into the halal gateway to the world. Again, another label, gateway hub, but what it means is that not only are we exporting, but we can also be importing for distribution, or as Hanis has successfully done at HDC, create an infrastructure where the FDI can come in and they can ride on our status as a halal hub and produce goods which they would never be able to do before with the halal certification and exporting to the rest of the world. So it goes both ways, export and import and FDI and so on and so forth, all gelling in together to make us into what do you call it, the epicenter of halal trade. Right?
Thank you, Dato'. Very, very comprehensive presentation. I think it just made me redundant or make my life easier to moderate this. But a lot of information shared. Time check, we have less than 10 minutes actually. I thought we have more. Yeah, sure.
So let me just finish off with the Japan, because my title says Japan.
Yep.
So we did with Japan, and this is the concept basically. We have partners. What we are going to do is to create cargo consolidation savings, business matching, and then work on an e-commerce platform. So we have now an importer by the name of Bayam. We have Nichiren, who is the number one cold chain logistics provider in Japan, number 5 in the world, and we have Northport fixing it all together basically. And this is I'll skip all this introduction, and I just want to get to what we're going to do. So, in fact, I was preparing a video for this, but we couldn't get it done in time. So you can see that from the manufacturer, freight forwarder, custom broker, distribution center, the port, shipping lines, and to the recipient end, all this paperwork, documentation will all be handled. It will be explained to the manufacturer, and then they get themselves ready, and then off you go.
Yep.
We have even the borrowed Air Asia's tagline, now everyone can export. And for refrigerated containers, the price per cubic meter is actually a substantial amount less than what they would have otherwise had to pay. Yeah.
Yep.
And similarly also for ambient containers. So maiden voyage, we can do it in 27 days. From the day that they make that phone call, if they sort out all the issues, we can actually do that. What I want to throw basically is this. I think we've had the FDIs, we had the SMEs, but maybe we need a trading company, right? And this is what I think I mentioned it before last year.
You did.
And I would like to see this happen. Yeah, Malaysian Sogo Social, meaning that there is a trading company that goes out to the rest of the world and basically helps the SMEs by actually commoditizing or monetizing their products in the export markets. So that's basically my 2 cents worth. It's all about value chain. The hub, I think if we can redefine it, not say redefine, add more substance to the word hub instead of just physical, but actually talk about ecosystem, then I think we can then call ourselves a halal hub to the world instead of just looking at halal hub for production. Yeah, I think that is my...
Thank you, Dato'. Very extensive, very informative. I will for sure revisit what you just presented. Some of it we've got the chance to talk about before our forum today. I could easily ask many, many more questions here, but I think I'm going to let Encik Ani Sofian comment something on perhaps what Dato' Azman has just presented in relation to our topic today. And perhaps immediately we can sum up the way forward. What's the way forward? I mean, honestly, I feel that a 1 hour session doesn't do justice to this topic. But obviously, we perhaps in some other platform or avenues or event, we can do this again. There's so many things to talk about. So off to you, Encik Ani Sofian.
Thank you. I think I just go straight to the point. I think the first thing when we talk about Halal Hub, we have to agree that this is not just about the physical industrial Halal Park. It's about the ecosystem. And I think as proven, what Dato' Azman mentioned just now, there's a lot of initiatives going on to actually improve the talk about ecosystem. It should bring us somewhere. It should bring us to actually improve our socio-economy of the country. And this can be measured through our trade, our investment, our employment, and last but not to forget the integrity part, because halal is all about integrity. So this is very important. So in the ecosystems right now, what we are seeing, there's a lot of initiatives, there's a lot of key stakeholders. It's a good thing because I think when we started this journey sometime 2008, 2006, many years ago, we moved together only, maybe it's just HDC and JAKIM. Now we have HDC, we have JAKIM, we have the ministries coming together and to build Malaysia as the global halal hub. So we need to have a proper coordinations, to have a proper, what do you call that, platform, so that we HDC under the new management aspire to do is to actually provide an effective platform so that all the stakeholders in the halal industry ecosystems can work together to achieve the socio-economy. And specifically to some of these initiatives, of course, there are challenges. And I think one of the key highlights that I would like to mention here is that HDC is now the secretariat of the Malaysia Halal Council. So having said that, whatever issues or whatever challenges or opportunities that we have discussed, we need to have the right platform to channel this. I think some of the issues that we mentioned during these sessions is not something new. It is an issue many years ago. But the question is that why is it still there? Why it has not has it solved? So I think this is one of the things that we need to look at, and what we intend to do in the council is to look at the policy matters, the infrastructure, incentives, and our talent, human capital talents. So I think if the government can look at these four, it will empower the private sectors, the rest of the stakeholders to actually move forward in terms of achieving our goals.
My 2 cents is that I'm sure there's more. I mean, effort done by Northport, it's great. It's really hitting the nail straight on, and this initiative should be supported or make known, and you know, gelling of a few other initiatives that would propel. You're right, so true. So many issues we've revisited, and are we going to revisit this next year, the year after? Of course, this is up to the industry players and all the stakeholders. And lastly, Dato' Azman, thank you again for that comprehensive presentation. Your last word on what's the way forward?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the industry coming together, private and public sector, and revisiting the value chain, looking at the ecosystem, and making every step of the way in the value chain, without any gaps. I think one of the first things I'll do is actually pay a visit to HDC and start looking at how I can actually integrate logistics with regards to Halmas, because you've got 14 of those. In fact, we no longer view ourselves Northport as a port. In fact, I want to change the name to Not a Port, and start looking at how we can solve logistics problems. So I definitely will take this up because I think the template is there. It's just a question of making it work. I'm really looking forward that next year when we have this session again, I'm sure that we will record more success stories. I think that will be the proof of the pudding is in the eating, provided the pudding is halal, and I think we can really have a story to tell.
Thank you, Dato'. Thank you, gentlemen. Yang berbahagia Dato' for being with us today. Cik Ani Sofyan. This is the thing, we talk about players who are passionate about what they are doing, 1 hour is nothing. This is what I thought this morning, 1 hour, okay. But I think we've achieved a few things in highlighting, we're not talking about highlighting issues, the challenges, the aspiration, the unfinished mission that is hanging there. Perhaps it's also, this session itself is a reminder to myself, these are the things that we should look at, and connecting the dots. Borrowed what you said earlier is very important. Our dot here in Halal International Selangor with Northport, we're going to change the name soon, right? Just kidding. And HDC. Yes, once again, thank you so much. Maybe next year to discuss this is a bit too long. Maybe we find some other, which there's always teh tarik session, right? But you should, with this PKP, I don't know, but let's get in touch. And once again, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Yeah.
Bye.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
There you have it, a very interesting topic on Malaysia Halal Hub. We hope you enjoyed the session just now, and thank you so much to Yang Berbahagia Dato' Azman Shah, Chief Executive Officer of Northport Malaysia Berhad, and Mr. Hani Sofian, the Vice President of Industry Development Division of HDC, and of course the moderator, Mr. Zulkarnain Shah, COO of Halal International Selangor. Ladies and gentlemen, the next topic we'll discuss on the technical part of Malaysia Halal certification. One of the reference documents for Malaysia Halal certification is the Malaysian Standard. To keep you updated on the newly revised Malaysian Standard MS 1500-2019 Halal Food, General Requirement, the third revision, please welcome Mr. Muhammad Shafiq bin Muhammad Zakaria, Senior Assistant Director, Standardization Division, Department of Standards, Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. It is my pleasure to put on record my gratitude to Halal International Selangor for having us, Department of Standards Malaysia, in this prestigious ever event in the virtual Selangor Halal International Halal Conference. Nowadays, we have done it on virtual. It's a new norm. And to be speaking on this great live stream, so I feel both honored and humble for such a great opportunity and trust, and to be a part of this historical event. Congratulations HIS for setup and also convening this event. May Allah protect us and our family and wipe away this pandemic, insyaAllah, amin. Okay, I have given the task to update on Malaysian Standard 1500-2019, whereby this actually is the fourth edition of Malaysian Standard for halal food, namely halal food general requirements, third revision, and by end of this presentation and sharing, we hope that you could embark on this halal journey, or you also can upgrade your business and also your knowledge on how to comply with halal requirements. So please bear with me for another perhaps 50 to 60 minutes for this kind of presentation. So I'm Shafiq from Department of Standards Malaysia. So just a little background on the Malaysian standards. Department of Standards Malaysia has been established on 28 August 1996, whereby we are under the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Standards Malaysia is governed by Standards Malaysia Act 1996, Act 549, whereby we have two main function and roles, whereby the first one to develop the national standards body. We are the national standard body that develop Malaysian standard. And the second one, we are the national accreditation body, which tasked to accredit and those conformity assessment bodies. So Malaysian standard, for your information, is at par with the international standard, because we are referring and also comply with the principle for MS development and also we need to comply with the WTO TBT agreement. So this standard is credible and also being a consensus of the Malaysian stakeholder. And the second one is more on the accreditation part, whereby we accredit the testing, calibration labs, inspection bodies, and also certification bodies. All right. This management of Malaysian Department of Standard Malaysia, whereby now is led by Director General Mr. Shahrul Sadri Alwi, and we have 4 divisions under the responsible and the leadership of our Director General. First on the standardization division, Mr. Hussam Mirza. Second one is accreditation, Mr. Wan Rukiman. And also the management services, Puan Aruna, and Director of Strategic Planning, Ms. Nur Latifah Hussein. All right. Okay, Standard Malaysia located in Cyberjaya. So please feel free to visit us in Cyberjaya. And now we go into the subject of what is standards. Standard is a document whereby it's a document which established by consensus and approved by a recognized body that provide for common and repeated use, rule, guideline, and characteristic for activities of the result. Aim at the achievement of the optimum degree of order in a given context with which compliance is not mandatory. So in my hand right now is the Malaysian Standard MS 1500. I would like to share here that any standards in the world developed, whether it is a national standard, international standard, Malaysian standard, the rule of thumb is every standard is voluntary. But in certain cases that these standards being referred in the technical regulation under regulators and also being enacted under the act or the technical regulation of certain country, then it can become a mandatory. All right. Okay, the journey for halal is very important, whereby we understand at Malaysia we has developed one special committee, National Standards Committee, just to cater on the halal standard itself. Right now we have 25 sectors, and one sector that has been tasked to do the halal standards is the Halal Standard Committee, NSCI. And then there is a various TC and also WGs under the National Halal Malaysia Infrastructure. Okay, just an update here that until 25 June, we has developed more than 5,000 Malaysian standard. And one of it is for MS 1500, which has been published last year, 2019. And now is the stage for implementation by the regulators and also business entity. All right. Next, the mandatory standard. It is very interesting because in Malaysia, we have many sectors that has been regulated in terms of protecting the safety for health, environment, and also the people. So for halal itself, right now is still as a voluntary. It is up to the company business decision to embark or not to embark with the halal niche market. Okay. In terms of MS 1500, the members team that has developed the Malaysian standard is by balanced representation from the regulators, universities, academia, and also from the industries, the consumer association, and also many stakeholders that think that the halal is very important to go forward. So in this task, Standards Malaysia is the secretariat for the development of Malaysian standard, and collectively we gather all the consensus, all the information, all the what we call the results to improve the Malaysian standard to another stage and for another steps. Okay. Just a little bit background for the journey of MS 1500, it has been developed years back in 2000. It's almost 2 decades. Interestingly, that we have found actually before it's become Malaysian standard, the demand for halal has been found 1970s and earlier than that in terms of the market demand. So right now the market demand for 2000, another 2 years and another 30 years will be increasing, and I believe that many journal and also news reported that the demand for halal food especially will be increasing. Alright, the next slide is about how Malaysian standard development process. It started with the application by the stakeholders, and then some sort of NSC approval, and then we go to the drafting stage, whereby all the stakeholders will sit together and discuss from one meeting to another meeting and discuss on the requirement, the needs, and then we have the public comment stage for 60 days, and then we have the National Standard Committee acceptance, and later part will be approved by Minister. So in this regard, with the regard, the Malaysian standard development for indigenous standards such as MS 1500 is developed under the timeline 12 and 18 months. All right. Okay, now we go into the topics whereby in terms of the update of Malaysian standard 1500. Now actually we have talking so many, it's about the background, how the Malaysian standard is developed. Now we look into the pertinent part for how standard, the structure of standard is being written. So the first one is started with the scope, second one normative reference, the third one in terms of term and definition, number 4 the main core of the Malaysian standard, which is requirements, number 5 is in terms of compliance, then the halal certificate, and last is about the halal certification mark. So one idea and tips how to read standard. Actually, in any standard, the following verbal forms are used. Means once you see the word inside the text document shall, it will indicate a requirement. If should, it indicates a recommendation, may indicates a permission, and also can indicate the possibility and capability. So once you read the standard, and then you can find which clause and which requirement needs to be complied with. So this is the main tips. I would say the main tip how to read the standards. Okay, in terms of MS 1500 third revision, there are many changes here, and then we can divide it into the 3 changes and updates, whereby the first one in terms of numbering and renumbering of the clauses and the sub-clauses under MS 1500. The second one is the major changes what has happened in the latest revision of Malaysian standard. Included deletion of certain sub-clauses, addition of new requirements. And the third one is more on minor changes, such as rephrasing or fine-tuning the requirement for clarity and also further understanding of certain clause. Okay, we go into the first changes and update for this version of Malaysian standard is on the title itself. Previously, it was named Halal Food Production, Preparation, Handling and Storage Generation Guidelines, second revision. So it's very lengthy. Then the committee decided to make it a simpler version, whereby now we call it Halal Food General Requirements, third revisions. So in terms of the stages, the process will be included inside the scope itself. And as you know also, in terms of the changes, previously it will cover on the practical guidance, but now the third revision will focus on specifying the general requirement that need to be complied when manufacture and also handling halal foods. So it also serves as basic requirement for halal food in general. All right. Previously, in terms of normative reference, the previous vision, we do not have any normative reference, but in the latest revision, we included MS 2393, Islamic and Halal Principle Definition and Interpretation on Terminology, because MS 2393 will define detail and elaborate more on the term, the Islamic term that you can refer. So with this regard, the text also put inside the normative references, whereby it is a must, means once you read the MS 1500, you need to also read together the MS 2393 to get better understanding in certain terms that that you need to know. Right? And then in terms of term and definition, what's most interesting here that in terms of general term and definition, there is updates under clause 3.6.2 on the nudge categories in terms of the Sharia law, whereby previously in terms of the text of the document, it's only a Sharia law, but in the latest revision, all the text Sharia law will be combined with Sharia law and fatwa. I do believe that certain countries, like outside country, they may use Islamic law, what else they call Islamic Sharia law, but for Malaysia, it's very special because we refer the Sharia law as the Islamic law. So, all right. In terms of the major updates, there is a new introduction of clause for halal competent authority, halal in terms of food definition, the food term and definition, and also we introduced the non-halal term. 3.6 is about nudge. We elaborate more on the nudge. 3.10.2 is more on fatwa. Clause 3.8 on the processing area. Clause 3.9 is about sertu. Sertu is a part of a toharah, means Islamic method for cleansing and also cleaning. Once the matter being what we call being touched or contaminated with non-halal matters. All right. And then we have also updated minor changes in the clause 3.4 in terms of halal food. Clause 3.5 on halal slaughtering, clause 361 on nudge. We also deleted a few ambiguous examples that may bring many discussion. And then we also updated the clause 4.1.6 and also clause 1.6 more on the storage part. All right. Okay, in terms of the term and definition, the latest update will be the introduction of Halal Competent Authority, whereby in Malaysia, the Halal Competent Authority are Department of Islamic Development JAKIM and the various state of Islamic Religious Council. So this is one of the updates being introduced in the latest revision. And then we also update in terms of the halal that are lawful and permitted in Islam based on the Sharia law and fatwa. And also we introduce the words non-halal, which is also known as haram, so that the people can differentiate halal and non-halal. It is a different terms between halal and non-halal because in terms of certification, some product may halal but it's not certified halal. So this need to be understand well by the readers and also the industry, the term of halal and non-halal. All right. Okay, the next one in terms of halal food. there are 7 criteria related to halal for covers food and beverages to be understand by the readers and also by the industry, whereby the halal food covers and fulfill the following condition. The first one, does not consist or contain any part of matter, animal that is prohibited by Sharia law and fatwa. The second one, the product, the halal food itself does not contain anything which is nash or impure according to Sharia law and fatwa. The third one is about does not intoxicate. The fourth one does not contain any part of human being. The fifth one is not poisonous or hazardous to health. The next one has not been prepared, processed, any instrument that is contaminated with nash. And number 7 has not in the course of preparing, processing, or storing been contact with the mix or in close proximity to any food that is failed to satisfy item mentioned above 3.4 and A and B. All right. So this clause need to be clearly understood so that when you produce food, you know how to select a proper material, proper ingredients, proper animal, for example, as the raw material before processing into your food. It is among the main concern in this standard. All right. Okay, next one. In terms of halal slaughtering, previously also we have the slaughtering term and definition. In this revision, we upgrade in terms of the word for halal slaughtering to reflect how actually the Islamic teaching on slaughtering being done. All right. The next term and definition is about the nash, whereby we put some of the explanation matters that are impure according to Sharia law and fatwa. And then, we also what we call is some editorial changes on the homar. Previously, we used homar, but one of the what we call the language advisor lecturer to improve the word as the homrun, so it align with the Arabic transliteration. All right. Okay, in terms of the category of nash, there is like what we call renumbering. Previously, mughallaza, mukhaffafa, and mutawasita. Now is the mughallaza, mutawasita, and mukhaffafa. Previously, the number is not in order, so now we put it as it is to actually reflect what we call the level of nash to make a better explanation. All right. Okay. In term, the next one is about processing area. The committee also decide to expand more on term of processing area because it is highly related to the scope of area for one company to put under the management for halal. So processing area is very important. It's a part of the premise. Your parking area, your inbound, outbound, be also an area whereby the processing area is more on the people directly produce the food. Will be whereby there will be a chances the risk of contamination for halal and also the hygiene part take place. So this processing area is introduced inside this halal food because knowing the importance of the place to process the food. All right. And then also we introduced the word sertu. Sertu is a Islamic method for cleansing and also to purify the body once being contacted with najis al-mughallaza by using washing 7 times. We have been thinking previously we used the Islamic ritual cleansing something and then the committee decided to improve the word, and we use the sertu, whereby it close to the bahasa Malaysia user. Sertu is a part of cleaning, Islamic cleaning, under the title, under the chapter of Toharah in Islam. Okay, all right. All right, the next one is on Sharia Law and Fatwa. In this clause, we introduce the needs for fatwa as the legal opinion concerning Islamic law issued by competent Muslim scholar. So in Malaysia, that beside the Islamic law that has been gazetted, and also there is also the fatwa being issued by the competent Muslim scholar in every state, and also by the National Fatwa Council. So fatwa is among the important things to decide and to give direction, especially on the new material, new ingredient that has been not yet found before or discussed before. For example, in the issue of cochineal as the colorant, the food colorant, and also, for example, for the issue of GM food. So Standards Malaysia and also the committee found that the need to include fatwa is very important, so that those issues related to fatwa opinion will be taken care, and also can be a guidance and reference to the stakeholder and also to the business entity. All right. Okay, the next one, in terms of the requirement clause, this is a main, I have said just now, this is the main, what we call the core of the document, whereby we need to comply with the requirements and the necessaries being outlined in this document. Once the company can comply with the requirements, then it will help to facilitate later part the certification by the competent halal authority. All right. In terms of general, there are a few updates, especially on the renumbering, clause 4.1.3, 4.1.1, 4.2.7, clause 4.2.8. So I hope you can have Malaysian standard document through www.jsm.gov.my, and thank you for those that has purchased the document. I hope that you can refer to your document and also look into what the changes has been made. All right, major revision, there are a few requirements that has been added, actually to facilitate and also improvise the business entity. And now, previously, the level of field is even. Now, those who can produce more value actually can get a better offer and also better demand. So we know that the supply and demand whereby, and then this is the new requirement that need to be considered and also to update for those who want to also keep in the market for halal. All right, few clauses like the halal integrity, record management, religious practice, star supplier and distributor participation, commitment, praying area, device, utensil, machine, processing and equipment, brush, the use of brush, 4.3.5 on the device maintenance. It incorporate those two parts, whereby the first one in terms of the food hygiene, and the second part will be in terms of the Sharia compliance. So this is the uniqueness of this document. It's not only talking about the risk-based management, but also it's talking about the integrity-based management. This is one of the standard that happen to be one of the what we call a very unique document, and also it has been accepted worldwide. So Malaysian standard on 1500 also being recognized by others, Halal CB in other country, and also this is the unique part of the Malaysian standard that taking care of those factors. Alright, the minor changes under the clause 4.1.3, 4.2.5, 4.211, 4.4 and 4.5 more on bring clarity and also explain further on the clause itself. Alright. So now we look into actually what is the updates being mentioned, also added by the committee is about the first one in terms of the needs for a company to has a Muslim personnel who is responsible to ensure the effectiveness implementation of internal halal control system. Okay, that's the one. So sorry, my apology. The first one is talking about the halal integrity is preserved. Management shall ensure that the halal integrity is preserved. Previous document doesn't talk about the halal integrity, but now the burden of proof is being tasked and be responsible to the Muslim or the halal committee. For example, halal executive, a Muslim personnel, which being tasked or which being hired by the company. So the first one is about the halal integrity. For example, in this time of pandemic, the assessment, the certification process cannot be done physically. So now the task for the halal executive, for the Muslim personnel that monitor, Muslim supervisor that being tasked in the company is being increased, whereby they need to look into the halal integrity, is well maintained, is well preserved to supply the production for halal markets. All right. The second one is about the appointment of Muslim personnel to ensure the effectiveness in implementation of halal, whether international halal control system or the halal assurance system. The further information of Malaysia halal management system can be further understand under the manual halal procedure Malaysian. Alright. 4.1.3 it's similarly like the previous version, whereby the needs for training to be conducted regularly to the relevant personnel in the business in terms of the halal principle and also its application. Alright. Okay, and then it's about maintaining and ensure that sufficient resources being made are provided by the company, by the organization to handle the implementation of internal halal control system or halal assurance system. All right. And then the next clause is shall ensure all related activities for manufacturing and handling of halal foods are properly recorded, and all document and record shall be maintained and traceable. This is very important in this time of pandemic. Just what I have shared just now, the importance of the Muslim supervisor or the halal executive to maintain those document and also related activities is in place, in a proper place, then whereby it can be traceable and also it can be maintained. And even though the assessments could not be done, but the document in terms of need can be submitted, can be assessed by the regulator or can be provided by the business company. This is one of the advantage of having the new revision of Malaysian standard on MS 1500. All right. The next one, in terms of the psychology, what we call the environment, the management shall allow the Muslim personnel to fulfill the obligation of their religious practice. I believe that nowadays that people needs to control the psychological health, whereby for Muslim to fulfill the obligation is one of the needs by the Muslim and by the community. Alright, so the next one is shall ensure the participation and commitment by staff in various departments and all level within the company, whereby including the company suppliers and the producers to preserve the halal integrity. So, in this matter, the company has to be responsible one step further and one step backward. Why I say like that? Because the company has to make sure that the supplier also can supply halal ingredient, for example, and at the later part of one single step after distributor, the distributor can preserve the halal integrity of your company product. So in this matter, it is important. The supplier can supply, okay, I would like to have this kind of plastic packaging that halal, and then we need to have the distributor like lorry, like forwarder that can preserve the halal integrity and do not bring a bad image of mixing with non-halal matters, for example. All right. And then in terms of requirement and premises and facilities, mostly the term in this part is talking about the food hygiene and food security. So previously, in terms of loading and unloading bay, shall be appropriate designed to allow effective transfer of good, whether it is a perishable product or non-perishable products, then it needs to be appropriately designed. How do you maintain the effective transfer? It can be through the time, it can be through the a lot of methods. Some use a few doors or bay to receive the product, for example. Some use the time, what we call the time gap, product inbound and outbound. So this has to be efficient to reduce and also to avoid contamination, whether it is a food safety contamination, physical, biological, or chemical, or it is a haram matters. Haram matters means here is the haram matters. Naj al-mughalazah, like the matters that are not halal in Islam, for example, right? Okay, with regard to the premise and facilities, it's very straightforward that you need to keep the good condition, hygienic, and maintain to prevent the pest access, and also to eliminate a potential breeding site. For example, the lights, you need to cover it, the drain, and also you have a proper drain management, and also how you manage your waste is a part of the hygiene that well taken care in this halal food management system. And also the premise shall effectively segregated with any pig farm. For example, in this regard, in a pig farm, a non-halal farm, to prevent the contamination. So this is important because a certain country may have many what we call pig farm. So it is important to maintain the halalness provided by the company. Okay, the next one, is about slaughtering and processing premises. Similarly, like the previous version, adequate sanitary facilities also shall be provided and maintained. Similarly, sanitary facilities can be the room for staff to changes the clothes or the what we call the uniform, and also sanitary facilities like the hand wash basin for handling food need to be adequately provided, okay, and maintained. Okay, and the next one is on the processing area. The production area shall not have any tool and element of religious worship. So in this case that few places inside the processing areas need to be dedicated for producing your halal food only or halal product only. Other places, for example, the tool and element should be separated outside the processing area. For example, the Muslim praying area shall be provided and appropriately located and well maintained. Some of the area is need to be outside the processing area. Okay, all right. The next one in terms of premise and facilities is about the needs. Previously, it's talking about pests and other animal shall be refrained from entering the premises. But with this coming version, with the latest version, the committee decided to put that pets, even though you have exotic pets or what so called, shall be prohibited from entering the premise. It also aligned with the food hygiene requirements, right? Okay, the next one is on the device, utensil, machine, and processing aid, processing and also equipment. The committee decided to put inside the equipment whereby the needs to make sure the cleaning of this device, utensil, machine need to be complied by the company. And also, for example, that some of the company is the new company and they need to what we call, they use, for example, a second hand utensil, machine by the unknown source. So it is important that the sertu is being conducted, and this procedure shall be supervised and verified by the halal competent authority. And the second clause is talking about converting the nash al-mughallazah. For example, previously they produced a product with using ambiguous item or haram item, but now they want to convert into a halal, fully halal productions. Then it can be only happen once only. Once you use the line, the company to embark on halal, then its later will be halal only. Alright. That's why it is mentioned here, the repetition in converting the line to nash al-mughallazah line and back to the halal line shall not be permitted. So once you certify halal, then you would go to continuously producing halal goods. So I like to share a few international company that they want to tap for those non-Muslim market and also Muslim market. What they did is they set up a two separate plant. I mean, one in certain area and another one in other area. So one is totally for halal production and another one is non-halal production. It's a business decision that the company can take to cater the market. All right. I found it's a good strategy of marketing. All right. The next one is the use of appliances or brushes from animal hair is prohibited. Nowadays we have a lot of synthetic brush can be used for production, for cleaning the premise, cleaning the utensils, cleaning the machines. So nowadays we most of the brushes is from the synthetic. synthetic is allowed, and from the animal brush is not allowed. It is also concern for the food security of the production. All right. Okay, this also covering about the hygiene factor. These processing aids, the equipment, processing aids may be what we call finish or disappear after being used. But talking about device, utensil, machine, and equipment, this shall be cleaned and maintained regularly. All right. Okay, in terms of food safety, I think it's very straightforward that you need to implement measure to avoid the physical, biological, and chemical contamination, and also to bring a food safety program in the business. So this is a line. For example, you have been certified by national equivalent or national safety food safety management system, for example. This will facilitate and also what we call will speed up the one part of the application to get halal. For example, nowadays we have a lot of food safety management system like good manufacturing practice. Some of them, some of the countries, they have HACCP, halal, what we call the HACCP, hazard analysis critical control point. And then like Malaysia, we have MESTI, which monitored by Ministry of Health. So this kind of what we call food safety management system need to be complied by the company. All right. So the next part is on the processing of halal food. What is the source? For example, we have animal. The later part we will be sharing more on what is the animal you can use, what they accept, what we call cannot be eaten animal. So this under the clause 4.5, where you can further read in terms of the use of the sources like this land animal, like the predatory bird is similarly like the previous version. And also we also incorporate those animal that is prohibited or forbidden by to be eaten according to Sharia law and fatwa. All right. And also you're talking also about the aquatic animals that can be what we call can be eaten or to be the ingredient as long as it is permissible by Sharia law and fatwa. All right. Under the plants also as the ingredient, as the source of food, microorganism, it's similarly those that are poisonous, intoxicate and hazard to health. It is very clear that this characteristic will what we call it will reflect in terms of the halal, the permission. All right. And then we have the in terms of GM, in terms of beverage, and also previously we talking about genetically modified food. But in this version, we improvise the text into GMO, whereby it can be consist of food or beverages. In Malaysia, we are stand guided by fatwa in terms of the GM food. All right. All right. Notwithstanding, the product from hazardous aquatic animal or plant are halal when the toxin or poison has been eliminated during processing or as permitted by Sharia law and fatwa. All right. For example, we have some special fish from East Malaysia, that is very poisonous. But once we take out the poison, clearly after we process it and then we cook it, and then can be eaten. All right, it's some sort of exotic animal fish type. All right, product manufacturing, handling and serving 4.5.2 it covers more on the needs food to be processed using any component or product of animal, whereby this also need to be highlight during the application for halal. All right. Product shall be prepared, processed or manufactured using equipment and facilities that are free contamination from najis. All right. The next one, in terms of storage, transportation, display, sale, serving of halal food. All halal food that are stored, transported, displayed, sold, served shall be categorized and labeled as halal. This will help the consumer, your client, to know that the product you produce is halal, and then they can preserve, they can take care the integrity of the halal food. Okay. Transportation vehicle that dedicated and appropriate to the type of the halal food and safety hygiene. For example, you will be using a cold truck if you are transferring the cool perishable products, for example. And at the same time, you need to know that to make sure, for example, the transportation also know about the importance of halal, bringing the halal product in the transportation or lorry. Right. And then in terms of packaging and labeling, some of the material may contain from any raw material that are declared as nash. I believe that most of the packaging is coming from the petroleum derivative, but some manners the production of plastic packaging, for example, some lubricant being used to produce the packaging is also need to be concerned. Perhaps they can bring what we call the lubricant that are not compliant to Sharia. That also is very important to get update in terms of the packaging material that is not in contact with non-halal lubricant, for example. All right. Packaging shall not have any toxic effect on the food, also being taken care in this requirement. Similarly, like the previous version, packaging design, sign, symbol, name and picture shall not be misleading and contravening the principle of Sharia law. This also clearly mentioned inside the revision of MS document. All right. This clause can be used by the regulators. For example, if one company using the design, sign or symbol that is misleading, or using a indecent symbol, but at the same time they bring the halal logo, so this can be used actually to take action to those not taking care in the integrity and preserving the image of halal. All right. In terms of packaging and labeling, this clause also cover about similarly like previous version. The product cannot be synonymously named after non-halal products such as ham, bak kuteh, bacon, beer, rum, de-alcoholized alcohol, for example. That might create confusion. So here, it's not only the name, but the content itself need to be not only the content itself, but the name, the company or the business name the product also may concern the consumer and also the concern the regulators. In Malaysia, for example, we have a lot of dessert or food that using the animal names, some animal names, so it can be improvised, and also those who like to jump into halal, they need to consider in terms of giving a good name for the product. All right. Okay, the next one is on packaging, labeling. Further discuss on how you should label in terms of the name, product, country, origin. And for example, for the meat product, the label, the mark, the date, what you need to present on the product. All right. Packaging and labeling also mention about shall not contravene with the principle of Sharia law and fatwa, and also shall not display indecent element which are against Sharia law and guideline by the competent authority. All right. The next one, in terms of the legal requirements, all activities shall in other aspect comply with the legislation including other relevant requirement currently enforced in Malaysia or producing country. That's even though we are not talking in the standard draft, in the standard document, we are not talking about the need to comply with your what we call business license issuer. For example, in Malaysia we have Suruhanjaya Syarikat Malaysia, or you need to comply with tax, inland board, and also the needs to comply with the local competent authority like Perbadanan PBT. Even though we not mention about the task or responsible by the business or organization to comply with other requirements, this clause is mentioned to cover those activities. Some of the company may need to comply with the water regulation or the air pollution index, for example, by certain ministry. So this clause will cover on these matters. All right. And then the next clause is on compliance. This standard shall be used to demonstrate compliance towards certification of halal food by the halal competent authority. So actually, once you comply to the standard, actually you have about 50 to 70% to get the certification. Demonstrate compliance toward certification by the halal competent authority. So it is very important that because for certification, I believe that standard is one of the reference. Certification also need a few more further document that you need to comply with. But once you comply to the standard, then it will help facilitate your business to embark and then to get the halal certification from the halal competent authority. And the procedure and requirements for certification will be as specified by the halal competent authority. I believe that later part, this topic on certification will cover by the halal competent authority. Then it will guide you how to get the halal certification and also to bring the goodness of halal logo to get bigger market. All right. For example, like this, we have the halal certificate shall be issued by the halal competent authority in Malaysia. Like Selangor, we have Jaiz. And then we have, in terms of halal certification mark, it will be issued by the halal competent authority upon complying those requirement by the Halal Competent Authority, included the MS 1500 2019. All right. And also the logo may be marked, the product may be marked with the Halal certification logo of that authority. So once you get the Halal, then it will bring your business, your product, a better acceptance and also better assurance by the consumer. Okay, the next one is about annex. Previously, we have annex on the halal slaughtering part, but in this revision, we do not have the slaughtering part, the process part of the slaughtering for animal, for the poultry and ruminant. Those requirements will be included in the next new standard formulation for Malaysia with regard to halal meat production. It will be one single standard itself because the stakeholder thinks that the need for halal processing, halal meat production need to be in one standard rather than included in this halal food. Halal food is very general, covering those producing food, covering the restaurant, covering the hotel, kitchen, and also the home-based product maker, or the what we call now we have food truck also can be applied halal MS 1500. But in terms for halal production, especially for the halal slaughterer, the abattoir, the requirement for stunning requirement will be covered in the new standard that we hope that can be published later part of next year. All right. So in terms of Annex A, it covers on the Sertu guideline, how actually we conduct the cleaning for najis al-mughallazah. It is the further information of this can be also referred to the guideline by JAKIM, but this is the main general requirement and also the need to perform the Sertu washing, Islamic washing methods. All right. So other update, what just I have mentioned just now, the deletion of clauses on slaughtering processes, and also for halal meat production related activities. So now I like to bring the viewer in terms of Malaysia participation and cooperation through the Malaysian standard of MS 1500. The MS has been referred in SMIC standard, and also it also has been referred in ASEAN Working Group for Halal Food, and then what is also covered into the Cooperation for Indonesia, Malaysia and Thailand, CIMT. So those guidelines and also standard being referred, they are also referring to MS 1500 2019 as we as the pioneer and also well-known halal food standards. All right. And the most interesting that these countries like SMIC, like the ASEAN, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, they have the door to access the Muslim population in these 37 Muslim countries, 240 million Muslim in ASEAN, Indonesia. This is the potential of using and also complying to Malaysian standard and get the halal logo. So what can I say that if you do not have the halal certification right now, it is time to decide now the needs, what we call the needs to get embark on halal certification through the halal competent authority in your country is very pertinent and very demandful. So I think I'd like also to update a few of Malaysian standard that has been right now being draft in terms of halal. Standards Malaysia we are working with the national expert to draft right now the halal professional standard. The second one, the halal consumer goods, because we see the needs to provide the halal consumer goods is important. For example, for the water filter, for the animal feed, those is very important. That we see that the demand is keep increasing. And then we have halal meat and poultry production, general requirement. And then we have halal food, the next, what we call the next level, next level or next prerequisite for onboard meals. This will help the air flight caterer or food provider to also produce halal food in the aviation industry. All right. The next one is more on the test method for porcine DNA, cosmetic, cleaning agent, and also the guideline for validation of chemometric analysis using chemical analytical data for halal production authenticity. So it's more on the test method to develop by the expert to produce a valid test method. All right. And the last one will be covering on the SERTU general requirement. So those is a few updates that we Standards Malaysia are also inviting all experts in the area of halal or non-halal industry can join us, providing information, providing your expertise in our technical and working group area, especially for Malaysian. So with that, I think I have come to end of my presentation. I would like to thanks again Halal International Selangor. Actually, you can contact me at the shafiq@jsm.gov.my. I believe that the needs for halal will be keep increasing. In my personal opinion, that with the pandemic effect to the worldwide community, whereby the needs for foods, the need for survival, the need for the basic need is very increasing. It's increasing. Then it is an opportunity for the business and also the food provider to provide a good hygienic halal food and beverage. All right. So with that, I'm again would like to thanks Halal International Selangor for providing the stage and also the opportunity for us Standards Malaysia in this event. We would like to congratulate and also hope to see and meet you again, inshallah. We also welcome any cooperation, discussion with any entity in terms of standards and accreditation field with all of the viewer. So with that, again, I close my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and till we meet again.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Shafiq, the Senior Assistant Director of Department of Standard Malaysia, on the very informative updates. We will continue our conference today on the newly revised reference documents in Malaysia Halal certification. We are going to hear from Mr. Ahmad Solihin bin Mariakun, Senior Assistant Director, Halal Management Division, the Islamic Religious Department of Selangor or JAIS, the updates on Malaysia Halal Certification Procedure Manual or Manual Procedure Persijilan Halal Malaysia, MPPHM, and the Malaysia Halal Management System or MHMS.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya akan berkongsikan tentang bagaimana kita ingin mengadaptasi perubahan ekoran daripada COVID-19 dan juga pelaksanaan baru tahun 2021 apabila melibatkan manual prosedur perjalanan Malaysia dan juga sistem jaminan pengusaha halal Malaysia dikuatkuasakan sepenuhnya. Baik, tuan-tuan dan puan yang saya hormati sekalian, apa yang pasti pada hari ini, industri halal di Malaysia mempunyai spektrum yang luas, khususnya dari segi pemain industri yang ada. Di mana kita ada pemain dari kategori mikro, yang kecil sampailah kepada kategori besar dan juga multinasional yang melibatkan syarikat-syarikat besar di beberapa negara yang turut beroperasi di Malaysia. Landscape industri halal kita juga melibatkan mereka-mereka yang berada di peringkat upstream dan juga downstream industri, di mana mereka ni di kalangan yang terlibat dari segi perladangan, pemprosesan primer seperti premis sembelihan dan juga pemprosesan lanjut seperti produk-produk hiliran. Termasuk juga dalam landscape spektrum industri halal pada hari ini, mereka yang berada pada industri sokongan seperti pergudangan, pengangkutan dan yang lain-lain. Jadi walaupun juga keadaannya, senario yang ada pada hari ini, setiap industri akan bergantung kepada industri yang lain seperti skipping puzzle ataupun kaitan yang ada akan membantu, berkait satu sama lain, khususnya dari segi kelangsungan perniagaan yang ada. Jadi kalau kita lihat juga dari segi landscape yang ada ini, kaitannya kepada industri yang ada pada hari ini, khususnya dari sudut Badan Persediaan Halal, jumlah permohonan yang ada dari tahun ke tahun semakin meningkat, di mana secara relatifnya kalau dibandingkan di antara tahun 2019 hingga 2018 sebagai contoh, permohonan yang ada telah meningkat sebanyak 47%, di mana pada tahun 2018 permohonan hanya sekitar 2,931 permohonan. Kemudian pada tahun 2019 jumlah ini meningkat kepada 4,300. Dan walaupun pada tahun ini kita berdepan dengan cabaran pandemik COVID-19, secara relatifnya permohonan memang berkurangan untuk suku pertama, separuh pertama tahun ini, di mana permohonan telah menurun kepada 25% ataupun secara purata 258 permohonan sebulan berbanding tahun yang lepas, tahun 2018. Namun masih lagi mencatatkan peningkatan secara relatif yang lebih tinggi daripada tahun 2018, di mana pada tahun 2014 secara purata sebulan 342 permohonan diterima di JAIS. Jadi tahun ini berkurang sedikit tetapi masih lagi tinggi berbanding tahun 2018. So ini merupakan satu trend di mana penerimaan dan keperluan pada produk halal yang ada pada hari ini semakin berkembang. Pada ketika ini kita mengetahui bahawa negara sedang berdepan dengan cabaran pandemik COVID-19 yang mana dia memberi kesan kepada semua orang, dan kalau dalam industri halal ini secara khususnya apa yang kita boleh lihat, di sebalik besarnya landscape industri halal yang ada itu tadi, sebahagian besar daripada perniagaan yang berkait langsung dengan COVID-19 ini telah tidak beroperasi secara normal ataupun ada juga yang terpaksa menghentikan operasinya. Ini menyebabkan proses untuk pensediaan halal itu terjejas sehingga proses itu perlu ditangguhkan. Namun inovasi dari segi proses yang ada pada hari ini membantu untuk proses pensediaan ini dijalankan juga. Jadi ada di kalangan segmen industri ini, contohnya seperti industri perhotelan yang sehingga ke hari ini masih tutup operasi ataupun beroperasi dalam keadaan paling minimum. Ada rekod di JAIS di mana pada ketika ini ada hotel yang banyak bergantung kepada pelancong-pelancong asing sebagai contoh, masih lagi tidak beroperasi, masih lagi tutup operasi. Kalau ada yang beroperasi pun hotel yang mungkin 3 bintang ke bawah yang banyak melibatkan pelanggan-pelanggan domestik. Itu pun daripada maklum balas yang diterima, mereka terpaksa meminimumkan operasi mereka atas faktor-faktor dari segi penerimaan kepada pelanggan-pelanggan yang ada di situ. Baik, di peringkat penghilangan, pengeluaran produk sebagai contoh, ada yang melibatkan penjadualan semula di mana ada hari beroperasi, ada hari tak beroperasi. Ada juga waktu operasi yang dipendekkan daripada 2 shift kepada 1 shift. Jadi ini tidak termasuk secara keseluruhan. Ada juga segmen industri yang kami lihat pada ketika ini menghadapi cabaran dari segi orang yang menguruskan halal, di mana ada yang terpaksa berhenti kerana pengurangan gaji ataupun mungkin disebabkan syarikat mereka tidak beroperasi. Jadi ini menjadi satu cabaran kepada industri sebab masih tidak tentu lagi dan tempoh penambahbaikan ataupun recovery mengambil masa yang agak panjang sehingga kini. Jadi kalau di peringkat agensi kerajaan pula, apa yang kita lihat pada hari ini sebenarnya kami di jabatan di JAIS sebagai contoh berkeupayaan untuk menerima apa juga cabaran dan juga perubahan yang berlaku. Sebagaimana yang ada di industri, bekerja daripada rumah ataupun kalau melibatkan staf yang perlu dikuarantin, pekaki tangan yang perlu dikuarantin, kalau melibatkan PUI ataupun mungkin yang mendapat jangkitan COVID, termasuk juga penutupan pejabat, memang telah difikirkan, memang telah bersedia, tetapi menjadi cabaran kepada jabatan kerana ada perkara berkaitan dengan proses pensijilan halal yang tak dapat diteruskan. Contohnya audit ataupun pemeriksaan di premis untuk tujuan pemantauan ataupun untuk tujuan kelulusan. So ini menjadi cabaran kerana dalam tempoh PKP yang lepas pada bulan 3 sehingga bulan 5, sebanyak hampir 188 permohonan yang perlu diaudit tidak dapat dibuat proses audit itu kerana proses PKP itu yang masih berkuat kuasa. Baik, jadi walaupun begitu, apa yang kami pasti pada ketika ini di jabatan, kami melihat satu trend yang agak berbeza sewaktu tempoh pandemik COVID-19 ini berlaku, di mana fitness dan readiness industri untuk memenuhi keperluan pensijilan halal agak terjejas. Maklumlah, syarikat bergantung kepada bahan-bahan mentah yang perlu diimport daripada luar negara. Ada juga yang sijil halal bahan mentah telah tamat tempoh. Ini menyebabkan proses pembaharuan yang sepatutnya lebih mudah, lebih cepat, lebih awal dapat dihantar menjadi lebih lambat kerana keperluan dokumen ini tadi tak dapat disiapkan disebabkan faktor-faktor yang berkaitan dengan COVID ini tadi. Jadi secara tak langsung ini membawa kepada keadaan proses untuk kelulusan permohonan itu menjadi sedikit lambat disebabkan faktor pemohon itu sendiri yang menghantar lambat. Jadi kami melihat keadaan ini di mana ada permohonan yang telah tamat tempoh agak lama, dalam sebulan 2 bulan begitu baru hantar permohonan, dan tersangkut pula disebabkan perubahan-perubahan yang berlaku berkaitan dengan pandemik yang ada pada ketika ini. Jadi itu situasi kita pada ketika ini semasa masih lagi berdepan dengan pandemik COVID-19 ini. Jadi saya kira cabaran kita di industri, baik kami di peringkat JAIS maupun rakan-rakan yang ada di industri pada hari ini, sama ada pandemik COVID-19 ini masih lagi akan bertahan agak lama ataupun akan hilang dalam tempoh yang terdekat ini. Yang pastinya mulai tahun depan kita akan ada satu cabaran yang telah dijangka, telah dirancang tanpa melibatkan faktor COVID-19 ini tadi, di mana kita akan mula menguatkuasakan prosedur baru pensijilan halal yang sebelum ini telah ditambah baik. Jadi sebagaimana rakan-rakan di industri sedia maklum, pada 29 September yang lepas, JAKIM secara rasminya telah mengumumkan status manual prosedur pensijilan halal Malaysia 2020 untuk industri domestik akan mula dikuatkuasakan pada 1 hari bulan 1 2021 bersama dengan Sistem Jaminan Halal Malaysia ataupun singkatannya MHMS. Jadi ini satu benda besar yang tidak mengambil kira COVID-19, Tetapi pada hari ini perlu diambil kira COVID-19 dan juga keperluan-keperluan yang ada di sini yang telah dirancang lebih awal untuk dilihat. Jadi yang pastinya prosedur baru ini secara umum saya boleh katakan lebih terperinci dan juga lebih agak berat sedikit dari segi keperluan yang untuk dipenuhi oleh pihak industri, kerana kalau kita lihat dari sudut dokumen yang ada, kalau kita dapat muat turun, yang pastinya dia lebih tebal, hampir 120 muka surat. Dan kalau kita lihat dari segi isi kandungan yang ada pada hari ini, bukan saja yang ada itu dikekalkan, tetapi ada yang ditambah, sama ada yang tak pernah ada langsung ataupun yang sedia ada itu dikembangkan atau diringkaskan. Secara relatif kalau kita boleh lihat dalam manual prosedur persialan yang baru ni sebagai contoh, kalau manual yang sedia ada versi tahun 2014, jumlah prosedur yang disebutkan dalam manual prosedur ini sebanyak 13 sahaja. Tetapi pada tahun depan akan mula dikuatkuasakan sebanyak 71 prosedur yang nampak jauh berbeza dan lebih banyak keperluan sebagaimana disebut di awal tadi. Dan kalau kita ambil contoh sedikit daripada perkara-perkara yang disebutkan dalam manual yang baru ini, di ruangan definisi sahaja telah ditambahkan, kalau sebelum ni hanya ada 16 definisi berkaitan dengan keperluan prosedur ini, tetapi dia telah menjadi kepada 51. Jadi itu yang saya ingin katakan bahawa tanpa mengambil kira COVID-19 yang mungkin masih berpanjangan atau mungkin akan tamat dalam tempoh yang tak berapa lama lagi ini, yang pastinya 2021 prosedur ini menanti untuk rakan-rakan di industri penuhi dengan sebaik yang mungkin. Secara khusus saya ingin kongsikan di sini cabaran dan kesan besar dari segi keperluan yang ada dalam prosedur ini yang saya kira akan memberi kesan agak besar kepada industri yang ada, sebab kalau kita lihat dalam manual yang baru ini telah disebutkan secara spesifik perkara-perkara berkaitan dengan personal halal, ada diterangkan lebih lanjut tentang charge bayaran, walaupun telah tak jauh berbeza, telah ditambahkan. Yang pasti saya kira rakan-rakan industri tak ada pilihan melainkan pejam mata dan bayar sahaja. Tetapi yang ini tidak begitu besar kalau dibandingkan dengan syarat saya sebut di awal tadi, seperti personal halal, keperluan berkaitan dengan latihan halal, keperluan berkaitan dengan rekod dan juga dokumentasi berkaitan dengan halal, produk ataupun servis presentation berkaitan dengan produk itu tadi, kawalan operasi dan juga proses, dan juga keseluruhan pengurusan dan komitmen halal yang diharapkan daripada pihak syarikat melalui jawatankuasa halal dalaman dan juga sistem jaminan halal, sistem jaminan pengurusan halal di peringkat syarikat. Baik, kalau kita ambil contoh, saya cuba ekstrakkan di mana kesan besar yang mungkin akan membuatkan industri dalam waktu yang tak berapa lama, ada dalam sekitar 2 bulan lebih ini saja lagi untuk memenuhi kriteria yang ada ini secara besar-besaran pada tahun 2021 adalah perkara berkaitan dengan eksekutif halal. Umum kita maklum sebelum ini dalam manual yang lama 2014 ada disebutkan tentang eksekutif halal, tetapi pada manual yang baru telah diperincikan dengan lebih lanjut, di mana ada disebutkan di sini syarat tentang kelayakan. Sebagai contoh, dari segi pendidikan, minimum mempunyai diploma dalam bidang pengurusan halal atau yang setara dengannya dan mempunyai 5 tahun pengalaman. Jadi apa akan menjadi kesan besar kepada rakan-rakan di industri? Katalah tidak mempunyai kelayakan bekerja ataupun pengalaman bekerja sebanyak 5 tahun, mempunyai kelayakan dalam bidang diploma pengurusan halal ataupun ijazah sekalipun, tetapi baru bekerja 4 tahun. Jadi tentu ini memberi kesan sebab telah disebutkan dalam manual ini sebagai syarat 5 tahun minimum. Jadi ini yang saya katakan kesan dia lebih besar, walaupun mungkin kalau di awal tadi saya sebutkan dari segi yuran persijilan yang berkaitan telah dikembangkan, telah ditambahkan perkara-perkara yang perlu melibatkan pembayaran, tetapi ini antara yang sedia memberi kesan besar kepada tuan-tuan di industri sebab perkara ini dia tidak boleh diselesaikan dalam waktu yang singkat. ada juga disebutkan di sini tentang syarat eksekutif halal hendaklah mempunyai sijil eksekutif halal daripada pusat latihan halal. Jadi walaupun telah disebutkan tentang kursus eksekutif halal ataupun halal eksekutif ini dari segi latihan, pada keperluan yang akan dikuatkuasakan tahun 2021 ini, yang pastinya segala bentuk kursus, segala bentuk latihan berkaitan dengan halal telah distandardkan datangnya daripada pusat latihan yang diiktiraf secara khusus. Jadi ini menjadi sedikit cabaran saya kira kepada rakan-rakan di industri, sebab dalam kesibukan rakan-rakan di industri bekerja, kursus ini perlu hadir, dan untuk hadir kursus ini memerlukan masa sebanyak 70 jam kredit. Ada yang ada di luar sana yang dijalankan dalam masa 2 minggu, ada yang masa 10 hari, yang menyebabkan rakan-rakan di industri sehingga ke hari ini, walaupun saya maklum ramai yang telah hadir, tetapi sebahagiannya masih belum hadir disebabkan faktor kesibukan dan komitmen kerja yang ada. Jadi ini menjadi cabaran, sebab mulai Januari akan datang, mana-mana syarikat yang membuat permohonan dalam tempoh 6 bulan mulai Januari 2021 ni, saya kira akan paling terkesan besar, sebab syarat-syarat ini dah mula dikuatkuasakan. Mungkin ada sedikit kelegaan kepada rakan-rakan yang di industri kalau dia telah mempunyai sijil pengesahan halal, tidak ada keperluan untuk pembaharuan atau permohonan baru. Yang ada pun mungkin untuk menunggu audit pemantauan daripada JAIS ataupun JAKIM. Jadi ada sedikit kelegaan di situ, tetapi tidaklah bersifat lama, sebab kalau pemantauan masuk, ini juga akan dilihat sama ada dipenuhi ataupun tidak. Baik, dalam manual baru yang akan dikuatkuasakan juga, rakan-rakan di industri boleh lihat bahawa keperluan berkaitan dengan latihan halal telah disebutkan lebih spesifik, di mana semua pekerja perlu mempunyai ataupun menghadiri kursus asas berkaitan dengan halal, dan dinyatakan tidak kurang dalam tempoh 3 bulan selepas pelantikan perlu mengikuti kursus ini. Jadi ini menjadi cabaran juga, sebab eksekutif halal yang ada perlu membuat latihan. Jadi kalau eksekutif halal tak pernah pergi latihan lagi, nak memberi latihan kepada pekerja-pekerja yang ada di syarikat. Dan latihan ini juga disebutkan tidak hanya terbatas kepada pekerja di peringkat syarikat, tetapi melibatkan kontraktor, vendor, pembekal yang ada. Jadi ini menjadi cabaran kepada rakan-rakan di industri, sebab masa untuk kita buat persediaan dan memenuhi keperluan ini. Termasuk juga disebutkan latihan berkaitan dengan kompetensi, yang mana ini secara khusus melibatkan jawatankuasa halal dalaman dan juga eksekutif halal, di mana kedua-dua latihan berkaitan dengan kesedaran dan juga latihan kompetensi ini akan dinilai ataupun perlu dibuat secara rutin setiap 3 tahun sekali. Disebutkan juga di sini menjadi cabaran kepada industri, perkara-perkara yang menjadi cabaran pada industri selain daripada menganjurkan kursus, menghadiri kursus, syarikat perlu memperuntukkan masa, bajet dan juga kemudahan untuk kursus ini diadakan. Walaupun begitu, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, walaupun telah disebutkan dalam manual ini perkara berkaitan dengan latihan, yang saya percaya cepat atau lambat akan dipenuhi oleh pihak syarikat, tetapi sebenarnya cabaran lebih besar menunggu di sebalik latihan ini. Expectation ataupun jangkaan yang diharapkan daripada rakan-rakan di industri adalah kompetensi kaki tangan di peringkat syarikat dalam perkara-perkara asas berkaitan dengan halal dan juga pensijilan halal. Dan juga diharapkan dengan latihan yang ada ini, pihak syarikat boleh memberikan prestasi yang lebih baik, memberi kesan yang baik dengan kurang laporan ketidakpatuhan semasa permohonan kelulusan dibuat ataupun dalam tempoh kelulusan diberikan melalui laporan pemantauan yang dijalankan. Jadi cabaran besar di sini bukan saja dari segi latihan, tetapi dari segi kompetensi kaki tangan dan juga prestasi yang lebih baik melalui laporan-laporan audit yang dijalankan. Baik, antara perkara besar juga dalam manual baru yang saya rasa perlu saya tekankan kepada rakan-rakan yang ada di industri, perkara berkaitan dengan dokumen dan rekod, persembahan dokumen dan juga rekod berkaitan dengan pensijilan halal, yang telah disebutkan secara lebih spesifik, Mengapa keadaan ini berlaku? Apa yang saya boleh kongsikan daripada pengalaman JAIS maupun rakan-rakan di JAKIM dan negeri yang lain. Apa yang pasti pada hari ini dokumen dan rekod masih lagi tidak kemas, tidak lengkap. Penyelenggaraan dokumen dan rekod masih lagi lemah di peringkat syarikat. Ini secara purata, walaupun tidak semua syarikat mempunyai masalah ini, tetapi secara purata masih lagi ada dokumen-dokumen yang semasa audit dijalankan, dokumen yang tak ada, tidak dikemas kini ataupun dokumen yang telah tamat tempoh. Memang diketahui bahawa perkara ini tidak akan pada satu-satu masa semua sijil akan dalam tarikh yang terkini, tetapi apa yang ingin dilihat daripada pandangan audit sebenarnya pihak syarikat dapat berbuat sesuatu untuk memastikan maklumat ini tidak diselenggara untuk satu tempoh yang mungkin lebih daripada 3 bulan. Jadi seterusnya antara yang dilihat yang menyebabkan perkara berkaitan dokumen dan rekod berkaitan persialan ini ditekankan dalam manual yang baru ni, kerana pada ketika ini antara yang dilihat adalah masa untuk pegawai audit dapat melihat ataupun mengakses maklumat-maklumat berkaitan dengan rekod dan juga dokumen ini khususnya semasa audit agak lambat. Jadi ini menyebabkan pada waktu audit itu laporan ketidakpatuhan ataupun NCR perlu dikeluarkan sebab laporan berkaitan dengan produk, laporan berkaitan dengan pembelian, laporan berkaitan dengan aktiviti halal tidak dapat ditunjukkan. Jadi ini menjadi satu, saya kira, cabaran besar kerana dia memerlukan komitmen, bukan saja komitmen tetapi ia perlu konsisten. Tambahan pula disebutkan dalam syarat yang baru ni, rekod-rekod ini perlu wujud, perlu dijaga dengan baik dalam tempoh 3 tahun. Jadi maknanya kalau pemantauan itu selepas mulai tahun 2021, kalau pemantauan masuk pada tahun 2021 untuk kelulusan yang mungkin masih baru ataupun dah tinggal separuh, di peringkat audit maklumat berkaitan dengan rekod-rekod pengeluaran, rekod-rekod pembelian, rekod-rekod aktiviti berkaitan halal boleh ditanya untuk 2 tahun, 3 tahun ke belakang. So ini menjadi cabaran kepada pihak syarikat sebab ia tidak hanya boleh dibuat secara overnight ataupun dalam waktu sekelip mata untuk tujuan memenuhi keperluan audit, tetapi ia perlu diwujudkan secara konsisten. Juga disebutkan di sini tentang syarat permohonan baru mestilah semasa permohonan itu dibuat telah mempunyai dokumen dan rekod-rekod yang berkaitan dengan halal sekurang-kurangnya 3 bulan ke belakang. Ini tentu memberi cabaran khususnya kepada syarikat yang baru kali pertama memohon ataupun kalau bukan kali pertama memohon, syarikat yang sedia mempunyai sijil pengesahan halal tetapi ada produk baru yang perlu dilancarkan. Produk ini mungkin melibatkan promosi, produk ini mungkin melibatkan ekspor. Sebagaimana yang sedia ada pada ketiga hari ini, kalau boleh mohon hari ini dapat sijil untuk tujuan pemasaran. Jadi ini menjadi satu cabaran untuk diterima, untuk direalisasikan di peringkat industri sebab apa yang dilihat pada waktu sebelum ini memang di peringkat agensi seperti JAIS atau JAKIM cuba membantu untuk menilai dari segi kelayakan permohonan ini, tetapi bila tidak disebutkan syarat minimum 3 bulan rekod itu perlu wujud, sukar untuk dibuat pengesahan sama ada produk itu benar-benar layak untuk persiahan ataupun tidak. Yang pastinya 2021 mahu tak mahu rekod 3 bulan ke belakang perlu ada sebelum satu permohonan itu boleh dihantar. Bukan saja rekod-rekod am berkaitan dengan pendaftaran syarikat ataupun perkara-perkara lain berkaitan dengan pekerja sebagai contoh, tetapi secara spesifik untuk produk ataupun perkhidmatan itu mestilah mempunyai rekod 3 bulan ke belakang secara minimum. Baik. Seterusnya antara cabaran yang perlu dilihat dalam pelaksanaan prosedur baru mulai tahun depan ini berkaitan dengan produk ataupun servis. Bagaimana ia ditunjukkan kepada pelanggan ataupun dilihat di luar daripada premis pengeluaran itu tadi. Jadi telah dinyatakan dalam prosedur yang akan datang ini bahawa aspek penilaian itu tidak akan terbatas dalam pagar kawasan pemprosesan ataupun kawasan penyediaan perkhidmatan itu dilakukan, tetapi dia akan membawa kepada peringkat, kalau saya boleh sebutkan sedikit, periklanan khususnya bila berada di media telah mula diberi penekanan dalam prosedur yang baru ini. Ini penting sebab apa yang dilihat pada ketika ini, produknya halal tetapi bagaimana produk ini berada di media kadang-kadang menjadi satu yang memberi liability negatif kepada persijilan halal. Contoh, apabila produk ini dari segi pengiklanannya menunjukkan unsur-unsur yang membuatkan agama Islam sebagai contoh tidak dilihat dalam pandangan yang suci dan juga mulia. Maka dengan itu dalam prosedur yang baru ini, mahu tak mahu rakan-rakan di industri perlu memastikan dari segi pembungkusan, pelabelan dan juga pengiklanan lebih diberi perhatian, sebab yang ini tentunya menjadi satu cabaran sebab apabila sesuatu label ataupun pembungkusan itu diwujudkan, ia melalui satu proses penyediaan yang panjang, mungkin 3 bulan, mungkin 6 bulan sebelum percetakan boleh dibuat. Dan apabila percetakan dibuat, ia tentunya melibatkan satu kuantiti yang mungkin dari segi kosnya besar, yang pertama. Yang kedua, untuk pembungkusan ini habis digunakan di peringkat kilang pun dah lama, di peringkat pengguna pun akan mengambil masa yang lama. Jadi sekiranya berlaku masalah sebagaimana yang pernah kita di Jabatan JAIS dan JAKIM lihat dalam persijilan halal, menjadi satu cabaran sehingga bila tak diberi pengesahan halal seperti tidak membantu industri, tetapi bila diberi pengesahan halal akhirnya dia menjadi satu yang memberi imej tidak baik kepada JAKIM dan juga Jabatan Agama Islam di negeri yang mengeluarkan persijilan halal ini. Jadi nama-nama produk yang kalau sebelum ini telah dinyatakan nama-nama sinonim kepada produk yang tak halal ataupun berkaitan dengan keagamaan masih ditekankan dan perlu ditambah baik dalam prosedur yang ada ini untuk perhatian rakan-rakan di industri. Baik, seterusnya dari segi pengurusan halal dan juga kawalan proses di premis, penilaian yang ada pada hari ini memperlihatkan sebenarnya bagaimana syarikat memberikan komitmen dan juga kedudukan halal di peringkat syarikat. Apa yang dilihat sebenarnya adalah melalui syarat-syarat yang dinyatakan dalam persetujuan halal, baik dari segi latihan, baik dari segi aktiviti yang dijalankan, dia mempunyai satu jangkaan dan juga refleksi tentang kompetensi dan juga amalan yang ada di peringkat syarikat. Sebagaimana yang kita lihat pada hari ini, banyak syarikat telah mula mewujudkan sistem jaminan halal di peringkat dalaman syarikat. Penulisan-penulisan berkaitan dengan prosedur kerja dari segi proses kerja yang ada telah diwujudkan di peringkat syarikat, tetapi masih lagi pada pandangan audit banyak yang perlu dikemaskan, sebab untuk membuat satu penulisan prosedur ataupun keperluan-keperluan khusus berkaitan dengan halal satu perkara, tetapi untuk menjadikan ianya relevan dan ianya berkesan, perlu dilihat juga supaya dia benar-benar memberi nilai kepada sistem jaminan halal yang dibangunkan itu. Jadi ke depan ini dalam prosedur yang baru ini, komitmen bertulis yang sedia ada berkaitan dengan polisi halal ataupun prosedur standard operasi di peringkat syarikat perlu ditambah baik. Begitu juga penekanan dari sudut rekod-rekod aktiviti yang dijalankan, mesyuarat, jawatankuasa halal dalaman maupun audit dalaman dinilai dan diberikan perhatian sehingga seolah-olah sistem jaminan halal peringkat syarikat yang ada pada ketika ini sebenarnya, tuan-tuan, dalam prosedur yang baru ini, semangat yang dibawa memerlukan sistem jaminan halal itu berdiri secara sendiri, stand alone. Tidaklah bersama dengan program kualiti yang ada berkaitan ISO ataupun HACCP, ataupun mungkin bersama dengan sistem jaminan halal untuk produk yang mungkin industri tuan-tuan perempuan ada dapatkan juga daripada badan pensyariah halal antarabangsa yang lain. Jadi ini antara perkara-perkara besar, perkara-perkara penting dalam menu baru yang menjadi cabaran yang perlu diterima sebaik yang mungkin dan diterjemahkan dalam keadaan yang terbaik oleh peringkat industri. Jadi bagaimana untuk rakan-rakan di industri bersedia dengan perkara yang ada ini, yang pastinya masa tak panjang, kita ada lebih kurang 2 bulan sahaja. Mahu tak mahu bersedia ataupun tidak, Januari akan tetap muncul. Sama ada kita berada pada waktu itu atau tidak, hanya keadaan dan masa akan menentukan. Yang pastinya pada hari ini sebenarnya kalau pandangan saya secara peribadi, walaupun prosedur ini baru diumumkan secara rasmi 29 September yang lepas, saya sering menyatakan kepada rakan-rakan industri khususnya yang pernah berbincang dengan saya, berjumpa dengan saya, bahawa sebenarnya prosedur yang baru ini secara tak langsung sebenarnya bolehlah dikatakan telah mula dikuatkuasakan apabila JAKIM setahun yang lepas telah mula mengeluarkan draft prosedur baru ini di portal Halal Malaysia, yang sehingga ke hari ini saya kira masih belum dikeluarkan oleh JAKIM, masih boleh diakses ataupun dicapai oleh rakan-rakan di industri. Walaupun dia adalah draft, yang pasti draft ini tidak akan lari 100%, tidak akan dipindah 100%. Sebahagian besar kalau kita buat perbandingan apa yang ada dalam draft yang masih ada di portal Halal Malaysia dengan apa yang diumumkan pada 29 September yang lepas, memang ada berbeza. Ada perbezaannya, tetapi rangka kasarnya masih lagi tidak lari. Jadi itu yang menjadi mungkin sedikit cabaran kepada kita dari sudut pelaksanaannya. So apa yang sebenarnya boleh saya kongsikan pada ketika ini, rakan-rakan di industri, mahu tak mahu kita kena mendepani benda yang ada ini. Jadi pilihan yang ada sekarang ni adalah 2. Sama ada kita fokus kepada benda yang kita boleh pegang, kita boleh capai, kita boleh urus, kita boleh tangani dengan baik, ataupun kita fikirkan juga, kita serabutkan kepala kita dengan perkara-perkara yang kita tak boleh nak pegang, perkara-perkara yang kita tak boleh nak kuasai. Jadi saya kira perkara yang boleh dikuasai oleh pihak syarikat adalah perkara yang perlu diberi keutamaan dan fokus, sebab perkara-perkara ini dalam kawalan syarikat. Contoh, pengurusan masa. Kalau memang kita ketahui permohonan pembaharuan, permohonan baru akan tetap dibuat dari masa ke semasa, jadi rekod dokumentasi berkaitan dengan keperluan persetujuan halal itu perlulah sentiasa diuruskan dengan sebaiknya. Bukan lagi dalam pendekatan maknanya tunggulah auditor bagi NCR, bagi laporan ketidakpatuhan, barulah kita nak respon. Jadi begitu juga dari segi komunikasi. Kadang-kadang kita menganggap mungkin permohonan syarikat ni dah berlangsung beberapa tahun dan kita memang berurusan dengan pegawai yang mungkin lebih kurang sama beberapa tahun. Tanggapannya pegawai memang dah tahu syarikat kami bagaimana dan kami pun tidak ada masalah dengan pegawai. Jadi kita menganggap bahawa semuanya adalah baik. Tetapi bila prosedur baru dikuatkuasakan, ada keperluan-keperluan yang mungkin kita tak perasan menjadi masalah. Dan kita juga kurang berkomunikasi dengan pegawai menyebabkan berlakulah sedikit konflik yang mendatangkan masalah kepada syarikat di sini. Jadi perkara-perkara berkaitan apa yang boleh dikawal diurus oleh syarikat, kalau diberi perhatian yang serius menjadi fokus kepada pihak syarikat, saya kira ini akan membantu sedikit sebanyak dari segi prestasi permohonan syarikat berbanding syarikat nak fokus kepada perkara yang tidak boleh dikawal oleh syarikat. Contoh, syarikat nak cepat untuk dapat sedia pengesahan halal tetapi lambat buat permohonan. Jadi ini menjadi satu cabaran sebab telah dinyatakan dalam prosedur yang lama versi 2014 dan masih dikekalkan pada prosedur yang akan dikuatkuasakan pada tahun depan, hendaklah dihantar dalam tempoh 3 ke 6 bulan sebelum tamat tempoh. Jadi kalau kita fokus kepada permohonan ini dihantar sebelum tempoh tamat sijil itu berlangsung, insya-Allah boleh diluluskan dalam waktu yang ada. Tetapi kadang-kadang saya faham walaupun ada faktor yang tidak boleh dikawal di peringkat syarikat, khususnya melibatkan kontrak perkilangan sebagai contoh, maka permohonan tak dapat dibuat lebih awal. Jadi apabila permohonan tak dapat diproses lebih awal, maka dia menjadi cabaran kepada bukan sahaja industri tetapi urusi persedia halal seperti JAIS ataupun JAKIM untuk memproses permohonan ini secepat yang mungkin. Jadi prestasi yang baik dan juga usaha-usaha untuk menambah baik jurang masalah ataupun jurang pematuhan di antara prosedur lama dan prosedur baru, saya kira syarikat tidak boleh nafikan, tidak boleh abaikan, hendaklah ditunjukkan sepanjang masa supaya walaupun mungkin ada perkara-perkara sebagai contoh saya sebut di awal tadi, eksekutif halal ada masalah sebab tak cukup 5 tahun ataupun mungkin kursus dah dibuat tetapi tidak sampai kepada jangkaan yang menyeluruh sebagaimana diharapkan oleh JAKIM ataupun JAIS. Maka pada ketika ini kalau perkara-perkara yang baik yang lain berkaitan dengan rekod, berkaitan dengan kolam proses, berkaitan dengan dokumen-dokumen yang menyokong persedia halal boleh dikekalkan, saya kira pegawai-pegawai yang bertanggungjawab dalam urusan permohonan persedia halal, mereka boleh rasional, mereka boleh secara bijaksana membantu permohonan tuan-tuan sehingga apa yang diharapkan untuk kelulusan itu tadi tidak menjadi satu masalah besar untuk dipenuhi oleh pihak syarikat. Jadi sama ada kita setuju ataupun tidak, sedar ataupun tidak, apa yang terkandung dalam syarat prosedur persedia halal Malaysia yang saya katakan di awal tadi semakin tebal, semakin terperinci dan semakin memberi cabaran besar kepada industri, semuanya dibentukkan begini perlu kepada keadaan pada hari ini sebabnya kalau kita mungkin tidak perasan, sebenarnya Hala 7 Halal Malaysia pada hari ini telah diubahkan daripada konsep diuji untuk dipenuhi atau dipatuhi halal, tetapi Hala 7 itu telah diubah kepada diwujudkan ataupun dibina untuk patuh kepada kriteria persediaan halal. So ini dua konsep yang agak berbeza, yang mungkin tak nampak perbezaan, tetapi konsep build for compliance ataupun dibina untuk dipastikan halal daripada awal akan membantu proses persediaan halal di peringkat syarikat untuk satu tempoh jangka masa panjang. Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan yang saya hormati sekalian, apa juga cabarannya, setiap masalah itu bukanlah kehendak kita. Yang pasti bila ada cabaran, bila ada masalah, selain daripada berkomunikasi dengan yang baik, yang pastinya pemikiran yang positif, usaha yang berterusan akan membantu menambah baik apa juga konflik ataupun cabaran yang akan kita hadapi. Jadi setakat itu dulu saya dapat kongsikan sedikit idea tentang apa cabaran yang kita hadapi pada ketika ini berkaitan dengan COVID-19 yang masih tidak lagi hilang di muka bumi ini, dan prosedur persedia halal yang telah direncanakan dalam 2 tahun yang terakhir ini untuk dilaksanakan pada tahun depan. Selamat kita bertemu kembali. Sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Ahmad Solihin bin Mariakon on the both updates on Malaysia Halal Certification Procedure Manual and Malaysia Halal Management System. Indonesia has one of the biggest Muslim population globally. Ever wonder how to penetrate the Indonesian halal market? Well, this topic will give us an insight on how to explore the Indonesian halal market, and on that note, we are pleased to welcome a renowned speaker all the way from Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Sukoso, the Director General of Halal Product Assurance Body BPJ PH Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Professor Sukoso, Head of Director General of Halal Product Assurance Body from Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia. So today it is a very, very important and I think very nice opportunity for me to introduce and giving you all to understand when you are doing business in Indonesia, especially for halal product. Because you, as I would like to introduce you the law number 33 2014 is the basic line to do business in Indonesia. Well, that is the next. Oh, sorry. So Before we talk about the business, I would like to introduce you the background that we start concern with the halal based on the research from the one university in East Java province, that is the Brawijaya University, that the one of researchers, Professor Dr. Tri Susanto, identified and found the derivative product based on pig, like such as gelatin, lard in food and beverages. And what the effect of his presentation in that time, there's a 20 until 30% sale product decrease. Of course, this is very, very big problem in my country, in Indonesia. Then in that time, the government invited the Majlis Ulama Indonesia or Indonesia Ulama Council. This is a kind of the NGO, non-government organization, with a specific on the Islamic Council. Solve the problem by establishing Institute for Halal Food and Drug, and call it LPPOM MUR, or we call it Lembaga Pengawasan Produk Obat dan Makanan. So here is the start of the concern Indonesia to think about the necessary for halal certification. But when we start for certification in 1989, become a voluntary, because no law and no regulation, only as the solving the problem for the problem in that time. And other one is the Ajinomoto scandal in 2001. It's also having the problem when the product contains some of the a pig product-based derivative like gelatin. And of course, it will have the bad for the market in Indonesia. So, you know, Indonesia is the country with the biggest Muslim population in the world. Therefore, if we talk about the halal, this is really very, very sensitive. Therefore, the parliament, based on the two problems, in 1988 and 2001, so a Parliament of Indonesia published Law number 33 in 17 October 2014. This law is the basic line to implement the halal product assurance due by the government. The government, and after that, after the law number 33, the government regulation also released in 2019, following with the Ministry of Religious Affairs regulation. All of the law and also the regulation is all the basic line to implement the halal product assurance in Indonesia. Well, so the concern of halal for Indonesian government, as I mentioned before, of course, it based on our constitution in 1945. That a country Indonesia give the assurance for implementing the beliefness to reflect the religious values. And of course, based on that constitution, we implement in the law number 33 and government regulation number 31, Ministry of Religious Affairs number 26. But in the case of Tohiba, we have also institution we call is Indonesian National Agency for Drug and Food Control, or for Drug Administration. So both the institution is under the government. BPJPH or Halal Product Assurance Agency under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. But the other one is the BPOM, or Food Drug Administration, and the National Agency. So Here, I would like to introduce you the position of Indonesia, because as I mentioned before, as the world largest island country with more than 17,000 islands, more than 100 local languages with Indonesia as national language, and more than 260 million people with 80% as a Muslim. So really, it is a very, very big market for halal products. In other case, it is only additional information about national economic growth, GDP, and GDP per capita. Well, why we implement the halal product assurance? Because it's as a principle of our life in Indonesia. We have a Pancasila, that is the 5 principle for official foundational philosophy theory of Indonesia. The one, as Indonesian must believe in the Almighty of God, a just and civilized humanity, a unified Indonesia, democracy led by the wisdom in consensus or representative, and social justice for all Indonesia. So I would like to introduce my institution. This is the Halal Product Assurance Agency or assurance body under the Ministry of Religious Affairs and led by General Director of the BPGPS on the 2nd of August 2017. Officially launched on 11 of October 2017. The legal fundament of establishment for the BPGPS law number 33, and also we have a presidential regulation number 83, Ministry Religious Affairs regulation number 42. For based on that regulation, presidential regulation number 83, 2015, about the Ministry of Religious Affairs, state in article number 45 under 48, according to the BPGPS, and Ministry of Religious Affairs regulation number 42 in 2019, who published the BPGPS in the structure of the BPGPS. Well, this is the organization structure of Ministry Religious Affairs Republic Indonesia, the position of the Halal Product Assurance Body. That is the position like other General Director, for example, for Islamic Education, Islamic Community Guidance, Christian Community Guidance, Buddhism, Catholic, and so on, under the Ministry of Religious Affairs Republic of Indonesia. And this is the structure of the organization, the ministry, as a state in the Ministry Religious Affairs number 42 regulation. So here is the concerning the organization structure of Halal Product Assurance Body, that we have 4 departments. That is the Secretary Department, Registration and Certification Department, Guidance and Supervision Department, Cooperation and Standard Department. Well, so we start as the institution normally in 2018. So now is 3rd year we do as the formal institution doing for halal certification in Indonesia. First, of course, we implementing the law number 33 by publishing government regulation number 31 in 2019 about the implementation of halal product assurance. And we also make clearly the position of the BPGPS or Halal Product Assurance Agency, that we are as the public service agency. And also we have the Ministry of Religious Affairs regulation number 26, according the implementation Halal Product Assurance. And also we prepare candidate halal auditors, that until now we reached around 26 people and ready to competence test. The candidate of Halal Inspection Agency, we also range about 77 Halal Inspection Agency surrounding in the Indonesian territory. Here is we work together with some public university and Islamic Foundation, and we signed the MOU around 120 MOUs in order to support the Halal Inspection Agency, also the Halal Center. Another one, we also work together with Ministry of Manpower with decree number 266. We prepare for Indonesian national competence for manpower in the area of halal auditors, and also we did the first international halal dialogue in Jakarta in 12th of November 2019. So in 13th and until 15th November 2019, we BPGPS, me as the head, came to the Geneva for clarifying the position of law number 33 in the event of technical barrier on trade for food trade organization. Because Indonesia is the member of World Trade Organization. And we also now, as a full member of Standard Meteorology Institute for Islamic Country in 4th November 2019. So, for concern the halal product, based on the law, this is the very, very important article that I would like to introduce you. Of course, you must understand what is the product. In the article number 1, here is the definition of product are goods and or services that are related to food, beverage, drug, cosmetic, chemical product, biological product, genetically engineered product, as well as consumer goods that are worn, used, or utilized by the public. In terms of the product that enter, circulate, and traded in the territory of Indonesia must be halal certified, as I mentioned in article number 4. But for the product containing non-halal or haram material, it will be excluded from the submitting the halal certification process. But the business operators must attach non-halal information on the product, as I mentioned in article number 26. Here is the provision, law number 33, 2014 in article 1. The definition, as I mentioned later, that I mentioned before, that product are goods and or services. Halal product is the product that has been declared halal lawful according to Islamic Sharia. Halal product process is a series of activity to assure the halalness of the product, including material, procurement, process, storage, package, distribution, sales, and presentation of the product, while the material is ingredients used to produce or manufacture the product. So here is making more clear about what is the goods and services. As I mentioned before, that the goods is the food, beverages, and so on. But for the services, it's mean that business that be related to the goods and their chain, like slaughtering, processing, storing, packaging, distributing, sales, and servicing. Maybe you can see like a restaurant, hospital, beauty clinic, spa, and other services that support the process on goods. Well, this is the authority of the BPGPH, or Halal Product Assurance Agency of Indonesia, based on law number 33. We have 10 authority. The number 3, yeah, this is a very, very important, and I would like to introduce to you all to understand that start from 17 October 2019, that issue and revoke halal certificate and halal label on product conducted as an authority of the BPGPH or Halal Product Assurance Agency. Other one is make and legitimate the halal product assurance policy, legitimate the norms, standard, procedure, and criteria of halal product assurance, registration the foreign product halal certificate, socialize, educate, and announce the halal product, make an accreditation at halal inspection agency, registration the halal auditor, controlling the halal product assurance, developing the halal auditor, and cooperate with domestic and foreign institutions related with the halal product assurance. So, as I mentioned before, that we start in 17 October to now 2019, that we are entering in the new era of halal certification process. For the producer or a manufacturer who interests to apply for halal certification, the document must be submitted to Halal Product Assurance Agency or BPGPH, and the BPGPH will verify. After that, the manufacturer have chance to choose the halal inspection agency. If it is here is in Indonesia, we prepare inshallah more than 77 halal inspection agency. From the data audit by the halal inspection agency, BPGP is send the data to Ulama Council and having the fatwa. The fatwa is a basic line for the BPGP is to give the certification of halal. So, but here is, I would like to stressing the principles of halal certification is traceability. What is the traceability? It is the activity that identified all the steps from the field until ready the product be consumed. This is the kind of traceability. So in this case, of course, you are, we are as a Muslim, really this is the halal is a very, very clear understand for all the Muslims. But in the case of haram, mentioned in the article number 18, 19, and 20 in law number 33. Well, this is the process of the halal certification. That the producer or big company, especially here, must have the halal quality controller or internal auditors. So based on that data from the halal quality controller, means here is halal auditors, sent to the BPGPS, then verified by the BPGPS, and then inspected by the halal inspection agency. Totally, until the company received the halal certificate, will be take around 97 days for Indonesia in location in Indonesian company that located in Indonesia, but 114 company in the outside of Indonesia. But because we are now entering in new law, that is the we call as the omnibus law, everything will be make more efficient, making totally around 21 days for halal process for getting certification. Here for the small medium enterprises, in this case halal centers, giving the assistance for the small medium enterprises for full service in order to follow the standard of halal. If everything is feasible, then the halal center apply for the halal certification as a representative or small medium enterprises. The process is the same like what the big company do, as I mentioned before. This is the step of halal mandatory. The halal mandatory start at 17 October 2019 with 5 years giving the guidance until 17 October 2024. So 5 year we gave the all of the company or maybe small medium enterprises to make guidance and consultation in order to follow the standard of halal in Indonesia. Food and beverages must be halal certified after 5 years. The halal mandatory started 17 October 2019. Why we put the food and beverages? Because it is the basic need of our life. Therefore, food and beverages is the first priority. For the except for food and beverage product, or that is outside from the food and beverages product, the halal mandatory start at 17 October 2021 with guidance for this period, that's 5 years, from 7, 10, and 15 years. Well, the next is Indonesian halal certification flow. I think it is same like what I explained before, that application must be applied from the businessman, apply for halal certification, and then verification due by the BPJBS, confirmation by BPJBS, examination means, and also testing the product if we identify some of unidentified material there based on the laboratory using the standard, international standard ISO 17025. And after examination, and then the document checking again by the BPJBS, making a verification document from Halal Inspection Agency, and then MUI will give the or releasing the halal fatwa and issuing the halal decree. Based on the halal decree, the BPJBS release the certificate for halal. It is the model of halal Indonesian halal certificate that we have the certificate issued by the BPJBS based on article number 42, paragraph 1 of law number 33 2014 with 4 years validity. So if you have applied the certification and published the certification 11 February 2020, it will be valid until 2024. Well, it is also Indonesian halal label introduced and have the patent by Ministry of Law and Human Rights, but until now we are still keeping this label because some of our policy we have arranged time to give the 5 years after 2019. It will be possible to use by the producer for the labeling of the product, because as we also hear that some of the idea, because some of the especially big company have using the old label, so it's possible to continue until 2024. Well, it is the step of halal mandatory based on Ministry of Religious Affairs Regulation number 26. As I mentioned before, that food and beverages we start in 17 October 2019 with the guidance for 5 years, and for non-food and beverages start in 17 October 2019. But in other case, for biological product, including vaccine, and also the medical devices with the D grade risk, we are preparing in the regulated at the presidential regulation. Well, so here is according the course of halal certification and the step halal mandatory, as I mentioned before, controlling due by staff for to control of the product, the public participation, and law of criminals. The cost here is halal certificate is charged to business operator. They submit halal certificate application. In case of the business operator is a micro and small business, the cost of halal certificate can be facilitated by other party. What I mentioned here is what we do in Indonesia. So, how the public participation, as I mentioned in article number 53, 54, and 55, that the public have to participate in organizing halal product assurance with the activities like socialization halal product assurance, supervise the product that circulate in the market, and also giving the complaints and report to BPTB is if we identify the as a participation of the public for identifying someone who have no commitment to implement the halal product assurance. Here is the type of the international cooperation that, of course, we hope that the international cooperation of BPGPA with halal certification body or with basically based on the government to government cooperation. Therefore, we always support if the government do cooperation together with Indonesian government, means the BPGPS, to realize the government to government cooperation. But in other case, maybe the company directly have the cooperation with BPGPS is also possible to implement for halal certification. The government can make an international cooperation about the halal in accordance with the law, means the law number 33, article 46, verse number 1. And halal certificate recognition be in the form for the cooperation to recognized by halal certificate. Here is a mention in the government regulation number 31, who do by the foreign halal agency authorizes to issue halal certificates, as mentioned in the government regulation number 31 in article number 26, verse 4. Foreign halal certification body who are published halal certificate established by the government or Islamic religious institution recognized by the local government, as mentioned the government regulation number 31. This is the illustration of type of international cooperation. So it's possible people maybe, the businessmen also possible to work together with our institution directly, or behind the government work together based on the government to government cooperation. The flow of international cooperation: first, halal certification body send a letter to BPGPS, and also the BPGPS will respond by asking about requirement 10-point document, and BPGPS accepted verification and then do for the verification the 10-point document. The notification will given by BPGPS if the document is incomplete. BPGPS will send the completion letter to halal certification body and the embassy in Jakarta. The embassy preparing MOU for government to government cooperation, and also we discuss the contents of the government to government cooperation and signed by the representative of the country partnership. The contents of draft we also already have prepared, and of course after the sign of the MOU, we realize the next step with mutual recognizing agreement. So here I would like to introduce the possibility of using the standard that's possible using international standard who recognized by the BPGPH or Halal Product Assurance Agency. And maybe you also possible use Indonesian standard like Halal Management Standard, SNI 99001, Halal Poultry Slaughter, SNI 99002, and Halal Ruminant Slaughter, SNI 99003. It is the kind of the type of standard, but unfortunately, here is what I show in the Bahasa Indonesia, in Indonesian language. It is a kind of the SNI number 99001 for the slaughtering. And it is the Halal Poultry Slaughtering 99002. Yeah, it's fortunately also in Bahasa Indonesia or Indonesian language. And it is the Halal Ruminant Slaughter for SNI 99003. Also here the flow that explained in Bahasa Indonesia, in the Indonesian language. And it is a very interesting of a statement that I get from the reference. Of course, it also related with our experience in 1988 and 2001. What state here is if you interest to do the halal, enter to halal product, enter to halal market, we must always thinking about that Muslim are the fastest growing consumer segment in the world. Any company that is not considering how to serve them is missing a significant opportunity to affect both its top and bottom line growth. So I think I would like to introduce you the position of halal global industry here. That we have also halal food, Islamic finance, halal tourism, modest fashion, halal cosmetic and pharmaceutical, also halal media and recreation. And unfortunately, of course, Indonesia, because the biggest population, we need halal food. Therefore, we are not as a top 10 of a producer in the halal food. Also, the halal cosmetic. I just introduced you the location for very interesting location in Indonesia, here, Bali, Borobudur, and also in Lombok. Yeah, some of the Mandalika here with the Komodo Island. Yeah, so thank you for your attention. We always say that Halal Indonesia for world community. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Insinyur Sukoso, the Director General of Halal Product Assurance Body of Indonesia, for sharing with us the information on the said topic. We hope it will give you more insight and general outlook on doing halal business in Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, now we have reached to the highlight of the conference today. So please join us in welcoming the Honorable Datuk Sri Amiruddin Syari, the Selangor Chief Minister, to deliver on the Selangor State Government Initiative on Halal Development. Please, Datuk Sri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Pertama sekali, saya ingin panjatkan rasa syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala kerana dengan izin dan limpah kurnianya dapat saya bersama anda semua pada hari ini di Virtual Selangor International Halal Conference 2020 yang dianjurkan bersempena dengan Virtual Selangor International Business Summit 2020. Selamat datang diucapkan kepada anda semua dan terima kasih atas sokongan yang telah diberikan selama ini terhadap program-program yang dianjurkan oleh Kerajaan Negeri Selangor. Selangor International Halal Conference pada tahun ini adalah sangat berbeza penganjurannya. Dilaksanakan secara maya ataupun virtual disebabkan oleh pandemik COVID-19 yang melanda dunia baru-baru ini. Biarpun begitu, hal ini sedikit pun tidak menjejaskan usaha kerajaan negeri dalam menganjurkan SIHC buat kali kedua bagi mempromosikan Selangor sebagai destinasi pelaburan untuk industri halal di rantau Asia Tenggara dan juga global. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, industri halal adalah salah satu industri yang dikenal pasti oleh kerajaan sebagai pemacu ekonomi yang mempunyai nilai pasaran global sebanyak 2.2 trilion dolar. Industri halal tidak hanya terhad kepada sektor industri makanan dan minuman, malah merangkumi sektor-sektor lain seperti pharmaceutical, kosmetik, logistik, pelancongan, fashion dan keuangan. Sebagai penyumbang terbesar KDNK dan penyumbang pelaburan tertinggi nasional, Selangor mempunyai peluang yang amat luas untuk menjadi peneraju agenda halal di negara ini. Justru, pihak kerajaan negeri mahu menyediakan satu ekosistem halal di Selangor yang dapat menyokong merealisasikan hasrat ini. Oleh itu, Halal International Selangor ataupun HIS telah diperkenalkan bagi tujuan menerajui dan menjana pertumbuhan industri ini serta mengukuhkan ekosistem halal yang sedia ada. Selangor turut menjadi satu-satunya negeri yang mempunyai struktur pembangunan industri halal yang menyeluruh dan tersusun. Ini dibuktikan apabila kerajaan negeri Selangor telah meluluskan satu pelan induk industri halal yang dikenali sebagai Selangor Halal Action Plan ataupun SELHAP. Pelan industri induk bagi tempoh 10 tahun ini bertujuan untuk menetapkan satu hala tuju memperkasakan pembangunan industri halal di negara ini berteraskan 6 sektor utama iaitu makanan dan minuman, pelancongan, penjagaan kesihatan, kosmetik dan penjagaan diri, ramuan halal dan juga fashion. Sebagai permulaan terhadap pelaksanaan pelan induk ini, kerajaan negeri memperkenalkan satu program pemerkasaan dan bimbingan usahawan yang dikenali sebagai International Muslim Friendly Affiliated Network ataupun IMFAN secara ringkas. IMFAN adalah program yang memberi fokus untuk membimbing usahawan mikro, kecil dan sederhana ke arah merealisasikan potensi pensijilan halal secara berstruktur, bermula pada tahap awal perniagaan mereka hinggalah seterusnya meluaskan perniagaan mereka kepada industri halal. Dengan bimbingan ini, para peserta akan dapat memahami keperluan pensijilan halal, potensi pasaran industri halal serta menyediakan perniagaan mereka untuk pasaran yang lebih besar lagi. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, kami Kerajaan Negeri Selangor amat mengalu-alukan penyertaan anda semua dalam membangunkan ekosistem halal di negeri ini. Rebutlah peluang-peluang yang ada dalam industri halal dan libatkan diri dalam industri yang berpotensi besar ini. Pergunakanlah pelbagai kemudahan serta perkhidmatan yang disediakan oleh pihak kerajaan negeri. Sekiranya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan memerlukan penjelasan yang terperinci, sila berhubung terus dengan kami dan kami senantiasa bersedia untuk memberikan bantuan dan kerjasama yang sewajarnya. Sebelum mengakhiri ucapan saya, bagi pihak kerajaan negeri Selangor, sekali lagi saya ingin merakamkan ribuan terima kasih di atas sokongan dan kerjasama yang diberikan oleh semua pihak yang terlibat dalam menjayakan persidangan maya ini. Sekian, saya sudahi ucapan saya dengan wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to express our gratitude and special thanks to the Honorable Datuk Sri Amiruddin Syari, the Selangor Chief Minister, for the speech just now. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala that we have concluded this year's Selangor International Halal Conference. It is hoped that all of us today will benefit from today's collective program. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to thank all of the speakers, panelists, moderators as well as the audience for your involvement and continuous support, without which this event would not be truly success. We hope to see you again next year. Please be safe and stay safe. I'm Hadafi Hamidun, and for the rest of SIHC team, once again, thank you for your participation and see you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and have a pleasant evening.
Globally, halal business principles are now embraced by many leading industries around the world. But skilled halal professionals are lacking due to inadequate training, knowledge and opportunities. That is why we need to provide quality human capital development. to grow the future workforce of halal-related industries with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System powered by Aspire Blockchain. HIMS utilizes the power of big data to build a network of halal graduates and halal trainees in Malaysia. Our objective is to connect them to online job training and job placement opportunities, to create a centralized platform of skilled halal human capital for the nation and for the world. This can be achieved with our 3 steps to train and place. Firstly, the HIMS system is offered to our learning and training partners throughout the country. These renowned institutes will become the bridge between HIMS and the halal graduates and trainees we will train and place to serve the global halal market. Next, halal graduates and trainees can download the HIMS mobile app to access our jobs directory and issued empowered blockchain certificate. The issued empowered blockchain certificate in particular is given to halal graduates and trainees who have completed the necessary learning and training courses. Finally, their qualifications lead to careers in global halal industries like food and beverage, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, travel, media and recreation, finance, fashion, and more. All this forms a part of Selangor's 10-year Halal Action Plan that's now made possible with HIMS, the Halal Integrity Management System, a program by Halal International Selangor. Together, let's go halal to go global today.
How ready are you to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? What are the requirements to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate? Introducing Aspire Rating, an online checklist system to assess your readiness to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. Aspire Rating will help you evaluate your business for Malaysia Halal Certification readiness. Open up your browser and head to www.aspirerating.com. Click on the Register button and register to set up your own account. After signing up, log in and fill in the form with information about your business. Select the product scheme on the left-hand side of the screen and press Start Rating. Answer the question with yes or no. Please answer the questions as accurately as possible. This will help the system ensure a high degree of confidence in your readiness. After answering all questions, your results will appear on the screen. The results will determine if your business is ready to apply for the Malaysia Halal Certificate. The system will identify all your non-conformance report, NCR, that you can improve on, and you can download the report for review. Sounds easy, right? Aspire Rating is ready to help you make it big in the halal industry by helping you prepare for Malaysia Halal Certification. Head to halalinternationalselangor.com to know more.